If you made it this far, you already understand something most don't. This story isn't in a hurry. Welcome back, Grimoire Guardians. Next installment of To Shape and Change by Blue Owl. Part 3 of 7. Chapters 21 through 30. Narrated by Garth Beckett. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Up until this point, Harry has been learning, observing, testing, quietly pushing at the edges of what magic is supposed to be. But in these chapters, he starts to realize something far more unsettling. The rules he's been following, they might not be rules at all. And once that idea takes hold, it doesn't let go. You'll notice it in the way he thinks, the way he approaches even the simplest spell. There's a shift happening, subtle, controlled, but undeniable. He's no longer just a student of magic. He's becoming something else. So listen closely, because the changes here aren't loud. They're precise, and that's what makes them dangerous. And before we continue, if you're enjoying the journey, don't forget to subscribe. We're very close to 5K Grimoire Guardians. Let's continue. Chapter 21 Letters. Albus stood and looked in anticipation at the list of students that were to receive their Hogwarts letters this year. On his desk lay a stack of sealed envelopes, a pile of unfolded and impersonalized letters. Between the two piles, a quill floated in the air over blank envelopes. Rhythmically, it dipped into the ink pot and fluidly wrote out each address for each child that was to join the school that year. The artifact had done its job for centuries and had never once been wrong in penning the right address onto each envelope. Normally, Albus was not bothered about watching the show of magic. It had long ago grown old to him, and he didn't need to know each student's home address. However, the headmaster had been searching for 5 years a specific unknown location and the home of a specific AWOL student. 5 years of traipsing around the country looking for one child amongst thousands of magical ones, not to mention the millions of muggle ones. Now he would finally find out where Harry Potter had been hiding all these years, and he could finally bring him back to where he belonged. Dumbledore had been only half paying attention to the names as they were written. His mind was still turning over the mystery of the Potter heir. He had registered and been surprised that Longbottom had gotten a letter. It was not a secret that his grandmother was quite unimpressed with him. He could normally entertain himself for many hours inspecting and playing with the multitude of gadgets he had dotted on every surface of his office, and today had been no exception. When the quill got to writing the address of Malfoy Manor, Albus turned and paid full attention to the writing. As soon as the old wizard noticed it was writing out Harry Potter's letter, he hurried around the desk to get the best view of the ink as it formed words. Although it easily wrote out the name of the recipient, the carved feather hesitated. Normally, it had no problem writing any address. It was imbued with magic and could sense those worthy of a place in Hogwarts if they lived in the eligible area. However, for a Mr. Harry James Potter, it seemed almost unable to write further. A whole minute passed before it started to scribble, seemingly reluctantly, a very unusual address. Albus snatched up the envelope as soon as it had magically floated off to the pile of finished letters to be sent. The address displayed was for an apartment in America, and the man could not understand how the child had gotten there. For a few minutes he entertained the idea that the child had accidentally operated all the way across the Atlantic that Christmas night so many years ago, but he quickly dismissed that as impossible. It was much more likely that Harry had been adopted off the streets by an American on holiday in England. Whatever had happened, Albus would have to wait only a short while longer before he could ask the boy himself. The wizard grabbed his cloak and waved his wand to turn a discarded piece of parchment into a portkey. His next act was to grab and throw a pinch of powder into the flames of his fire and fearlessly stepping into it. His destination was one of his privately owned houses that enabled portkey usage, and he wasted no further time before disappearing to the continent across the Atlantic Ocean. He hadn't been to America in decades, but he still remembered the general address for all continental portkeys. It was a room attached to the American Department of Magic, and as a result he had to explain his trip to the country. Naturally, he told a pack of lies about hunting down a valuable book for his private library, and was soon on his way again. Even if Grindelwald and Voldemort had never threatened America, his reputation in stopping both men had gained him a lot of leeway in the States. Once he was allowed to roam free, it only took a small amount of careful concealment and some short apparition hops to find a suitable spot to spy on the written address. The place certainly looked expensive, and Albus worried that if Harry had been living there all the time, then he would have a serious problem dealing with a spoiled brat. A child that threw tantrums, if he didn't get his way, would be no use in even assisting during a war, let alone be a reliable key player. The building was built so that most of the outer walls were made of glass, and from his position Albus had a brilliant view into many of the floors. So before he acted, he spent the time searching each window for signs of a child that could be his elusive quarry. As soon as the old wizard spotted the child moving around in the living room of the flat, he moved into action and apparat from the tower opposite into the same room to confront the child. Matteo hummed as he sat in the living room, merrily trying to sketch out the skyline of the city before him. The last 2 months had been full of trips around the city with various members of the Avengers who had quickly become the aunt and uncles that Matteo had never known he needed. Bruce split his time between his son and the labs, as he and Tony were well on the way to creating a functional arc reactor that would run for at least 20 years. Matteo had enjoyed learning about what went into the design process, but he mostly left them to it when the pair was in the middle of the crucial stages. However long his father was in the labs for, Matteo never felt neglected, as Bruce always ensured that he only worked 8 hours a day maximum in the labs, and that the rest of his day was free to be spent with Matteo. He also made it clear that Matteo was allowed into his labs, and they could talk as he worked, so they needn't be separated at all. However, usually during these work hours, Matteo would either entertain himself or would follow after another Avenger and watch them train or received lessons. The outcome would usually be dependent on whether said Avenger had the time, which Matteo found they often made time for him to learn at least one thing each day. Today was one of the days where he planned to attempt to do some sketching and reading, so he had had a lazy start and was currently dressed in some lounging clothes with his hair still in a mess from the shower. "Kiddo, I have a present for you," Clint called out as he stepped out of the lift. Matteo popped his head up to see the archer on the other side of the couch and quickly tidied up his art equipment before he padded over to the man. Clint was, as usual, dressed in black and purple clothing with his quiver and bow slung over his shoulders. In one hand he held a long black case, which he passed over to Matteo once the boy was close enough. Matteo glanced curiously at Clint's face, but the archer wasn't giving anything away, so he carried it over to the kitchen table to open it. Inside was another bow almost exactly like Clint's. The only difference was the thin purple, silver, blue, red, green, and gold stripes that were added onto the arms of the bow on either side of the grip. A quiver full of regular arrows was clipped onto the other half of the case. I saw that Tony had already decorated your room with 2 swords, so I thought adding a bow to your collection wouldn't make much difference, Clint said by way of explanation. Plus you are getting very good with the practice bow, and deserve your own. Are you sure, Clint? This can't have been cheap, Matteo said worriedly. It cost me virtually nothing. I merely stole it from the helicarrier supplies and then had the extra personal touches added, Clint reassured the boy. Matteo smiled and hugged the man before carefully slipping the quiver on and pulling the bow from the case. So the colors match to you Avengers? Gold must be for Tony, purple for you, green for the other guy, silver for Thor, red for Natasha, and blue for Steve. I know you are quite good with the equipment and tools downstairs, so I though you could make a project out of personalizing yourself an arm guard. There is a sizable piece of leather under the bow's holder. Clint grinned with pride that Matteo had figured out the colors. Thanks, Clint. This really is a brilliant gift, Matteo said happily. Well, I heard about your favorite books, so I thought it was only appropriate I get you hooked on archery. We can head to the range now and get you working on your aim, Clint suggested, still smiling with content. Their bonding moment was interrupted by a loud crack that came from the direction of the television. Expecting there to be some problem with a broken window, both males turned to look in the direction of the sound. Neither of them was expecting to actually end up staring at a very old man in bizarre clothing. At first glance, it looked like the man was wearing a vivid blue and yellow dress with half-moon spectacles and an almost idiotic smile on his face. He had long white hair that grew beyond the bottom of his shoulder blades, whilst his beard was almost long enough to tuck into his glittering belt. A small chain with a bead attached seemed to be tied around the end of said beard, possibly to keep it tidy and to stop it blowing everywhere. While the man looked senile and as if a good gust of wind would knock him over, neither Clint nor Matteo were prepared to give him the chance to attack. Seeing as he had managed to appear in the middle of one of the most secure buildings in New York, Clint immediately went on high alert. Jarvis, security breach, Clint said loudly, and knocked an arrow to his bow, whilst Matteo copied him a second slower. Albus found himself facing 2 hard-faced people and 2 deadly arrows, neither of which concerned him overly. He had too many years' experience in dueling to worry about being hit by archaic Muggle projectiles. He could just throw up a shield. Whilst a small part of his attention was diverted to staying alert for attack, the majority of his thoughts were filled with his joy at finding the elusive Harry Potter. Harry was looking quite healthy. He had a tan and looked to be quite muscular. It was difficult to guess exactly what condition the child was in because of the boy's loose green t-shirt and black jogging trousers he wore. However, the aged wizard noted the child held himself confidently and was unafraid to wield a weapon against an intruder. It did worry and surprise Albus that the boy seemed to be prepared to shoot another person, and he didn't doubt that the adult by the child's side would shoot if provoked. However, if the child was already familiar with weapons, then perhaps it would not be difficult to nudge him into training well in magical defense to face Voldemort. What else surprised him was that the boy did not wear glasses, but seemed to glare at him with clear eyesight. Albus had known that James had been unable to have his vision corrected magically, and the venerable wizard was surprised that Muggles may have found a way to combat what wizards hadn't. As much as he wanted to blurt out questions to Harry about where he had been and how he had corrected his eyesight, Albus was at least sensible enough to be wary of the arrows pointed at him. In hindsight, he probably should have made an appointment, or perhaps walked down from the roof, but he couldn't undo his actions now. He smiled nervously at the two and scrabbled for a way to diffuse the tension when a dinging noise sounded, and a door opened to reveal two more men. One swaggered forward confidently until he was meters from Albus, whilst the second went to stand in front of the child in a protective gesture. It also successfully got the child to lower his bow, for which Albus was grateful even if it didn't pose a risk to him. "Well, I have to congratulate you. No one has managed to get this far into the tower before." "Who are you and how did you do it?" the one with the beard and the obvious ego asked. "My name is Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I used magic to get here," Albus explained, and waited for the reactions. The bowman didn't react, apart from a narrowing of his eyes, and continued to aim an arrow at him. The clean-shaven man with curling dark hair looked as if things had clicked into place and things were being explained. So Albus guessed that this was the person who had taken care of Harry the longest. Harry had stopped glaring at him and was now scrutinizing Albus with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. The egotistical man's face remained blank. "School of Magic? Do you seriously expect us to believe that?" he scoffed. "I swear, my good man, that I am not lying. Perhaps we can all sit down without the weapons, and I can explain everything?" Albus suggested. "Clint, keep an eye on him, but lower your bow," the bearded one said. Harry and his likely guardian walked the long way round the sofas and settled on the one furthest from where Albus sat, which wasn't far away as the furniture had been placed to be close and intimate. The other man sat on the middle sofa like a referee, and Albus sat across from Harry. The archer stayed in the kitchen area and sat on the breakfast bar with his bow across his knees whilst he spun the arrow through his fingers with practiced ease. Although he looked relaxed, Albus was pretty certain it would take him less than a second to knock the arrow and fire it if he was thought to be a threat. "I believe we should probably introduce ourselves. He is Tony Stark, Hawkeye is the one sitting over there, and I am Bruce Banner. I assume the reason you are here is Mateo." Bruce asked. "Mateo? I am here to talk to Harry Potter. I must say, Harry, that your eyes are just as striking as your mother's," Albus said as he looked at the child. "So, my name was Harry," Mateo said thoughtfully, looking up at Bruce. Albus felt a little put out that he was being ignored. "I prefer Mateo," Bruce said comfortingly. "Me too," Mateo replied. Albus wanted to object. He had no idea what had happened to the Potter child since he had left England, but he couldn't ignore his heritage because he didn't like his name. He was also not being ignored and treated like just a common messenger. But before he could politely interrupt to regain control of the situation, the archer spoke up. "Sorry, but I'm not buying this guy," Clint interjected from his perch. "Guessing physical attributes is not hard. Any spy worth his salt is trained to worm their way into any situation with such skills. Admittedly, the getting into the building is impressive, and knowing the child's identity is handy. But how can we trust you?" "How can I prove myself then?" Albus asked patiently. "Harry's start in life is rather vague. We know everything after he was 6 as he was with Bruce, and he himself remembers his life with his aunt and uncle. How did he end up there?" Clint asked without hesitation. The wizard acted like he was thinking how best to cover the topic, but in reality he was already prepared to talk this through. Although such a conversation would have been easier to cover with the Dursleys, who already knew about magic, Dumbledore had prepared himself on the way over here. In Wizarding Britain, there was a war 10 years ago fought between a man called Voldemort with his followers and those who opposed him. Voldemort wanted supremacy of wizards over the Muggles, those without magic, and Muggleborns, those of our kind born from Muggle parents. There were many who followed Voldemort out of their lust for power, and some who followed out of fear. The wizarding world is but a small percentage of the Muggle world, and the greater majority stayed neutral and inactive during the war. Of those that fought more were Death Eaters than not. James and Lily Potter were amongst those who fought Voldemort and his Death Eaters, until they became at risk of being hunted down. The Potters were an old and respected family line who always supported the light, and Lily refused to be discriminated against. However, when Lily had you, she decided that they could not risk your life in the fighting, so they went into hiding. However, they were betrayed by a friend, and Voldemort found out where you were. He killed your parents and tried to kill you, Harry, but something went wrong. For some reason, the killing curse rebounded off you and hit Voldemort himself. Voldemort was killed, and the house was destroyed, whilst you escaped with nothing more than the scar on your forehead. Albus saw the child reach up and rub his forehead, but was surprised when his fringe was parted and there was no scar. Bruce chuckled at Albus' look of confusion. I assume you wizards have never heard of plastic surgery. The scar never faded, so we had it removed when Mateo reached a point where he became too obsessive about it. Normally, cursed scars cannot be healed, Albus explained. This wasn't healing. It's been covered by careful application of skin grafts, Bruce clarified. Back on topic, his parents were killed, and so was this madman. So who took charge of Mateo? Tony asked, specifically emphasizing the name he was used to calling the boy by. Harry's godparents were also compromised by Death Eaters, so I took him to his relatives. He had an aunt and an uncle who were Muggles, and so were safely far away from the magical world that they would be left alone. Every wizard was celebrating Voldemort's downfall, and Harry was being hailed as the boy who lived and was toasted across the country. I thought growing up away from that would be good for the child, Albus said. I assume you just left him on the doorstep or something, without talking to the family, Bruce asked in a deceptively mild tone. Tony and Clint tensed up at some hidden warning in their friend's voice. It was the middle of the night. I felt that they would not be very happy with being disturbed. So I left a letter, Albus explained. He didn't seem to register the underlying tension in the room. And you never once checked on him. Bruce's eyes hardened. I had a nearby neighbor keep an eye out. Well, they did a terrible job. Do you have any idea what kind of Mateo had with those people you left him with? Albus almost flinched as the man exploded angrily. When I found Mateo, he had a broken wrist where his uncle had stamped on it, as well as bruising to the neck where he had been dragged, and lots of splinters in his palms and knees from where he had been thrown into the shed. As I treated him, I found evidence of past broken ribs, most likely from being kicked, as well as numerous swells from being beaten with a belt. I was rather surprised there was no sign of significant head trauma, although they had definitely struck him there, most likely because they knew that any serious injury would mean they would lose their slave. As Bruce had spoken, Albus had had to fight the urge to cower slightly from the man. To him, it was a bizarre experience. Never had he been threatened so effectively by a Muggle of all people. But what seemed to make it more effective was the man's voice deepened to an almost rumbling growl. His eyes turned to a glittering green, and his presence seemed to grow. Albus had seen instances when angry wizards had seemed to grow because their magic was reacting, but never had he seen it in a Muggle. That Calm down, Matteo said quietly and carefully took one of Bruce's hands and laid the fingers on his own wrist. What are you doing? Albus asked curiously. Dad has a condition where if he loses control, then he will act without conscious thought, and we really don't want that to happen right now. I found out in the past that distracting him calms him down again, and the easiest way I have found is to get him concentrating on something else. Me and my pulse seem to do that effectively enough, and I'm usually around when this happens, Matteo said simply. The three adults watched in interest as Bruce's jet green eyes dulled back to their warm brown color. The man himself also relaxed and seemed to return to his normal mild-mannered self, and Albus could feel the threatening presence recede. How successful is that technique? Tony asked, his mind already turning over the other uses of the information. I stopped him on the helicarrier when he usually can't return, but then someone shot him, and things went downhill from there. I've done it quite a few times now, Matteo said. We are getting off track here, Bruce said impatiently. You left a baby on a doorstep in the middle of the night with only a letter by way of explanation, and then failed to check in with the child when he was being abused. How the hell are you the headmaster of a school if you can't even act in the best interests of one child? Albus wilted slightly under the glare of the three adults facing him. Harry was in danger from Death Eaters discovering him and finishing him off. I had to get the boy who lived hidden quickly. The child was famous. I couldn't leave him in the wizarding world in case the family he was with let it slip. There must be thousands of wizards in the UK. Was there not one single family that could be trusted to look after him? What about hiding him in your school? Bruce snapped back. I can only apologize for my idiocy and be grateful that you were around to take him in. Where did you find Harry? Albus desperately changed the subject. I found him in an alleyway, and seeing as he didn't even know his own name for certain, I decided he couldn't go back to his relatives who obviously did not care for him. Bruce said, Whereabouts was this alley? We searched extensively for Harry once we learned he was missing. Albus asked. It was a bit late then, wasn't it? Tony could be heard muttering, but no one really paid him much attention. I was in India. Bruce smiled as Albus stared back in shock. I take it that Matteo is rather gifted for him to have managed that. It is possible for adults to apparate that distance if they know where they are going, but for a child to perform accidental magic of that magnitude is unheard of, Albus admitted. It is extremely dangerous to attempt it without knowing where you are going. You can reappear in a wall or leave parts of you behind. So you're a genius and a magical prodigy, Tony said happily, trying to get Matteo to focus on the positives rather than the fact he could have left a limb behind. Yes, he would easily at the top of his class at Hogwarts, Albus said. The wizard decided that they had had enough time to berate him, and now he needed to convince Harry to come to Hogwarts. I have the letter here which details what you would need to purchase, as well as your train ticket to get to Hogwarts. Hang on, we haven't accepted the offer yet, Bruce interrupted. But he has had his name down since the day he was born, Albus protested. Harry Potter had his name down since he was born. Matteo Banner has the choice of whether he wants to go to your school. Besides, he probably doesn't have an invitation to your school, does he? Bruce snapped. Matteo looked surprised but happy with Bruce's insistence of keeping his new name. But he is Harry Potter, Albus pointed out. I think you will find that any records of Harry Potter cease at age 6. whilst Matteo Banner has a full history with birth certificates, jab records, and school reports. Tony smirked. How? Simple when you know how to hack a system, like I can. Creating records is child's play compared to what I can do. I could set Bruce up with a completely new identity right now if I wished without any hardship, and no one would be able to tell if it was fake or not. So to us muggles, Matteo Banner is much more real than your supposed Harry Potter. I did a document sweep when I was filing Matteo's adoption papers, and the only record of his old name was a birth certificate and social service papers filled out by his relatives so that they could claim financial support for raising him. They got money for keeping me? Matteo asked faintly. Sorry, kid, but they lied to you every time they said you were a burden. Tony apologized, hoping to soften the blow. So every time they starved me and made me wear Dudley's horrible cast-offs was because they deliberately wanted me to suffer rather than because they couldn't afford me. I had to sleep in a cupboard because of them. I may have been safe from wizards, but I honestly thought my uncle was going to kill me a couple of times. It was Bruce's turn to give Matteo a hug and whispered something into his ear as the child shook in a mixture of anger and emotional pain. As things add up, I think Matteo is better off staying here and learning muggle things from us rather than joining this world that owes him everything and gave him nothing. Clint threw his 2 cents in, and Albus at least had the decency to look chagrined. I don't know. If I hadn't been abused by my relatives, then I wouldn't have met Dad and be with you guys now. Matteo smiled weakly. As much as I have loved having you around, I wish you hadn't had to face all that to get to me, Bruce muttered. Trust us, kid. As long as we live, we won't let you come to harm again, Tony said, and behind him Clint nodded emphatically. Now, do you want to learn about magic? It would be rather interesting. As much as I love science, I have never really found an area I felt pulled to. But the thought of learning magic feels right somehow, Matteo said slowly, and Albus started to look pleased at the decision. Just because he wants to learn magic doesn't mean we are letting him anywhere near you, Bruce snarled, and the pleased look that had appeared on Albus' face vanished. I'm sure every country has a magic school. We could dig around and find the one in America if you wanted us to. I'm right, aren't I? Tony directed at Albus. The wizard looked reluctant to answer. So Clint encouraged him. Look, mate, you either answer us honestly and gain an iota of respect amongst us, or you refuse and Matteo stays here. I imagine losing the boy who lived is not something you want people to know about. Yes, there are numerous schools across the globe. The one in America is all right, but it was only set up a century ago, so they are still learning the best methods for teaching. Durmstrang in Russia and Beauxbatons in France are very good schools. But I am not lying to you when I say gaining even mediocre grades at Hogwarts would look much better on his CV than even excellent grades at any other school, Albus said slowly. He then went on to give a very basic overview of the school's history and setup, obviously determined to try to get the child to choose the institute over any other. So, why haven't we been contacted by one of the American schools? Matteo asked. It could be because you've only just got here and you've only just gotten your citizenship, or they send their letters out later. Either way, paperwork takes time, Tony suggested. If you were to go into the wizarding world as Harry Potter, I am sure you wouldn't need to do more than pass each class, and you would be able to get a brilliant job. But as Matteo, you might want to go to one of the better schools, Bruce said reluctantly as he thought through their options. I assume that the school is a boarding school? There is no way Matteo could travel that distance each day for lessons. Tony asked. Yes, term starts in September, and students have 3 weeks off over Christmas, and then term ends in June. Although it is not common practice for families to visit throughout the year, if Harry was able to get onto the Quidditch team, then you could come to every match, which could be 3 times a year, Albus explained. You would not be able to use Muggle technology to communicate. The sheer amount of magic in wizarding areas such as at the school and Diagon Alley, which is the shopping street in London, shorts out electric items. We might have a problem there then. I will have to avoid these places, Tony said with a slight frown. Why would that be? Albus asked. Do you know nothing of recent Muggle events? Should I? Albus asked politely. Tony snorted at the apparent superiority of the wizard. Jarvis, play some of the news footage of the battle. Certainly, sir. Do you have any preference in channel or part of the battle? Albus seemed incredibly confused by the incorporeal voice. No, just put some on. Tony sighed, not for the first time wishing he had made his AI slightly less intelligent. Albus was then treated to 20 minutes of footage of the battle, interviews with various important people analyzing the threat of the Avengers, and then Tony's interview. Although the man understood very little of the technicalities behind how the battle came about, he understood that Tony relied on technology to survive for some reason, as there was that glow in his chest. He also caught the subtle hint that those who had taken Harry in as their own were able to face unbelievable odds and come out successful. According to the estimated body count, the Avengers had killed over 1,000 invading beings while none of the 6 suffered from more than minor injuries. So I'll have to do some research before I can come visit Matteo, but at least that will give me an excuse to avoid the work Pepper is hounding me to do, Tony said lightly. I'll help you with that, Bruce offered. So I have to buy a load of school supplies and get to King's Cross by September, which gives me just under 2 months to stay here. I'm not sure about this, Matteo said honestly. You don't have to make up your mind right now. Like you said, we have 2 months before school starts, and we have that time to decide and buy things if you want to go, Bruce reassured him. Did my parents leave me anything? Any possessions like a property or funds for school? Matteo asked. The Potter Vault is yours once you reach majority, and until then there is a smaller vault that you can access for your school requirements. The bank, called Gringotts in Diagon Alley, has your accounts. Albus handed over a small key. If that is everything, then I shall see you in September, Mr. Potter. Albus stood after a lull in the conversation. It is Mr. Banner. I refuse to be called Potter, as that name only brings back bad memories. If I attend, it'll be as Matteo Banner, or not at all, Matteo said decisively. Albus nodded unhappily and disapparated with a rather loud crack. When the headmaster was finally safely back in his office a few hours later, he had to be careful to not start to destroy things. All his plans had been blown to the wind by the type of people Harry had ended up with. He had known how unbelievably predictable the Dursleys had been, so putting Harry there would have been a risk, but then the child would have been much easier to predict from knowing his upbringing. This Matteo would be a willful wild card that could make the situation with Voldemort worse. And the board had already been set, with the Philosopher's Stone and its puzzles already being placed as he thought. Dumbledore slumped into his chair and rubbed his temples as a headache started to make itself known. It would take a lot of careful handling and planning, but he wasn't prepared to consider the situation a lost cause just yet. Matteo sat there after Albus had gone and stared at the spot that the man had occupied. Bruce worriedly kept his arms slung around his son's shoulders whilst glancing between him and the spot he stared at. Tony stood and started pacing, while Clint dropped his arrow back into his quiver and slid the bow over the opposite shoulder. "Well, that was unexpected," he said to break the silence. Completely, the fact that the man confirmed that Matteo had magic was not after Loki's diagnostics, but the fact that Albus is such a manipulative and naive son of a bitch and is in charge of a school is rather surprising. "Sorry." Tony noticed Bruce's scowl at his choice in language. "I need to think," Matteo said and wriggled from his dad's arms and padded towards the lift, his bow and quiver still across his back like Clint. "One thing first, kiddo," Tony said, and waited until Matteo had turned to look at him. "I was serious in what I said. You are a genius, and you will undoubtedly be successful in whatever you choose to do. I speak for all of us when I say we support you in your choice, and we will always be here to protect you." "Thanks, Tony," Matteo nodded and left the room. "You've been uncharacteristically emotional through this meeting," Clint observed. "You heard what that kid has been through in the first few years of his life. He needs some support to realize the Earth is not a cold, dead place. Bruce knows how to deal with the psychological scars brought on by abusive families, and I know that he needs some people he can trust and rely on. Who better for that to be than his unofficial aunt and uncles?" Tony said frankly, "What do we do if he does want to go to Hogwarts?" The other guy was not impressed with that man, and letting Matteo go there would be like sending a lamb right into the lion's den. Bruce asked nervously, "And I'm not a qualified psychologist. I'm not even a properly qualified medical doctor." "First off, Matteo is no lamb," Clint replied, ignoring Bruce's protest. "That kid can be lethal if he wants to be. Second, if he is going as Matteo Banner, then half of the heat will be taken off him as he won't have a giant target painted on his back. Thirdly, I doubt the threat of the psycho killer will go away if we bury our heads in the sand. So he needs to be prepared. But he is not even 11. How can he be expected to possibly have to face Death Eaters and Voldemort if he is still alive when he hasn't even started high school, let alone finished it?" Bruce almost shouted. "The world isn't fair at times when it dishes out fate, but we can help him and change his odds so that he comes out of this fighting rather than a broken lad," Clint said somberly. "If he goes to that school and that Diagon Alley, then I am going to find out as much as we can about that Voldemort, and we can start research. Once we know everything about him, then we can help figure out how we defeat him," Tony said, almost like a vow. "And wherever he decides to go, we can at least make sure he has enough Muggle training to ensure he isn't defenseless," Clint promised. Bruce didn't say anything, but merely nodded in agreement of the two men he considered friends. In quite short order, they both excused themselves to unknown jobs and left Bruce sitting on the couch to wait for his son's return. Chapter 22. Reconnaissance Mission. Matteo had been lying on his back on his bed for the last 3 hours as his brain whirled with thoughts and snippets of the conversation they had just had. Over half of his life so far had been a lie. His parents were murdered, and his aunt and uncle had deliberately treated him like dirt for fun. Then the person who revealed this to them turned out to be the one that had caused most of the problems in his life. The only consistently good thing Matteo had to rely on was Bruce, and now perhaps the Avengers. The thought of going and studying at a school run by Dumbledore did not appeal to him. The man seemed to be manipulative and got people to do his bidding through lies. Although he had not said it, it was quite obvious that the wizard wanted him to be a poster boy for the potential future war, and to help finish what Harry had inadvertently started by surviving that night many years ago. He owed nothing to Albus. If anything, the man owed him a lot of compensation for causing so much pain in his life. In comparison, Bruce had only ever expected him to be polite and happy. The man had held back no secrets from him. Even the largest and most terrifying part of his life was revealed to Matteo on their first proper day of knowing each other. Bruce had been prepared to risk his own neck by staying in America, where Ross could easily find him, only so that Matteo could receive the best education money could buy, so that he didn't have to be limited in the future. Of the two people, Matteo would rather stay here with Bruce than to go within 100 meters of Albus again. But what complicated matters was that the thought of doing magic caused his imagination to spark in ways that nothing else did. Sure, Matteo would enjoy being a doctor and helping people, and he probably would still end up doing so, but learning that he could learn to control magic seemed to feel right. He could only compare it to how he imagined true love was supposed to be like. You could not explain it. It just was supposed to be. As Tony and Bruce had said, they would support him in his choice, and he could always learn what they would be willing to teach him over the summer, and then train to be a doctor after finishing school at 17 or 18. He finally felt reasonably content in his decision, so Matteo sat up and stretched the stiffness from his limbs. He was unsure where everyone would be, so he headed up to the communal level and was lucky enough to find his dad there waiting for him. Bruce had not moved at all from the spot he had claimed on the sofa earlier, but as soon as he saw his son approaching, he gave a nervous smile and set about making tea. Matteo sat at the breakfast bar and waited for his dad to finish preparing it before accepting the glass cup he often used and sniffed the herbal aroma appreciatively. "How are you feeling?" Bruce asked gently. Tired, confused, angry, upset, relieved, grateful, worried, and a tiny bit excited, Matteo replied honestly. "I can guess the reason to most of those, but I'm not sure why you feel relieved." Bruce looked curiously at his son. "When I was with my aunt and uncle, they usually called me Freak, and I never understood why. I started doing odd things occasionally when I was upset or angry, and then they continued when I was with you. Like that time I managed to pop up at your side and avoid getting run over." Both Matteo and Bruce winced at that memory. "I had no explanation as to how I was doing it, and I was afraid that I really was a freak. I didn't want to disappoint you by being a freak, and now I know that I am not, and that I was just doing accidental magic. I know Loki had already confirmed that for us, but I still wasn't completely ready to believe him. You are, and never were, a freak. I'm glad that you have proof of that now." Bruce smiled. Harry returned the smile weakly and sipped at his tea. "I think I want to learn magic, but I am definitely not interested as going as Harry Potter. I'm used to staying in the background, and I don't want to be the center of attention. I don't know how Tony stands it. He was raised with the media constantly watching. That's why he has many faces created to deal with different situations, and I think the public persona stuck a bit too much. We can reply to Albus and tell him the conditions of you going to Hogwarts, unless you want us to try and find another school. Seeing as we know of Diagon Alley, we can go there and find out from the wizards themselves where else we can look," suggested his dad. As much as I dislike admitting that man was right, getting the best school on my CV would look the most impressive. And it would be interesting to discover some of my parents' past. Not that I am not grateful for everything you've done, Matteo said in a panic. It's all right, I understand completely what you want to find out more about them. Bruce grabbed his hand and stopped Matteo's garbled sentence. So, when are we going to Diagon Alley? Matteo asked hesitantly. Tony has offered his plane for us to go on a trip at the weekend, and apparently he has a London apartment we can all crash at, Bruce revealed. Who is we? Well, Tony is determined to learn everything he can about this new world, and seeing as we are using his plane and flat, we can't exactly say no to him. Clint wants to come too as backup. He doesn't trust Albus, so he wants to keep an eye out. Also, he would be useful to spot things on this intel mission, as he has called it. Then there will be us too, obviously. We haven't told other two yet, and we should. If we did, we would run the risk of all the Avengers appearing in the middle of London for no reason, which could spark panic. Matteo winced at the thought, and Bruce laughed at his expression. I'm surprised everyone is being so accepting of this. Well, Tony and Clint, I would have thought they would have put up a greater resistance than they seem to have. Matteo said, Tony will enjoy learning about magic just as much as you, and he will back your decisions whatever they may be. He really does have a soft spot for you. And Clint probably thinks you are wise enough to make your own decisions, although I bet he will be ready to defend you if something foul happens, Bruce said slowly. But overall, they both know what it is like to have someone play with their lives, and both of them hated it. They can see the wisdom of being trained to face your future, but that doesn't mean they will let anyone manipulate you into being something you aren't. So I'm going to get the education I want. Tony gets to learn something new. Clint gets to thumb his nose at manipulative fools across the world. What do you get out of this? If we go through with this, it's going to be completely different to what we're used to. Matteo chewed his lip anxiously. I get to see you happy. I'm behind you whatever you decide to do, Bruce said with a smile, and kept his fears tightly at bay. Now, I think we should take a break from debating your future and go do something interesting. Tony made Clint some new arrowheads. We could go watch them test them in the range. 3 days later, Matteo was sitting wide-eyed in a luxurious white leather seat staring out the window at the white fluffy clouds as Tony's private jet flew them to England. Of the 3 aircraft he had been in so far, Tony's jet was by far the most comfortable for many reasons. The seats were deep and soft, there was a wide variety of in-flight entertainment, and the jet was flying evenly through the clouds rather than zipping along despite any adverse weather. Clint was almost as excited as Matteo to fly in the private jet, but was doing a good job at hiding it as he checked over his bow and fussed over his quiver. The assassin had flown many times, so watching the clouds pass by held no fascination for him anymore, but to be able to relax in comfort that exceeded first-class standards and not have to pilot the jet was awesome. Although he and the other Avengers had lived at the tower for almost 2 months, now Clint still found it difficult to relax with amongst the luxury that Tony was used to. Being on Tony's private jet just accentuated the sense of wealth that Clint was struggling with, so he settled with fidgeting to occupy his mind. Bruce was in the same boat as Clint, but had settled for flicking through the latest new journal of physics to occupy his mind. Tony had been playing on his phone for a while, but with his business conducted, he ended up twiddling his thumbs. With no entertainment from the adults, he eventually resorted to coaxing Matteo into joining him play some games on the installed gaming consoles. Once in London, a chauffeur-driven car picked them up and took them to Tony's penthouse. Currently, London was experiencing its summer season, which meant it was raining and the city looked generally dull, which did not appeal to Matteo. However, Tony promised him that the place did liven up eventually as they took the lift to his apartment. Clint had been to London a couple of times, so he was used to the city's various moods, although he had forgotten how annoying the city could become if you were soaked through from the cold rain, and it was windy. Thankfully, Tony's lifestyle meant that they didn't have to walk anywhere, and they had barely been outside for longer than 3 minutes so far. The flat they arrived at was definitely owned by Stark, but it was surprisingly subtle in its taste. The TVs were smaller, as were the sofas, than the ones installed in the New York Tower. The furniture was more like that you would buy from a local trade outlet, rather than being custom built for the rooms. The walls were painted in creams, and the carpet was thick and soft, and a latte color. This place only has 2 bedrooms. "So Clint, you've got the sofa," Tony announced. Clint rolled his eyes at Tony's oversight, but the sofa was deep enough for it to easily rival a single bed, and it looked comfier than his bunk in the Shield helicarrier. He dumped his bag at the side of the sofa and carefully stashed his bow case underneath the furniture, whilst the others dropped their bags off in their rooms. Tony had said about getting out and seeing a couple of sights before visiting a local Italian restaurant he was fond of, so Clint didn't get comfy. However, he couldn't resist slumping onto the sofa to test it out, and he was happy to learn he would likely be quite comfortable sleeping here. "Legolas, you might want to change. Walking around in your usual outfit isn't going to blend in well with the rest of us." Tony's voice came down the corridor. "What's the dress code then?" Clint shouted back, annoyed that he wouldn't get away with his black jeans and comfortable hoodie. "Black tie. Although if you don't have a tie, I can let you off of that. Remember, this is London, and we want to blend in with the locals. And I'm not meaning the student population," Tony advised. Clint rolled his eyes but obeyed the billionaire's wishes, thankful that he had anticipated such an order when he was at the tower and had packed a few suits. He wasn't imaginative when it came to suits, so in no time he was lying on the sofa again, dressed in black trousers with a white shirt. Bruce and Matteo emerged first, Bruce wearing a smarter version of his usual clothing in a tailored gray suit and purple shirt, while Matteo was in a dark blue verging on black suit with dark green shirt. Tony then waltzed into the room in a blue suit, light blue shirt, and a gold bow tie. When he noticed no one else had brought one, he sighed and yanked off the bow tie and undid his top button to match the more relaxed look of his companions. Tony fulfilled his promise, and they were driven around the city to see Buckingham Palace, the Tower of London, the Millennium Stadium, and the outside of the Natural History Museum before Tony managed to buy them a ride on the London Eye. The rain had finally stopped, and the sun was making a timid appearance, so Matteo could finally appreciate the view as they slowly traveled above the roofs of the city. It's not as manic as New York, but it is still an impressive city. The amount of effort put into the architecture and the windy roads gives it quite an appealing personality, Matteo observed. "We should take a quick trip into the countryside. Matteo should experience some of the country roads around here," Clint suggested, then explained as he saw the child's confused look. The roads were designed for sheep herding or small carts, so trying to fit modern cars down them is an interesting challenge, especially when the hedges are over 10 feet tall and you can't see what's coming down the road from the other way. Matteo did not seem to enjoy the idea, and Clint wondered if he suffered from travel sickness. He imagined that that would be very inconvenient if the child did, considering some of the transport available in third world countries. By the evening the group were still reasonably awake, so the conversation at the dinner table was quite lively. Tony was the only one who had any idea what the dishes were like, as they were labeled in Italian and the description was merely a list of expensive, authentic ingredients that none of them had heard of before. Matteo did prod his food slightly suspiciously, but once he had tucked in he enjoyed his tagliatelle. Matteo drew a few odd looks from nearby tables, as he was the only child in the establishment, but his accent still passed close enough to English for him to masquerade as Clint's son, as the archer was also putting on an accent. To the casual eavesdropper, it seemed like any other business meal or a catch-up between distant friends. When they had finally eaten their fill and drunk through 2 bottles of extremely expensive wine, Bruce said he would abstain in solidarity with Matteo. The 4 of them were more than happy to head back to the apartment and relax with a movie before bed. Saturday dawned bright and clear, and the 4 were up relatively early in their shared excitement of exploring something completely new. In the letter, Albus had left instructions on how to find Diagon Alley, and so Tony had Jarvis plot out a route for his driver. After a quick breakfast, the quartet piled into the car and were driven to a rather uninspiring part of the city. Tony told the guy to head home again, and they were left staring about on the pavement, probably looking very much like the lost tourists they were. Although the suits that Tony had insisted they wore again made them look more like the victims of a carjacking than lost tourists. So what did the instructions say? Bruce asked. Just that the entrance was called the Leaky Cauldron and was situated on this road. Tony recalled the letter easily. So it's through there? Matteo asked and pointed to a bookshop a bit further down the road. In the bookshop? Clint asked. No, the black building next to it, Matteo replied. I don't see a black building, Clint said stubbornly. Then you need your eyes checking. I can quite clearly see it. Matteo sighed. Hey kid, I'll have you know my eyesight is fine. Bruce, Tony, back me up here. Clint pouted. Sorry, but I can't see it either. Tony shrugged. Perhaps the reason only Matteo can see it is because he has magic. Maybe the place has some kind of perception filter that only magical people can see through, Bruce suggested. Then how do Muggle-born children get to the place with their parents? Matteo asked. Physical contact, Tony suggested, and promptly grabbed Matteo's hand and dragged him in the rough direction that the boy had pointed in. Bruce quickly caught up and put a hand on Matteo's shoulder, while Clint protested at Tony grabbing his upper arm and dragging him along. Tony was ignoring him, though, as he had been right, and he could now see the pub. When they reached the door, Bruce and Clint entered first before Matteo was allowed in, with Tony bringing up the rear, much to his indignation. The choice of entry worked out well, though, as Tony's potentially overexcited entrance would have drawn a bit of attention from the quiet and calm pub occupants. However, as soon as he stepped through the threshold, Tony was too busy keeping tabs on the functionality of his arc reactor to worry about making a scene. His phone had died as soon as they passed through the doors, but whatever had caused that failure was not interrupting the power source buried in his chest. Tony hazarded a guess that the Starcanium metal that powered the reactor was like the palladium core in that it was a natural element that happened to emit power. Hopefully that meant the magical current could not interfere with the workings like it did with a phone that was run off of a human-made power source. The room the group found themselves in was quite well lit from the large, if slightly grimy, windows and numerous candles placed on various surfaces around the room. A fire crackled merrily in the large fireplace too, despite the room being plenty warm enough without its added heat. There seemed to be a few people dotted around the room, some in large cloaks that hid their faces and sat hunched over their drinks. However, the large majority of the patrons looked relatively presentable and normal as they sat in groups, talking quietly. Of these people, only a couple really paid attention to the four who stood just inside the entrance with matching confused and interested looks. They certainly didn't seem to register at all that 3 of the 4 were globally famous. "Morning, it's always nice to see new faces," the cheery barman said as they spotted him. "How can I help?" "We were actually looking for the entrance to Diagon Alley," Bruce asked politely and expecting to be turned away. "Ah, right this way. This must be your first time here. Then, first in the family, or have you just moved here from America?" the man asked happily and motioned for them to follow him. "Yes, this is our first time to the street. Mateo is the first to have magic in the family, so we are very excited for him. We moved from America last year, so this is a learning experience for all of us," Bruce chatted back happily as he lied through his teeth. The barman seemed to have a way of putting people at ease as Bruce found himself relaxing slightly despite his nerves. "Well, my name is Tom. I run the Leaky Cauldron, and if you ever have any questions, then feel free to ask. We have quite a lot of new families every year, and sometimes the kids don't feel confident in asking some of the more mundane questions with the professors. Now, to get to Diagon Alley, you have to tap these bricks," Tom explained. They had reached a small, walled courtyard that barely held the 5 of them, and Tom tapped a sequence of bricks with his wand. Suddenly, the wall in front of them started to move and rearranged itself into an archway, and the 4 of them were entranced by the display of magic. It took them a little while to realize that the act had revealed a bustling street full of very new sights for them to see. "I'd recommend going to Gringotts first. That's the huge white building at the end, for your money. Although it is quite useful to be able to browse without the temptation to buy things." Tom smiled at their odd looks. "Thanks for your help, Tom," Clint managed to say before the man wandered back inside his pub. "So, bank like he said?" Tony asked quietly, his mind too busy processing what he was seeing to really form an eloquent sentence. "Sounds like a good idea." Mateo laughed at the expressions that the others were pulling. Getting to the bank was a lot easier said than done, as all 4 of them were rather easily distracted from their goal by the wide variety of shops and products for sale. Bruce was doing quite a good job in herding them all until he saw the bookshop and had to be rescued himself before he walked in. Clint and Tony were distracted by any shop they passed, whilst Mateo found himself most powerfully drawn to the bookshop, but also the apothecary and the pet shop. Although Tony's idea of dressing to impress worked well in the Muggle world, they simply stood out like a sore thumb amongst the crowds wearing old-fashioned robes in many colors, whilst children seemed to wear clothes that could almost have them blending in with their Muggle peers. Their suits, casual though they may have been, gained some odd looks from the magical folk as they passed. Mateo was confused to see that many of the people that looked at them either almost in a seemingly indulgent manner or condescendingly. Both types of looks suggested that they viewed the quartet as a lesser type of being, and Mateo had no idea why. Eventually, they made it to the bank and had to consciously stop themselves from staring at the small creatures that were dotted around the place as guards or were serving humans at enormous desks. Bruce luckily managed to overhear what the people in front were asking, so acted pretty confidently when asking for access to the Potter Vault. The being behind the desk didn't bat an eyelid at the request, and the 2 were led away to visit the vault. Matteo spotted Tony walking up to the next cashier and guessed he was going to get some legal tender for their trip. Two rather terrifying and yet exhilarating cart rides later, Matteo and Bruce were back in the foyer of the bank looking around futilely for Tony and Clint. "Why am I feeling it wasn't a good idea to leave those two alone?" Bruce muttered as they ventured out to the street, once it became obvious that the two weren't in the building. Matteo followed him, but accidentally bumped into a family as he walked through the huge doors to the bank. He had been distracted by the inscription in the door of the marble building and hadn't seen the others until he walked into them. "My apologies," Matteo said in Hindi in response to the swirl of color he had collided with. He only realized he had spoken in another language after he had finished speaking and almost repeated himself in English, but was stopped by the woman. "What did you say?" The woman, who he had bumped, stopped moving in surprise. "I hope I got the wording right. I am sorry for knocking you," Matteo said, his brow furrowed in confusion. He was sure that he had spoken properly and hadn't accidentally insulted the woman. "Your wording was perfect. I am just surprised to find someone who speaks Hindi in Diagon Alley. And an English child at that. My name is Anvi Patil," the woman explained. "Oh, I'm Matteo Banner. I forgot where we were. I was busy trying to find some friends. And I only realized you were wearing a sari, and so responded in the first language that came to mind," Matteo replied. Now that he was paying attention, Matteo was surprised that he had slipped up. The woman, along with her husband and two daughters, were indeed wearing Indian clothes. However, Matteo had pretty much exclusively been speaking English for the last 2 months at the tower, apart from his Russian lessons with Nat. For him to slip right back into Hindi without even registering the stimuli that caused the change was surprising for him. "How is it that you know Hindi so well?" "Even my own daughters are not as fluent, and we have tried teaching them the language as they grew up." The woman looked approvingly at him. "I was raised in India by my father, who was a traveling doctor," Matteo explained vaguely. "Anyway, I am sorry, but I should be going. We need to find our friends before they get lost or into trouble." "What do they look like?" "We have just walked up the street and may have seen them," the woman asked kindly. "They are two muggles wearing suits, both with short hair, but one has black hair and a beard, and the other has dark blonde hair," Matteo described them. There were two who matched that description at the ice cream parlor. The husband piped up. "Thank you," Matteo bowed politely. "I look forward to seeing you at the Hogwarts Express." Matteo trotted towards where his father was and grabbed him by the hand. "Come on." Apparently they are stuffing their faces with ice cream. Their information had been right, and 2 minutes later Bruce was standing with his arms crossed and a disapproving look on his face, while Tony and Clint sat unashamedly tucking into huge bowls of ice cream. "You could have at least bought us one each," Matteo sighed and sat down next to them. "Well, we weren't sure how long you would be in there counting your gold, so we decided to enjoy our time here," Clint explained around a mouthful of unnaturally blue ice cream. "I'm telling you, if take your galleons and convert it to dollars, you are probably going to be rolling in it. The conversion rate is $7 to the galleon at the moment," Tony informed them. "Well, that is good to know. Even if Matteo doesn't stay here, he should be able to still go to any university he wishes in America," Bruce said, happy that there would be a way of funding Matteo's college fund beyond whatever he could earn or Tony's charity. It was one time that he was grateful that Matteo's biological parents had been who they were. It meant that his child wouldn't have to worry about money for many years. So is the intelligence gathering of the ice cream coming up with any good results? Matteo joked. They have loads more varieties than we have, but I would definitely recommend the clotted cream, chocolate, candy floss, wild cherry, and salted caramel. Clint pointed at the different flavors he had. I'll get us some, Bruce said, and relieved Matteo of a few galleons to go order. Like Tom in the bar, the owner of the parlor was a friendly and talkative fellow who happily chatted about some wizarding history and about the alley. He advised them against going down the gloomy alley they had seen on the way up, citing the alley's dark reputation. Over their ice cream, they decided that Matteo may as well go about buying everything as if he was to go to Hogwarts, and hopefully by talking with the shopkeepers and other shoppers they could gain more of an insight into the way of life. No one mentioned the types of looks they had been getting from some of the richer families in the street, and it seemed to be an unspoken, unanimous decision to keep the day a pleasant one. Matteo was content with the decision. He was thoroughly enjoying the feeling of being in Diagon Alley, as it felt alive like he hadn't experienced before. It seemed that every cell in his body was tingling with energy. The closest he could describe it like was when he was pumped on adrenaline. The magical world may have been completely bizarre and archaic, but Matteo was eager to explore and learn more about it. So, I think perhaps we should buy a trunk first to carry everything in, and then we can do some serious shopping. Pepper would be so proud of me for being so organized, Tony said in mock seriousness. The shop dedicated to trunks and bags was both boring and interesting at the same time. The variety of products was impressive for the simple act of carrying things around, and the materials and spells varied to suit any kind of occasion. Matteo settled on a book bag that looked similar to the shoulder bag Bruce used for his medical bag, and a wooden trunk. Both had expansion and feather light charms worked into them, so Matteo wouldn't have to worry about the weight of items. The shopkeeper also shrunk the trunk, which caused some concern until she explained that all Matteo had to do was tap them twice with his wand to make them larger again. With this in mind, they realized they could probably store everything in Matteo's book bag without having to tote around a load of bags like they had all witnessed Muggle women doing in the mall. All they had to do was request that everything they bought was shrunk down. Next, they went to the stationery shop, which was again more interesting than it promised, and they got carried away buying a variety of colored inks, quills, and wax seals. They bought one type for each of the Avengers to use when writing to Matteo, as well as a good range for Matteo to use at school. However, the boys' selection of inks were a lot more sedate. They all agreed it was likely frowned upon to hand essays written in neon green ink. Third stop for the quartet was the robe shop, and Matteo was treated with his first proper interaction with a student. The owner was another cheery soul, who had Matteo hop up onto a stool so that she could pin the hem of his robe, whilst another employee was doing the same thing for a pale-haired boy a few feet away. "So you're going to Hogwarts?" the boy asked. He had quite angular features and seemed well-spoken, as if he had had a good education and strict parents. It sounded like the best one to go to. Matteo shrugged, unsure how to continue the conversation. "Father thought about sending me to Durmstrang, but Hogwarts is the best, even with the current headmaster being a bit senile." Matteo surreptitiously rolled his eyes at the boy's tone and remained silent. "Which house do you think you will be in?" "I'm going to be in Slytherin," the boy seemed to boast, apparently not content with silence. "I have no idea. Perhaps Ravenclaw," Matteo was thankful that Albus had covered a bit about the houses in his attempt to woo Matteo to Hogwarts. "My name is Draco Malfoy," Draco said in an even more self-absorbed tone than Tony had used when he had introduced himself to Matteo on the helicarrier. "Matteo Banner." Matteo nodded his head in greeting. However, instead of taking the news neutrally as Matteo expected, the boy instantly seemed to tense warily. "You're a Muggle-born?" "Yes, I assume from the way you knew that you have every genealogy of every wizarding family memorized. I guess you aren't used to dealing with Muggle-borns then," Matteo said, and waited for the reaction. On some levels, it was amusing to watch the boy visibly recoil from Matteo, as if he carried the plague. However, it was incredibly insulting and infuriating to be discriminated against simply for his pretend heritage. If he wasn't trying to not draw attention to himself, he would potentially speak up about the unfairness of the discrimination, or at least leave the shop to avoid a confrontation. As he was stuck on the stool, Matteo thought very carefully before talking. "You know, you are the kind of person that makes up the reason I am considering not going to Hogwarts. Blood counts for nothing when it comes to the crunch. I have Muggle friends that literally could destroy the planet, and you think yourself above them," Matteo said, as his eyes burned with anger. "They do not look so impressive," he boy scoffed as he gazed over the three men who were examining the racks of robes around them. It didn't help that Tony had just rammed a bright orange hat on Bruce's head. Looks can be deceiving, and if continue to treat everyone as less important and less talented than you, then you are going to severely regret it one day. Matteo didn't bother trying to explain the Avengers. "That's you done, dear." Madame Malkin sounded relieved as she nudged Matteo's leg, and he hopped off the stool. "Think about it. And if you aren't such a pompous idiot in September, then perhaps we could take our conversation further." Matteo paid for his clothes, gave a small bow to Madame Malkin, and left the shop with Tony and Bruce in tow. Clint gazed at the boy still standing on the stool and narrowed his eyes. He cocked his head to the side, as if considering something before smiling in a rather chilling manner. "You know, my friend knows 20 different ways to kill someone with a spoon. Do you really want to start a grudge match with Matteo?" Hawkeye promptly left the shop to catch up with the other three, grinning at his little bit of fun. Visiting the bookshop known as Flourish and Blots was fatal for both Matteo's and Tony's funds. With the knowledge that they could buy anything and have it shrunk to fit inside Matteo's bag meant that even Clint was looking in interest at the various titles on the books. Bruce ensured that they gathered the recommended books before allowing Matteo to wander and look for other books he would be interested in buying. Pretty soon they had a pile that included books on healing, wandless magic, curses and hexes, a few on history, including ones on Harry Potter, and Hogwarts, a book on famous battles, and some on wizarding customs. Tony had a stack that covered a lot of natural history and potion making, and even Clint had found one on apparently about horrors and their history as wizarding police, including some of their wider-known training regimes. The cashier didn't say anything, but did look rather surprised at the wide variety of books, and the sheer number being bought. Seeing as it was next door, the group headed for the rather dim-looking shop that apparently sold wands as the next port of call. It was rather conspicuously different from the other shops in that it appeared to be rather deserted. Matteo stood patiently by the counter while the Bruce waited nearby, and Tony and Clint wandered close to the shelves to examine the writing on the boxes. The sound of rolling wheels and the thunk of a ladder rolling to a stop announced the arrival of Ollivander, the owner of the shop. I wondered when I would be seeing you, Master Potter, the man said with a rather unnerving glimmer in his eye. It is Matteo Banner. I may have once responded to that name, but now I have a new life, and more to live for than revenge, Matteo stated coolly. And a new family to support you, I see. Ollivander nodded at the adults that had unconsciously edged closer to the boy upon his arrival. However, the man seemed to lose interest in trying to outwit the boy and started pulling out boxes, seemingly at random. All four of them were slightly confused by his sudden lack of interest in Matteo's life, but they soon got sucked into the act of trying out wands. Ollivander kept up a pretty constant stream of wands for Matteo to try, although he had little time to do more than vaguely wave each wand before it was snatched from his hand and replaced with another. The assembled muggles had no idea what kind of reaction the man was looking for, but they watched the man constantly hand the boy wands for a good 10 minutes. Eventually, the man paused his actions and stopped walking around. The man stared at the boy for a full minute with his head cocked to one side, as if contemplating something, before heading into the back of the shop. He returned with a single box, which he opened and presented to Matteo. Cherry and Phoenix Feather, 10.5 inches, resistant. I have a feeling that this will suit your needs. Ollivander urged him to pick up the wand. As soon as his hand touched the wood, Matteo felt a jolt, as if some kind of energy had shot down his arm and into the wood. Well, give it a wave, Ollivander said impatiently. Matteo did, and a shower of multicolored sparks shot out of the end as he swished it. The sparks matched the 6 colors Clint had put onto the boy's bow, and soon faded from existence. But Ollivander seemed happy with the result. Excellent. I thought you would perhaps be a tricky match, Master Banner, but there is no doubt that you are destined for great things, Ollivander said proudly. So what does my wand mean about me? I assume every aspect of the wand has a reason and meaning behind it. Matteo inspected his wand thoughtfully. The design has no reasoning beyond what feels right with the wood as I carve it, Ollivander explained to start. Matteo inspected the wood as the other 3 gathered around to see, and saw that the wood was highly oiled and polished so that it shone with a dark beauty. Overall, the wand looked more like a dagger, with a slightly flattened handle that had a small crosspiece and pommel carved into the design. The pommel was slightly curved and curled over Matteo's little finger to avoid the wand slipping from his grasp. The handle was faintly etched with swirling crossing patterns, and to Matteo they looked vaguely like the patterns on Mjolnir. The shaft of the wand was smooth and plain, and seemed dull in comparison to the handle. However, that allowed the swirl of the grain in the wood to show through and lent the wand a natural beauty. You felt this design within the wood? Matteo asked, impressed with the workmanship. Even as the wand is created, it feels its owner calling it. It is the wand that chooses the wizard, Master Banner. Cherry wood is sometimes underestimated by Western wizards, as they see the tree as being one of beauty and ornamental uses, but not much else. If you were to meet a Japanese wizard and you had this wand, he would be very much in awe of you and the power you wield. Cherry wands can produce some powerful and lethal magic, so those who underestimate you may not live to do so again. I advise caution in your actions when you duel another, lest you accidentally inflict more damage than you intended to. The length often matches the type of personality and magic performed by the owner. Longer wands are often matched with the more flamboyant caster with bigger personalities, Whilst the shorter wands are better suited to the more subtle and intricate magics, the very short often are owned by those lacking character. Yours is not that short, but certainly a few inches shorter than a number I make each year. Now, the core is an interesting facet of the wand despite the limited materials we can use. Unicorn hairs are usually suited to the pure of heart, but are not normally the most powerful wands, whilst dragon heartstring is the most powerful, but can be the easiest to be bent to more nefarious acts easiest. The phoenix feather is a rare core component simply because there are few phoenixes that will allow their feathers to be used. They create wands that will perform the greatest variety of magic, but can be hard to earn their allegiance, although I feel you and yours are already bonding well. Your phoenix feather is even more unusual than most, as its owner gave just one more feather, which was the one that caused your scar. Ollivander finished and flicked his eyes up to Matteo's forehead to see the famed scar. The four did not miss his look of surprise that although he was close enough to see through Matteo's fringe, which had been blown into disarray by the wind, he was unable to find the fabled scar. Like I said, I left Harry Potter behind many years ago, and he shall remain hidden until such a time as he might be needed to save the wizarding world, Matteo explained. Indeed, I shall watch your progress with interest, Master Banner. I sense you shall do great things in the future, Ollivander said. Matteo paid for the wand and left the shop thoughtfully, unconscious of the fact he was mirroring his father's expression. Clint and Tony, however, did notice this and chuckled before they attempted to break the silence. While he was officially creepy with his almost stalkerish habit, Clint said, "I want to get a book on wand making," Tony declared, and dragged them back to flourish and blots for said book. Another hour and 10 books later, the group re-emerged looking a lot happier and less pensive than when they left Ollivander's. So, we have pretty much everything apart from a potential pet and potion stuff. Tony ticked off the list until he reached the last items. I'm not sure a pet is a good idea. It will only mess up the tower and need feeding, Matteo said slowly. Well, we are doing intel gathering, so we need to go in there anyway, Clint said, and marched into the shop. As soon as Matteo entered the shop, he could tell that this was not like any Muggle pet shop, even though he had never visited one. For example, where could you find blue hedgehogs in tanks next to neon yellow slugs, whilst dogs and cats could be found next to owls and fruit bats? Each of them ended up wandering in different directions towards things that caught their eye. Bruce was inspecting a bullfrog that was 3 times the size of its normal counterparts, while Tony was playing with a fluffy red kitten and muttering about buying it for Pepper. Clint was inspecting a flying fox as if he had found a kindred spirit. Matteo was quite taken with the owls, but a thought crossed his mind. "Excuse me, miss," he approached the 20-something witch at the desk, nervously. "Hello, how can I help you?" The woman seemed amused by Matteo's cute shyness and smiled at him. "I was wondering if you could help me with some questions. You see, my father and I have just moved to England, and I have just been accepted into Hogwarts, but my godfather and my friends live in America. Would an owl be able to make that journey, or is there some other way that I would be better to contact them through?" Matteo smiled politely and waited for the answer. "Well, the owls that we use are magical and can find their way to any recipient of the letter as long as they are not magically hidden. And seeing as these owls are so intelligent, they know that there are portals in numerous magical hubs across the globe that they can use to get to other continents. There is one in London that links to New York, Houston, and San Francisco, so any letters should reach him in a couple of days," the woman explained. "That is incredibly useful. I assume there is a human version of that?" Matteo asked curiously. "We can use the flu network, which involved throwing flu powder into a fire, and then simply call the address of the place you want to go to, and you can get there in a minute. There is also apparition, but that is something only possible by those who are trained to do it," she replied. "And if I was to get an owl, what do they feed on?" "Well, we sell owl treats, which would do at a pinch if you were traveling and your owl had to be caged, but they prefer to hunt for themselves when they can. I know Hogwarts has a large owlery where all the owls live, and they are free to fly out and hunt as they wish." "Thank you for that. It has given me something to think about." Matteo bowed slightly, which elicited a giggle from the woman, and wandered off to look at the animals. "So what do you think?" Matteo asked Bruce as he passed the man. "I have a feeling we may be leaving with a few pets even if you aren't going to get one." Bruce chuckled. "We need a team mascot, and although we sort of have you, we can't really dress you up and pet you as that would be slightly strange." Tony appeared next to them. "Would that mean getting only one pet, or are you likely to buy one for everyone?" Bruce asked. "Just one for now." Tony grinned. "So are we getting a carrier pigeon or something?" Clint joined the group. "Apparently owls can travel to America, and they feed themselves. And I assume they don't make much mess, as most people seem to own one. It is still a commitment, though." Matteo dithered. "Owls are rather idiotic creatures, and not so brilliant in a fight. What about something more impressive? They have some other stuff around here that is pretty cool." Clint dragged Matteo over to the other side of the shop, whilst the other two followed. "The thing is, I don't really want to stick out more than I have to. Things could get complicated if I start drawing attention to myself," Matteo pointed out. However, he indulged the man and looked at the wide variety of pets available in cages, but did not find any that really struck a chord with him. He was about to give up and go back to the hedgehogs when he spotted an owl on the end of the row that interested him. The sign labeled it as a boobook owl, and it was dark brown in color on its back and chest that paled on its underbelly. Its pale eyebrow markings and large eyes gave it a constantly surprised expression, and Matteo couldn't help but smile at it as it looked at him. "Him, I think I shall have him." Matteo gestured to the owl. "What happened to owls are rather dense creatures, and a falcon would be much cooler." Clint sighed. "As cool as one of the hawks would be, I feel an owl would be better. And more specifically that owl." Matteo shrugged. "That is, if I am allowed an owl." "I have no objections," Tony called over. The trio looked over to him, and Clint and Matteo laughed at the red kitten that was currently perched on his head with the same pleased look gracing its features as was on Tony's. "You can't really seeing as you are buying a kitten," Bruce sighed at the man's antics. "I don't mind either. Just make sure it is healthy and happy." "Thanks, Dad." Matteo hugged the man, then accepted the cage off of Clint, who had unhooked it for him. "Give him here, Matteo. I'll buy him at the same time as Augustus here," Tony ordered. "But Dash," Matteo started. "No, but this is the duty of a godfather, and I am going to fulfill it. I haven't really had the chance to spoil you yet," Tony insisted. "Thanks," Matteo muttered and flashed a grateful smile. He didn't really want to spoil the day by bickering with Tony over the fact he had given them a place to live and an entire wardrobe of clothes. "Augustus?" Clint asked, hiding a laugh. Augustus I was one of Rome's greatest and most beloved emperors. I thought the name suited his color. Tony paid a couple of extra galleons for the two to be kept in the shop while they quickly bought their final purchases in the cauldron shop and apothecary. Clint and Tony were busy cracking jokes about the stereotypical witch look while Matteo and Bruce hunted for the required cauldron. Luckily, the two dropped the wisecracking as they stepped into the slightly more solemn-feeling apothecary. They all got rather distracted by the wide variety of ingredients dotted around the shop, from cockroach eggs to bezoars to a dragon liver. The mixed aroma was rather pungent, and Tony and Clint decided to go back and play with the kitten rather than stay in the same room as an uncovered liver. Matteo allowed himself time to inspect everything, but then returned to his mission of finding a potions kit. He liked the look of and gathering the required items. He was in the process of filling paper bags with 2 scoops of each ingredient when a tall and rather sinister-looking wizard dressed in black robes swept into the shop. Sensing the man was in a hurry, Matteo stepped out of the way respectfully, which the man seemed to ignore. Once had all the required ingredients and a bezoar, Matteo headed to the till where he arrived 2 paces ahead of the other man. "After you, sir." Matteo bowed and stepped back to allow the man to be served first. Matteo expected the look of surprise, but the suspicious scrutiny was odd. However, he merely stood there in a relaxed, unthreatening posture and waited for the man to purchase his items. "Is everything all right here?" Bruce asked in Malayalam. "We're fine, Dad. I just thought it would be respectful to let this gentleman ahead of me as he seems to be in a hurry," Matteo explained as his father emerged from the shelved area. "That's very good of you, Matteo." The black-robed wizard regarded Bruce for a few seconds before turning to the desk without acknowledging his praise of his son. "Severus, it's good to see you again. It mustn't be long before term starts again." Matteo decided to tune out of the conversation going on. "Have you got everything?" Bruce asked. "I think so. I got 2 scoops of everything, just in case I muck up. I thought it would be better to have extra and be able to restart rather than be limited for the year. I know Tony could bring us back here to get more, but I would rather be prepared," Matteo explained. The black-robed man gave him another look on the way out, which Matteo smiled at uncertainly before the boy turned to buy his equipment. They quickly ran out to ensure Tony had not decided to buy everyone a kitten and headed into the pub to head home. "If we are doing intelligence gathering, then should we eat dinner here? We could chat to Tom and get more information," Bruce suggested. So that was how they ended up seated at a rickety table in the corner of the pub, enjoying butterbeers and hearing lots of gossip and tales from Tom. It was lucky that Tony had the number for his driver, as by the end of the evening, he and Clint had gotten a little silly on fire whiskey and needed guiding back to the apartment. Chapter 23: Hogwarts. On the flight back to New York, Matteo and Bruce extensively discussed the pros and cons of going to Hogwarts. After quite a few hours and many frustrated sighs, the two of them were finally in agreement that the decision for Matteo to attend the school was the best one. All that was left was for them to tell the rest of the Avengers and for Matteo to get used to the idea of living away from his father for many months. The longest the two had been apart from each other over the last 4 years was the day when the other guy had made an appearance in the helicarrier and had ended up jumping ship. Telling the others turned out to not be as difficult as Matteo had feared it could have been. They all had reasonably open minds after seeing Loki in action, and the existence of a naturally blood-red kitten helped their argument. So they spent more time answering questions about Diagon Alley and wizards than arguing the existence of a magical school. Steve had been pretty angry at the thought of Alba's manipulations, but as all the Avengers were determined to help, he swallowed his anger and focused on planning. If they had to work with the man, then their feelings couldn't get in the way of their efforts to win. The remaining months that Mateo had at the Stark/Avengers Tower consisted of studying his books, and as learning what he could from each of the Avengers, from self-defense to archery to survival skills. Tony had read through the book on wizarding laws across the globe, and had learned that Mateo would actually be allowed to practice magic during his time off. Apparently, the American laws were a lot more lax than British ones, and magic was permissible around related muggles/adoptive family. However, Mateo held off from practicing incantations until he was confident he was pronouncing things properly, which he would learn at school. Tony had badgered him to promise to perform some magic over the Christmas period as a compromise for not being able to see any that summer. Mateo's birthday that year was incredibly different to what he was used to, both with his relatives and how Bruce had marked the event. They had settled with still using the 1st of July as his birth date, and the entire day was filled with laughter and silliness. Each of the Avengers and Pepper had bought him gifts despite his insistence that they didn't need to. Steve bought him a new sketch pad. Clint bought him a holster for his wand that could be attached to a belt or strapped to the arm, while Natasha had settled for a rather fearsome pocket knife in lieu of some throwing knives. It seemed Bruce had objected to the latter idea by the relieved look he sported. Tony had bought him a poster of all the Avengers together as a memento, as well as an expensive-looking leather jacket that was thin but surprisingly warm. Pepper then arranged them into a more intimate family look and took a photo, which she disappeared off to print out, then presented it to Mateo in a beautifully ornate silver frame. To go with it, she had also created a photo album of news cuttings of the Avengers, as well as random casual photos of them all. They all chuckled at Thor's gift, which Tony had bought in the god's absence, and turned out to be 10 boxes of Pop-Tarts. September rolled around much too quickly for any of their likings. Tony managed to somehow arrange for all of them to have a few days off, and they all jetted over to England together to see Mateo off at King's Cross Station. In the meantime, Happy was left in charge of Augustus, who Pepper had come to adore and refused to leave alone. They spent the majority of the flight doing social things, like playing poker without bets, as all of them wanted to ensure they topped up on family time to last the next 3 months. How do we actually get onto the platform? If I remember rightly, it isn't a normal platform number, Clint said as they arrived at the station. Steve was in the process of loading Mateo's trunk onto a trolley, and the boy was busy putting his caged owl on top. Apparently, it is platform 9¾ Perhaps there is some kind of subtle but obvious sign for magic users to follow, Bruce suggested slowly as they start to walk into the heaving brick building. Well, we can just follow them and find out, Tony decided before walking off. It took the others a few seconds to realize where he had gone and why. They finally realized that he had been hurrying after a family of redheads, 4 of which were pushing large battered trunks on their trolleys. What was even more telling was that one of them also had a Eurasian eagle owl in a cage on their trolley, with a much clearer target to aim for. The group weaved through the stream of suited muggles and finally reached the family. By the time they all caught up, the redhead clan had already decreased by 3. "Excuse us, ma'am," Steve called out politely. The slightly short and chubby woman turned while her daughter peeked at the approaching group from around her. Mateo noticed that although the mother and her two still-present kids looked smartly dressed, their clothes showed signs of wear. The boy, who was probably his own age, was wearing a pair of jeans that were starting to show his socks from under the hem, and he had dirt on his nose. He seemed to notice Mateo's gaze and looked back challengingly at him, but Mateo didn't see any shame in his clothing. Until they had moved in with Tony, his clothing had often been in the same state. "Sorry for interrupting, but we aren't sure how to get onto the platform, and we noticed that your sons seemed to be going too," Bruce said as he drew closer, unaware of the silent exchange between his son and hers. It's your son's first time?" the woman asked as she looked between Mateo and Bruce and correctly guessed their relation. If she was curious about the large group of other people there at the same time, she didn't voice it. "Yes, ma'am." Mateo nodded politely, almost mimicking Steve's mannerisms unconsciously. "Well, all you need to do is to walk into the wall between platforms 9 and 10. It's the one with the slightly uneven signs for future reference. If you are muggles, you should probably go with one of us to be sure you can go through," the mother suggested. "Thank you, Mrs. Clint said. "Oh, Molly Weasley, this is Ginny. Ron is the second youngest, and he is starting this year." Molly introduced them. Tony Stark, Pepper Potts, Clint Barton, Natasha Romanoff, Steve Rogers, Bruce, and Mateo Banner. Tony rattled through them all by way of introductions. "If me and Clint go through with Mateo, Ron, do you mind if Steve and Bruce head through with you? And Mrs. Weasley, if you would be so kind to take Natasha and Pepper through." "Not at all, Mateo, was it? How about you go first?" Molly smiled encouragingly. "If this is a practical joke, I am not going to be amused," Mateo said quietly to the two adults gripping his trolley with him. "Neither am I," Tony agreed. The three walked swiftly towards the very solid-looking wall and almost stopped as they reached it. However, they managed to force themselves to carry on, and after a period of darkness, they arrived at a single bustling platform full of children and adults wearing a wide variety of clothing. Above the crowd, a plume of white smoke could be seen, and when the people moved, a scarlet steam engine could be seen parked at the station. Behind it were many carriages already teeming with rowdy children finding their friends and places to sit. Ron with Steve and Bruce arrived just as they moved out of the way. Ron looked exhilarated and excited while the two adults were still looking a little apprehensive. "Thanks." Mateo smiled at the ginger, who nodded and disappeared towards the train without a word. Soon after, the Avengers were together again and followed Molly's advice by getting Mateo installed in a compartment. Steve attracted a bit of attention when he easily lifted the trunk completely by himself and carried it onto the train solo. There were a few people who seemed to recognize the famous group, but even these few people seemed to not believe that they were right that the Avengers were here. As a result of this disbelief, they remained largely unnoticed and unhindered by fans. Although Tony seemed indifferent to this, he was secretly glad that they could act as a family and not be swamped by people wanting to talk or get autographs. With his owl and trunk stashed in an empty compartment, Mateo lingered on the platform with the unconventional family. For once, the men dropped their macho personas in public and willingly hugged the boy, which Mateo was grateful about. "I'll write as soon as I can," Mateo promised as Bruce hugged him tightly. "If you don't, I think you'll find Big Green knocking on the door of your school looking for you," Tony joked. "It's only 3 months. And if you get onto that Quidditch team like Dumbledore mentioned, then we will see you sooner," Bruce said, almost to comfort himself as well as Mateo. Only when the train whistled loudly and the students started piling onto the train did Bruce let go of Matteo. He didn't mean to swamp the child, but Matteo had been the only constant in his life for years, and was the only surefire thing that could keep the other guy in check. It was selfish, but Bruce wondered how he would cope without the constant presence of the easygoing child. "You've got this, Dad. You have Tony to look after you now." Matteo smiled jokingly, but Bruce could see the sadness in his eyes. "If Tony has his way, then the other guy will be out all the time," Bruce said with certainty. Perhaps that isn't such a good thing. But don't worry, I'm certain you are better at controlling the other guy than you think you are. I'm just an added distraction during those times. You'd have everything covered without me." Matteo hugged him one last time. "Love you, Dad." "Love you too. Now get on the train." Bruce ruffled his hair and nudged him to the nearest door to his compartment. Matteo stood at the door waving until his family was out of sight before sighing and wandering back to his compartment, which was thankfully still empty. As much as it would have been nice to be forced to interact with other students, Matteo was quite happy to have some time to himself. He opened the window a tiny crack to allow air circulation before settling down with a book, his back against the window and his feet up on the seat next to him. The window frame dug into his back a little uncomfortably, but it meant he could see anyone coming into his compartment. He also wouldn't end up getting hit in the eyes by the descending sun in the evening. From what he could gather, the train journey would take at least 8 hours, so he had ensured his books were near the top of his trunk. He also let his owl out of its cage, as he was still uncomfortable with the idea of caging the animal for any length of time. With the owl on his shoulder and a book in hand, Matteo settled down to wait out the long journey ahead of him. "So, shall we see about getting the English equivalent of shawarma?" Tony asked as the train and all its carriages disappeared into the distance. "Has that become your comfort food?" Steve asked. "Hey, it's tasty, filling, and we first ate it as a celebratory meal." The billionaire shrugged. "It's not even noon," Nat pointed out. "Movie then shawarma," Tony suggested as a compromise. "All right," Clint agreed. Tony slung an arm around Pepper's waist and led the way back to the entrance to the Muggle side of the train station, with Clint and Steve on their heels. The four of them didn't notice that one of their team wasn't following, although a second had dropped back to get him. "Come on, Bruce, he'll be fine," Natasha said gently as she placed a hand on the scientist's shoulder. "And if he isn't, he can send us an owl, and Clint will be in the Quinjet to get him faster than you can say magic to." For a while, the assassin worried that she hadn't been heard, and that she would have to do something more drastic, like slap the man, to get his attention. However, a good 10 seconds after she spoke, the man sighed and finally pulled his eyes off the horizon, specifically the spot where the train had disappeared. "I suppose you're right. Thanks, Natasha. It's what teammates are for." She shrugged the gratitude off. "Come on. I don't trust Tony to make a subtle re-entry to King's Cross. He has Pepper to control him," Bruce said as they started walking away from the platform edge. "Even she sometimes finds it impossible to manage that walking disaster." Natasha's comment couldn't be refuted. Bruce merely rolled his eyes and picked up the pace so that they could catch up with their friends. Ron Weasley was not sure what to make of the boy, who had appeared with a huge array of adults with him. The boy had black hair, which was about 7 inches long, that he tucked behind his ears despite it seeming to want to curl slightly. His green eyes were incredibly bright, while his well-tanned skin and quite toned look hinted at a lifestyle that could either be that of work or of leisure. Looking at his tailored jacket and smart outfit, Ron guessed leisure and resented him for it straight away. Normally, if Ron was at odds with another person his age, he could at least be proud that he was taller than them. However, in this case with this new boy, he was once again thwarted as they were the same height. The adults gathered around the boy shared no visible link apart from one adult who had the same dark curly hair, and Ron wondered why the rest of them were there. He could hardly voice his displeasure when two of them, obviously Mateo's dad, and the guy called Steve, came to stand on either side of him to get through the barrier. Ron had wanted to make his first trip as a student to Hogwarts on his own, but the extremely muscled guy to his left made him swallow his protests. "Sorry, we realize this isn't cool," Bruce said to his right. "'S'all right," Ron mumbled. As soon as the adults had let go, he muttered about finding a compartment and legged it to find his brothers. Fred and George were being annoying, as usual, but they at least helped get his trunk on board and stashed it with theirs. Ron wasn't certain that he wanted to endure the entire train journey with them, and he knew that Harry Potter should be in his year. So after saying goodbye to his mother and Ginny, which involved more berating and teasing from his family, he started to trawl the train. He knew that it was often tradition that the upper years took he forward spots on the train near the prefect compartments. When he reached halfway down the train and started to encounter shorter students, Ron started to actively look at each person he passed. However, despite checking each compartment and student, he didn't have any luck. Eventually, he got to the back of the train and found the compartments that were mostly empty apart from odd couples and nervous first years without friends. A bushy-haired girl and slightly tearful boy were in one compartment, and although Ron was slightly hopeful when he spotted the black hair, he soon realized his mistake. He had not had much interaction with the Longbottom boy, but he knew the almost squib when he saw him. He didn't fancy getting into any conversation with the boy, so he hurried on. Too soon he reached the last compartment before the staff carriage, and found that Mateo boy alone reading a book with his owl perched on his shoulder, its head under its wing. For a Muggle-born, the guy seemed pretty at ease with the weird and wonderful world of magic, or at least he hadn't been fazed by the barrier entrance. At the moment he looked quite content sitting alone. His nose was buried in a potions book. He hadn't managed to find the boy who lived. He was obviously not on the train, so Ron was limited in what he could do. Seeing as his options consisted of spending the journey with Longbottom, his brothers, or this potentially interesting boy, Ron didn't think there was much deciding to be done. If Mateo turned out to be a self-absorbed, spoiled brat, Ron could leave. If he was interesting, then he could make a Muggle friend. "Do you mind? Everywhere else is full," Ron said by way of greeting as he slid the compartment door open. "I take it all the other compartments full of couples wanting some alone time?" Mateo asked wryly. Ron was surprised by Mateo's accent, as now he had spoken more than 2 words he could hear it. He was no expert in accents, but it seemed to be a weird mix of English with a few American twangs and something else thrown in at times. "They are mostly filled with close couples." "Yes," Ron grimaced. "Come on in then. Where's your trunk?" "My brothers have it in their compartment, but spending the entire train journey with them would risk getting pranked, and I've had enough of that over the summer," Ron said honestly. "I assume you're talking about the twins? We saw you as we got into the station, and they looked rather mischievous," Mateo agreed with a wry smile. "Yes, those two. They are the worst troublemakers at Hogwarts at the moment, but they are mostly harmless to anyone apart from the Slytherins. What house do you think you will be in? Ron asked almost cautiously. However, the way he had found the boy, with his nose in a book, it was almost obvious where he would likely end up. I'm not sure, probably Ravenclaw, or maybe Gryffindor. I'm a bit too strong-minded to be in Hufflepuff, and Slytherin doesn't sound like my type. Mateo thought aloud. My family has always been in Gryffindor, so that is likely where I am going, Ron replied. The door to the compartment opened briskly, and the long-bottomed boy nervously stuck his head through the door. Has anyone seen a toad? Trevor has hopped off again, he said unhappily. He's in your hood, I think, Mateo said after quickly looking at the boy. Longbottom checked, and indeed found the amphibian hiding there. How did you know? Well, toads like dark places where they won't dry out. If he wasn't in your pockets, then he would unlikely have traveled far and run the risk of getting lost in a very dry and hot place. So the hood was a likely hiding spot. I don't suppose that before you put your cloak on, you left in on a table near Trevor for a while. Mateo explained easily. Would you like to join us? There was a girl helping me look, the boy began, nervously. The more the merrier. Go get her, Mateo replied, and the boy smiled and trotted off, his hands firmly grasping a slightly disgruntled-looking Trevor. That's Neville Longbottom. I'm surprised he managed to get into Hogwarts at all. Everyone says he is hopeless, Ron explained once the door was shut. Perhaps all he needs is some friends and some encouragement, Mateo suggested. You could be wasting your time there, mate. Ron waited for Mateo to reply, but it seemed that he was ignoring Ron's comment. Mateo was surprised by Ron's narrow-minded view, but decided to return to his book rather than to cause an argument. He was not bothered about making things awkward with the first person he was able to talk to on this journey, although he was determined to give Neville the benefit of the doubt, unlike Ron. It seemed obvious that they had had very different childhoods. Ron seemed to feel that a shy and hesitant person was not worth his time. Mateo knew from experience that such a person could definitely be worth the effort of drawing them from their shell. 5 minutes of silence. Later the door opened once more to reveal the bushy-haired girl Ron had seen earlier, already dressed in her robes, and Neville. Mateo smiled warmly and shut his book with a snap, causing his owl to wake up grumpily. Sorry, Garuda, Mateo said to appease the owl, who did seem a bit less annoyed. Hello, you two. Thanks for offering to let us share your compartment. It would be nice to talk to others in our year before getting to Hogwarts and perhaps learning a bit more. You've obviously met Neville, and I am Hermione Granger. Hermione chattered at a fast rate. Calm down there. Mateo laughed in a friendly manner. For a second Hermione looked hurt, but Mateo quickly flashed her a warm smile. We have the entire journey to get to know each other. I'm Ron Weasley, Ron muttered. I'm Mateo Banner. So are you from a wizarding family? He directed at Hermione. No, both of my parents are muggles. They are dentists. It took Professor McGonagall some explaining to convince them, Hermione said, her eyes narrowing at Mateo as if she was trying to figure something out. When she obviously gave up trying to recall the bit of information, she shrugged and carried on. Neville told me he is from a long line of wizards. What about you two? The Weasleys are pure bloods, although our line isn't as long as the Longbottom line. My dad is mad about muggles, though. He collects lots of things and tries to figure out how they work. We've started a bet on how many plugs he actually has got in his shed, Ron said in embarrassment. I'm from a muggle family too, Matteo answered. Whereabouts are you from? Your accent is not completely British, Hermione asked in an almost accusatory tone. I grew up in England, but then me and Dad traveled the world for 4 years, almost 5 before we wound up in America. So my accent is probably a mix of English, Indian, and American, Matteo explained. India? How long were you living out there? Why were you out there? Hermione rattled off. Neville looked happy to be included and to just listen to the others talk. Ron looked a little peeved to not be the center of attention of the conversation, but he also seemed interested in the discussion despite that. My dad was on the run for a while, so we traveled to stay hidden. India is a lovely country that isn't too underdeveloped, whilst not too well linked with the rest of the world. Well, the bits we settled in were like that, and as we in little backwater villages, Dad could be relatively free to work. He worked as a doctor, helping people who couldn't afford mainstream medical care. Matteo said, Hang on, you said your surname was Banner? Is your dad is called Bruce? Hermione asked, even more excited than before. Yes, Matteo said slowly. I assume you saw that interview Tony did. Interview? Ron chipped in suspiciously. There are a group of Muggle heroes called the Avengers that saved America from an invasion over the summer. One is a god from another planet, and his brother was the one leading the invasion. One is a super soldier from WW2, two are master assassins. Another is a billionaire who has a metal suit that flies. And then there is Matteo's dad, Hermione explained rapidly. And what does he do? Ron asked, realizing that these were probably the people he had met. He had an accident many years ago, and now he can change into a green giant that is pretty much indestructible, Matteo explained vaguely as he realized that gamma rays were likely beyond wizard knowledge. English muggles have gone crazy over the idea. You should see some of the merchandise being sold, Hermione told Matteo. They have onesies with each outfit on them, shields, bows, Hulk gloves, toy Mjolnirs, Iron Man masks. We haven't really looked too deeply into what they produce, although Stark Industries are heading up, organizing what is released, seeing as the Avengers are patented. We needed some way of paying for all the Pop-Tarts and waffles Thor and Clint were eating. So Tony does probably know everything being sold. He did insist on buying us all one of every Avengers t-shirt. He also found a shop selling Avengers cupcakes, which he bought dozens of to amuse us. Matteo laughed. So a muggle can fly? I don't believe you, Ron said adamantly. He latched onto pretty much the only part of the last few sentences he understood and butted in, and Matteo was actually a bit grateful he did. Having another muggle-raised friend would be useful, but Hermione's personality was a bit exhausting. I have a poster in my trunk that Tony gave me. I'll find it. Matteo gently scooped his owl up and sat it on Hermione's hand before jumping and pulling himself up onto the luggage rack. That was pretty cool. Neville spoke up for the first time. I took lessons off Hawkeye. He loves getting up to high places, if he can, Matteo explained as he rummaged through his trunk. 2 minutes later, the poster dropped to the floor before Matteo swung back into his seat with the photo album. It took a little bit of time, but after seeing the poster and numerous news articles with pictures, Ron and Neville were convinced of the existence of the Avengers and their talents. Matteo was in the process of returning everything to his trunk when the compartment doors opened again. As he was above eye line, the 3 new arrivals didn't seem to notice him, but he soon realized that the lead boy was the one he had met in Diagon Alley whilst buying robes. Well, I'm not surprised by the collection in this compartment. A mudblood, a blood traitor, and a squib. The boy drawled. Shove off, Malfoy, Ron said angrily. Or what, Weasley? This is a free train, and we can do what we like, unless you think you can make us leave, the blonde carried on gleefully. The two muscles behind him cracked their knuckles to emphasize their presence as grunts. We probably can do that. Mateo slid down from the rack and landed in the middle of the compartment, and was secretly pleased that he landed solidly on his feet without falling over. It's you again, Mudblood. Yes, me again. I see you still haven't learned any manners or the ability to think, Mateo said coolly. Ah yes, I never did explain who I was, did I? Draco Malfoy. You'll find the Malfoys are one of the most influential and oldest families in Wizarding Britain. We easily outstrip the destitute Weasleys and the Longbottoms too, now seeing as this is the best that they can produce, Draco said smugly. Ron and Neville both flushed in anger and shame respectively, which made Mateo have to take a deep breath to calm himself down. And I am Mateo Banner, son of the Hulk, godson of Iron Man, and honorary nephew to the rest of the Avengers. Your dad might have money and pedigree, but mine can tear apart a city in 20 minutes with his bare hands. So by all means carry on believing your delusion that you are the most powerful man here, because I can tell you that you really aren't, Mateo said coldly. The temperature of the room, which had already been cool enough since Malfoy's entrance, plummeted as the two boys glared at each other. Mateo was slightly regretting opening his mouth, but he hated bullies. Not only was it a legacy of being degraded by the Dursleys, but also of having seen what his dad had been reduced to because of Ross's influence. He wasn't going to let anyone get away with bullying others in his presence, which caused his verbal assault against the pure blood. What makes you so brave, Mudblood? Your father isn't here to save you now. Draco smiled as his two bodyguards shifted closer. The fact that American laws state I can practice magic at home, even with muggles in the same room as long as they are family. I know for a fact none of you will have touched a wand yet, nor can you perform magic. Mateo bluffed. You can't do magic yet either. We aren't at school yet, Hermione said nervously. Who cares? I know quite a few spells already, and I can easily lay you out. If I get expelled, then I get back on the train and go back to America. There are numerous schools in America I can look at, and they wouldn't be half as stuck up about accepting a mudblood into their midst. Mateo shrugged nonchalantly. To emphasize his point, he drew his wand from its place up his arm before twirling it for dramatic effect, and settling into a stance he had learnt from Natasha for sword fighting. So, do you want to give it a try? I'm happy to let you leave peacefully now, and I swear none of us shall speak of this again. Draco looked at Mateo's ready stance and calm look before sniffing and pushing his two crones out of the door. You're not worth my time, Mudblood. That was awesome. Ron burst out as soon as the door shut once more after the three boys. Would you really have dueled him? You definitely would have been expelled, and it wouldn't have been worth it. Although it was nice of you to defend us from his prejudices, Hermione said disapprovingly. I haven't even tried to cast one spell yet. My godfather was pestering me constantly to try anything, but I didn't want to muck up and blow up the tower. But with Malfoy, the trick was to act confident and bluff my way through until he backed down. Mateo laughed at their faces as he tucked his wand back up his sleeve. What if he had accepted? Neville asked slowly. He had a small smile on his face, and he obviously also appreciated Mateo's defense of them. I would have insisted that we didn't duel here because of the likelihood of hitting innocents. Hopefully in the corridor we would have drawn attention and been stopped. If not, I would have just punched him and legged it down the carriages until someone paid attention to the screaming children. But the thing was that I acted confident enough that he backed down. Even if you don't feel it, projecting an air of confidence will get you quite far in life, Matteo advised Neville. Anything off the trolley, dears? Their conversation was interrupted by a cheerful-looking older lady with a trolley laden with sweets. Matteo bought a couple of chocolate frogs and a pumpkin pasty, then a handful of other sweets for a rather glum-looking Ron, who couldn't afford any. The tension slowly faded in the compartment as they headed north, and Ron seemed less standoffish while Hermione calmed down from her frantic pace of talking. Even Neville was coaxed out of his shell slightly, which Matteo was happy about. So, what houses are people thinking they will go into? Gryffindor for me, Ron said with certainty. Ravenclaw or Gryffindor, I think, Matteo said again. Not Slytherin, Ron said sarcastically. I probably could get on well with them for scheming, but I'd probably get eaten alive because of my heritage, Matteo pointed out. Besides, not all sneaky people are in Slytherin, as your brothers aren't in that house. So everyone else. Probably the same for me. Professor Dumbledore was a Gryffindor, so it would be great to be in his house, Hermione gushed. Any house really. I'm happy to be going to Hogwarts, Neville mumbled. Where did your parents go? Matteo asked. They were Gryffindors, but I don't think I am brave enough to be there, Neville admitted. You may not feel brave at the moment, but I think with a bit of confidence you would be a great man. You just haven't had the best start in life, trust me. Besides, you might not actively charge into action, but if you refuse to stand down from a fight, that makes you just as brave as anyone, Matteo said firmly. Neville flashed him a small smile before Hermione interrupted to alert them to their proximity to Hogwarts. It seemed that she had been the one paying the most attention to their journey and how far they had gone. The sun was barely showing above the mountains, and the carriages were lit more by the lanterns rather than the natural light outside. Matteo reluctantly put Garuda back in his cage whilst Ron and Hermione left him to get his robes and her to give them privacy, and Matteo quickly changed into his robes. He was glad to have the continuity of his leather bracelet from India and the gift that Bruce had given him before he left. It was a small good luck necklace, a swastika, A/N, CN please, with a tiny ruby, emerald, sapphire, and tiger eye embedded between the arms, while the rest of the surface was covered in swirled etchings. The robes felt odd once Matteo was fully dressed, and Neville silently smiled at his uncomfortable fidgeting. Matteo did notice this and smiled back at his tentative friend to encourage him, whilst sliding his wand holster onto his belt and sheathing his wand in it. Initially, Matteo had been slightly unsure about wearing his holster at his hip, but Clint and Natasha had pointed out it would be easier to get to his wand there. If he wore his wand up his sleeve, then it might take him a few precious seconds of fumbling to get his wand out when attacked. And Matteo now noticed that with his ornate wand handle sticking out of it, it looked like he was armed with a dagger. When they all met up again at the carriage door, Neville and Ron gave him an odd look, mostly aimed at his wand. Matteo guessed it was not a popular method, but he liked it, so he ignored them. When the train finally slowed to a halt, the four disembarked onto the platform together and stood gazing at their surroundings. The platform was the only lit structure within eyesight, which didn't necessarily mean much as there seemed to be forest in all directions. Even the platform had plants growing in borders or from hanging baskets, which lent it all a very quaint feel. Whilst all the older students filed off the platform in a specific direction, Ron stopped them from following. He knew they had to go a different route after the gamekeeper called Hagrid, so they fought against the flow of students to where a huge man stood holding a similarly outsized lantern. The giant man had been calling ever since they had gotten off the train, but they had been too busy looking around to really pay attention to him. "Fur's years this way," the man called above the chatter of the students. Mateo watched the man anxiously search the slowly gathering crowd of shortest students. He noticed that the huge man's gaze seemed to brighten when he saw Mateo, but the unscarred forehead had him sighing despondently before he carried on searching. Their group grew slowly from their quartet, some arriving alone, whilst others came over in small groups. Once the flow of students had ceased, and it looked like everyone was there, Hagrid motioned for them to follow him down a darkened path in the opposite direction of the rest of the students. The path was quite wide, but made uneven due to the roots of the trees that created an avenue they traveled down. With the clear sky above showing the first stars of the evening, and the trees around them, their journey was quite beautiful. Or at least it would be if they weren't paying more attention to trying not to trip over the roots and rocks below their feet. Although Hagrid's lantern was supersized, it was still rather ineffective in lighting the way for those near the back of the line. No one had been exactly eager to follow immediately behind Hagrid as they had left the platform, but as the line had stretched out, Mateo and his comrades had found themselves at near the back. After Neville stumbled for the third time, and Mateo caught him, he started to get frustrated with the lack of light. There was no obvious end to their journey, as there was no brightly lit building in sight, so they could be left stumbling around in the dark for ages to come. He had read about a spell that could produce light, and the mechanics seemed pretty simple, so he drew his wand and took a deep breath. The boy felt a bit uneasy with what he was going to do. He had refused to attempt any magic without instruction for Tony, and now he was preparing to try it now. The only difference was before he would have been entertaining the billionaire, whereas now he wanted to actually help someone. "Lumos," he whispered, and almost dropped his wand when it lit up just as bright as Hagrid's lantern. The other first years around him were at first slightly disorientated by the sudden addition of light, but then they were quite happy to be able to see better once their eyes adjusted to the light. Draco glared at him, probably thinking he was showing off, but Mateo pointedly ignored the Malfoy air. "Is that better, Neville?" Mateo asked. "Much better, thanks. I have a habit of tripping over even in daylight." Neville blushed. "There's an impressive bit o' work there," Hagrid called back. "No offense, sir, but I really don't want to spend my first week in hospital with a broken leg," Mateo called back, while the others chuckled at him. They rounded the last corner and came across their first view of Hogwarts, rising on the other side of the lake majestically. Mateo had to admit that the walk was worth it, and the castle immediately gained a special place in his heart. Each window was lit up and helped make the castle shine against the starry background, whilst the mirror-like lake below reflected everything once more. Although he didn't say anything, Mateo privately agreed with every sentiment uttered about the beauty of the sight. There hadn't been any images of the school anywhere in Diagon Alley, so the first years had had to base their opinions of it on descriptions. Now that he actually saw it, Mateo felt that the authors hadn't done the building justice. The very air seemed to shimmer with magic, and from the many odd looks on the other children's faces, Matteo knew they were all struck speechless by the sight and sensations. Once at the boats, Matteo extinguished the light from his wand so that they could enjoy the boat trip in darkness. Ron, Matteo, Hermione, and Neville joined together to snag a boat together and silently enjoyed the journey across the lake. Matteo had silently congratulated himself for hiding his unease at having to get into a rickety wooden boat. He still hated water travel, but the boats seemed to be enchanted and didn't even rock as they got in, and their journey across the lake was smooth and even. The sight of the castle lit up against a starry backdrop was one that Matteo was not going to forget any time soon, and it helped him forget his unease. Hagrid left them on the steps before the great hall, apparently to get another teacher to lead them on. The gathered first years started to whisper nervously together, and apparently one common topic was being discussed. "What are they on about?" Matteo asked innocently. "Harry Potter is supposed to be in this year with us, but he isn't here," Ron whispered back. "There's a reason he isn't here. Dumbledore won't dare risk his golden boy being corrupted by the students, so he is probably still stuck in hiding like the coward he is." Draco spoke up. "Draco, what have I said about thinking before you say anything?" Matteo said over the unhappy mutterings of the majority of the other first years. "Shut up, mudblood," Draco snapped back. Again, the majority of the students gasped at this, and even those who had been in support of Draco's earlier comments on Harry Potter seemed a little shocked at his bold use of the taboo word. "I will when you learn to think before speaking. As you pointed out, I do not know much of this world, but in Muggle society it is a bit idiotic to be one of a minority and insult the majority's belief," Matteo advised, unfazed by the slur against him. "Doesn't that word offend you?" Hermione asked him when the crowd had returned to uneasily muttering to each other. "Why should it? Words only have power over people if you let them take root, and they lose their potency if you ignore them. Besides, I've never had a nickname before," Matteo said calmly. The assembled group chuckled at his nonchalant attitude, while Draco silently fumed in the background. "Oh, hey, you two. It's nice to see you again," Matteo said as he caught sight of the Patil twins. Before anyone could speak again, a formidable which appeared at the top of the stairs and halted any retort Malfoy could have been forming. Chapter 24 Sorting. Although Matteo had been acting like he was at ease with the conflict between him and Draco, he was in fact feeling rather awkward. He could now understand why his dad often got the odd urge to wring his hands when in stressful situations. All through his childhood with Bruce, and especially whilst on the helicarrier, Matteo had watched the man play with his hands and hadn't really known why. As the tension had mounted, it was only the lessons he had had from Natasha and Clint that stopped him fidgeting nervously. So he stood trying to look nonchalant with his hands tightly fisted in his pockets until the old woman started talking and attracted everyone's attention. Professor McGonagall sounded as strict as she looked in her high-collared dark green and black robes with a tall witch's hat. After greeting them all, she went on to introduce the basics of the school for those who were unfamiliar with the history of the establishment. Once she was sure they understood the basics, she led them up the grand stairs they had waited on and through two heavy wooden doors covered with ornate ironworking. Beyond them was a large hall with thousands of floating candles illuminating the room, while the roof above was enchanted to look like the night sky outside. The lowest part of the walls were wood-paneled, and far above, partially hidden by the enchanted sky, Thick wooden beams supported the wall. Stained glass windows were set into the walls to let light in during the day, but revealed only blackness that evening. Stone eagles protruding from the walls held large braziers that emitted flames and light. For long tables were almost filled with students, but at the far end the tables were empty. Places were set there, though, and Matteo guessed that was where the new first years would go to sit once they were sorted. Each house was dressed similarly in the standard black robes and simple black pointed hats, but their ties and crests on their robes differed. Matteo was once again near the back of the group, and so was able to see Malfoy instantly looking to the table furthest on the left as they walked down, whilst Ron looked to his brothers just on their right. At the head of the room, a table on a raised platform was a table set at a right angle to the rest and was occupied by the teaching staff. Matteo was able to pick out a few staff members he knew or recognized, such as Hagrid, who sat at one end and whose hands were as large as one teacher's head who sat near him. The black-robed man Matteo had seen in the apothecary was sat next to a turbaned man, and while the latter looked very nervous but happy, the former looked ready to start hurling insults at the students below. Dumbledore was sitting in the middle of the table and smiled benignly at the approaching first years. As his gaze landed on Matteo, he failed to completely disguise his look of triumph. Luckily, the old wizard did hide it after a millisecond, but Matteo had already caught it and frowned back at him. Before the teacher's table stood a stall that supported a rather raggedy-looking pointed hat. Once the first years had assembled, a rip in the middle of the hat opened, and the hat began to sing. As it ended, the returning students applauded politely before McGonagall explained the purpose of the hat. Ron let out a huge sigh of relief. It seemed that his trickster brothers had convinced him they had to undertake a practical test to be sorted. Matteo almost smiled in amusement, but that was halted when experienced a jolt of nerves. The names of the first years were being called alphabetically by surname, which made him the second to be called after a Hannah Abbott, if Albus was keeping to his word. Banner, Matteo, McGonagall called loud enough for everyone to hear her. Once Hannah Abbott had taken her seat at Hufflepuff, there was a ripple of mutterings and a few isolated cheers when he stepped forward. 2/3 of the room looked confused by this reaction, but Matteo smiled at the hall before the hat slid over his eyes and blocked his sight of people craning to get a look of him. "Now this is interesting. Why are you hiding yourself, Harry Potter?" the hat whispered in his ear. In the 2 seconds it took for Matteo to register the hat had actually spoken to him, he went from curious to terrified that it knew who he truly was. He quickly figured out the possibility of the hat being a mind reader, explained how it knew, but he was hardly reassured that something knew his true identity. But he hoped that that was the case, rather than Dumbledore having told everyone the truth. "Because I want to live my life without having the world expecting miracles from me. I want to be myself and enjoy my life without people constantly questioning my motives," Matteo huffed in reply to the hat, rather than worrying about the hat's source of knowledge. "You aren't going to get much privacy with your new adopted family," the hat pointed out. "True, but the media are more limited in their printing by Tony's lawyers. Plus, as a child of an Avenger, and not actually one, means I am only a passing curiosity rather than a focus point. I can walk around freely, but if I was Harry Potter, I would be constantly harassed by inconsiderate wizards," Matteo argued. "Would you break your anonymity if you were needed? If Voldemort was to rise again, would you act against him?" The hat pressed. "When he does, And if Harry Potter was truly needed, then yes, I shall consider it. The boy responded to the animated object. Why the curiosity? As much as you hate the idea, you already know that the fate of the wizarding world rests on your shoulders. I am not allowed to reveal to the headmaster what I see in the students' heads, but it is reassuring for me to know you are not following a dark path. Sorry, before we go any further, can I ask a question? Matteo cut in. You want to know why you were targeted? Why you have to fight this war? The hat replied easily. You can see that's exactly what I want to know. The concept of a mind-reading cranial accessory still amazed Matteo. It is not my knowledge to share, was the short reply. But it concerns me. It's my life being screwed with, and my future that could be torn apart by a future war, protested Matteo. All lives get torn apart by war, said the hat. True. Sorry, it was a little harsh of me. But you know what I mean, Voldemort has a grudge match against me, and, for some reason, instead of letting me stay, safe Dumbledore seems determined to throw me into the front line of the war. Why? I don't know the whole truth. I cannot read a mind unless I am actually on someone's head. However, I have listened to some of the conversations Albus has had on the subject. The hat seemed reluctant to carry on, but did after a short pause. There was a prophecy made about Voldemort and the one who would have the power to stop him. I don't know the entirety of it, but the criteria marked out a child born at the end of July to a family who had defied Voldemort 3 times. I need to know the rest of that prophecy. Who knows it? Matteo asked intently. Only Dumbledore and one other knew the entire prophecy that I know of, but there would be a copy of it in the Department of Mysteries where all prophecy records are kept. Matteo was glad the hat was being so compliant in replying. But I can't exactly walk straight in and claim it without explaining how I know that there's a prophecy on me. I'll come up with something, sighed Matteo in frustration. I don't doubt you will. The hat sounded amused. Do you truly want to help me, or was that just for you to further analyze me? Matteo asked, genuinely interested in the answer. For me to sort you, I have to consider every facet of your personality. To know you are prepared to abandon your peaceful existence to fight is reassuring. And knowing you will be able to figure out and find a way to win is greatly important. But I do feel that it would be beneficial to you to have some help along the way, the hat explained. I take it you have already ruled out Hufflepuff. And possibly also Slytherin. You have probably seen how badly I get on with Malfoy, and they would never accept me for the artificial heritage I have. Matteo dropped the topic of the prophecy for now. Instead, he turned his attention to being sorted, and unconsciously nudged the memories of his interactions with Draco to the surface for the hat to see easier. With that resolved, I would consider you for Gryffindor, but your intelligence would suit you well for Ravenclaw, and your loyalty to Neville Longbottom makes you a perfect candidate for Hufflepuff. So where to put you? Mused the Sorting Hat. It might be a bit obvious if I am in Gryffindor, although I have a pretty well-established life. As Matteo, I'm not exactly dissimilar to Harry Potter. Being in that house might make people look too closely and ask too many questions. However, as you say, I want to help Neville, and I think he could be Gryffindor material. Which house would be best for me to help him? He deferred to the hat's wisdom. You're reckless enough to be a Gryffindor, though, coming into the lair of the man who has tried to control you since you were orphaned. But I digress. I hold some sway with the headmaster. If you wish to be with Ravenclaw, then I can ensure that your house is matched with whatever house the Longbottom heir ends up in for classes this year. The hat reassured him. Then I think Ravenclaw, if you would be so good as to announce it, Mateo decided. Good luck, Mateo Banner. And remember, forgiveness is the jewel of the brave. Better be Ravenclaw. The hat shouted the last 3 words aloud. The second table from the right erupted into cheers, the loudest of which seemed to come from those that Mateo assumed were Muggle-born and half-bloods. Mateo sat in the first empty seat next to his housemates and shook a few hands offered to him before he turned back to the sorting. By listening to the whispered commentary around him, Mateo learnt he had taken a rather long time to sort, apparently almost 5 minutes. In comparison, some of the first years after him were sorted immediately, such as those who were from long family lines. When Hermione was called, Mateo desperately tried to make eye contact and smiled encouragingly at her when they did. It seemed that the hat took a longer time than usual to sort her too, but then eventually it called out Ravenclaw after 3 minutes. I'm glad you're with me, Mateo whispered to her as she sat next to him. Hermione smiled radiantly in surprise and joy, and leaned closer so that no one could overhear her. I did still want to be in Gryffindor, but seeing as you were sorted here, I thought Ravenclaw would also be pretty good. Mateo smiled back, and they turned back to their peers. The next person that he had a vested interest in their sorting was Neville, who was so nervous he tripped over the steps onto the way up to the sorting hat. Once there, it took the object the longest period of time so far to sort him, apart from Mateo himself. When it eventually called out Gryffindor, Neville was so ecstatic he ran off with the hat on his head. Some in the hall laughed at him, but Mateo made sure his cheers drowned out some of the derision of those in Slytherin behind him. Draco Malfoy was sorted before the hat made complete contact with his head, and he swaggered off to the table he had been looking at when they all entered. He sneered at Mateo as he passed the seated boy, which Mateo smiled at, and then returned to ignoring him as the next person approached the stool. A palpable tension had started to rise throughout the sorting, and it reached a crescendo as the list passed O. When Harry Potter was called, you could hear a pin drop as everyone held their breath. But no one moved, and after a solid minute of waiting, people started to talk restlessly. Soon the room was in uproar as people demanded to know where the boy who lived was. Silence. Albus Dumbledore eventually stood and called for order. It took a while for everyone to be seated and silent once more, but once they were, the headmaster spoke once more. It appears Harry Potter has decided to not attend Hogwarts this year. I discussed his options with him over the summer, and it seems he chose other methods of furthering his education. I can assure you that he is safe and sound. Now we should continue sorting those who have chosen to join our numbers and welcome those who are deserving of our attention. Mateo joined in talking with Hermione as the hall rumbled with discontent. However, Professor McGonagall's voice caused the talking to cease and the sorting to continue. Ron was sorted to Gryffindor unsurprisingly, and soon the last student was into Slytherin. The witch gathered the stool, hat, and scroll up and took them into an antechamber behind the staff table whilst the headmaster spoke. Now, before we begin our delicious feast, I have a few words, and these are them. Nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. Thank you, Albus said cheerily, and sat down. I swear that man has a screw loose, Mateo muttered to hide his surprise as the plates in front of him filled with food. It was an impressive trick, and he would be very interested to find out how it worked. But currently he was more interested in the wide variety of dishes in front of him that ranged from mashed potato to stacks of ribs. He gave the bowl of mint humbugs a very confused glance, but decided to ignore it. It seemed that the food they had eaten for lunch had been hours and hours ago. The nerves and excitement had caused skewed his sensations that day. I think it is just an act. You have seen how commanding he can be, and he wouldn't be head of Hogwarts if he wasn't smart and able to run lots of different things at once. Hermione reprimanded him. He almost has it perfected, Mateo continued, and Hermione rolled her eyes and smiled. Mateo carefully selected a number of vegetable dishes and slowly ate his way around his plate. Kevin Entwistle, a boy with short and spiky brown hair and blue eyes, sitting next to him, was the only other Muggle-born of the new first years, and he was astounded with the enchanted ceiling and the appearing food. The 4 other boys, called Anthony, Michael, Terry, and Stephen, a blonde, a black-haired, a brunette, and another blonde respectively, were quite cheery and carried quite a good conversation on their families and hobbies. Naturally, the half-blood and purebloods were mostly interested in Quidditch, which seemed to be the only serious sport that the British wizarding population cared about. Both he and Kevin and Hermione were pretty much completely in the dark about the sport, so the others wasted no time in trying to explain it. Mateo listened in and learned quite a lot about the sport, although everything was garbled, as often 2 boys tried to speak at once to explain the same rule or object. The hectic explanations carried on until someone spoke over them, and the 4 fell silent in deference of the older student. "So, Banner, are you the Hulk's son?" a 3rd year asked from further up the table. "I'm the son of Bruce Banner, who happens to have the Hulk as an alter ego. Yes," Mateo emphasized to clear up the point. "Then how are you here, rather than in America?" the same person asked. "I'm actually adopted. My parents were killed in a car crash when I was 6, and I was living rough when he found me, and I decided to travel with him to India. He didn't officially adopt me until this summer, so I was probably still registered at Hogwarts, as I was technically still Mateo Smith living rough in England. I got my letter, and we did some research and decided that I should come here, as nowhere else holds the same reputation." Mateo repeated the well-rehearsed explanation easily. "What were their names?" a female student asked, who was probably his 6th year. "Don and Catherine Smith. My ancestors had a thing for odd names, as you can tell." Mateo smiled depreciatingly. "So what is Tony Stark really like? What's it like in the Avengers Tower? What is it like being face to face with the Hulk?" The questions came thick and fast, and Mateo tried to answer them honestly and succinctly without sounding rude. He ended up spending the entire meal talking and grabbing bites of food while someone asked him a question. Eventually, when most people were nearly finished eating and Mateo still had half a full plate, someone took pity on him and hinted that it might be nice to let the first year have some space. Mateo flashed the Oriental girl a grateful grin and hurriedly ate what he had left. Whilst dessert was consumed, Mateo did a good job of sinking into the background while everyone else chatted around him. He took the time to glance around the room at the other students at other tables. There were a few people looking at him in interest, but most were happily chatting to old and new friends. Neville happened to be looking at him at the same time as Mateo looked over, and he waved over to the timid and rather lonely-looking boy. Neville gave a small smile in return, and Mateo hoped that the Sorting Hat had been right in its assurance that it could arrange for Gryffindor and Ravenclaw to be taught together. As far as he had been able to see during the meal, no one had made the effort to talk to Neville, which made the newly assigned Ravenclaw want to try harder to be Neville's friend. As he looked up at the teachers, Mateo was glad to see that Dumbledore was not staring at him, and he seemed to be deeply engrossed in a conversation with McGonagall. Some of the teachers looked rather like the stereotypical image of magic users, in that they had long, mad hair and odd robes. Although in comparison to Dumbledore's bright orange robes, everyone looked practically conservatively dressed. Mateo noticed the familiar-looking black-haired man happened to be glancing at him, so Mateo respectfully nodded his head at him and carried on looking around. Hagrid had an absolute mound of food on his plate, which probably would rival what Bruce would eat after the other guy had had a run around. A short man sitting on many cushions seemed to be looking eagerly at him, which made Mateo wary. Once all the food disappeared, Mateo expected them to be able to leave straight away. However, the headmaster stood up once more and set about giving out some notices for the year. Mateo was not amused or reassured by the man's seemingly comically delivered warning about the third-floor corridor, but the lack of a smile on Dumbledore's face showed it wasn't a joke. But then the solemnity was broken, and soon everyone was shuffling towards their dormitories, either through muscle memory or being led by prefects. The Ravenclaw prefects had decided to wait for the hall and corridors to clear a bit before they headed off to their tower. "Mr. Banner, a word if you will," the diminutive teacher said from behind the huddled first years. He had managed to leave the staff table and get to the gaggle of new students in less than a minute, which Mateo found quite impressive. "Certainly, Professor," Mateo said hesitantly. "I'm Professor Flitwick. I teach charms, and I am also the Ravenclaw head of house," Flitwick explained as he motioned for everyone else to head on without them. Sorry, I didn't know," Mateo said. He studied the small teacher and decided that he must have had an ancestor that was of the race that ran the Gringotts Bank. However, he seemed much more refined and human in looks and nature than his relatives, apart from his tiny stature. "I overheard from Hagrid of your feat on the way to the lake. Am I right in believing that you cast Illumos perfectly?" Flitwick asked. "Yes, I did, Professor. The lack of light was becoming dangerous to the less agile amongst us. I realize we are not supposed to practice magic outside of classes. Sorry," Mateo said meekly. Flitwick looked at the child who had started to shuffle uncomfortably and had seemingly unconsciously started to clasp his hands nervously. It was a great contrast to the confident act put on as the boy had ascended the stairs to the Sorting Hat. Before, Mateo had looked almost overly cocky in his demeanor, but this slightly shy persona seemed to suit the child better than the previous one. School had not even started at that point. It would be unfair to deduct points or assign a detention when you were not yet an official part of the school, Flitwick said reassuringly. "Thank you, Professor," Mateo said gladly. "Now I should guide you to your dormitory." Flitwick motioned for them to head out of the great hall. Mateo allowed the short teacher to walk first and to set the pace through the corridors, and then respectfully matched it. The hallways were amazing, and the teacher seemed to realize the impact they had and refrained from talking for a while. "So, I am curious to know more about you. For a Muggle born to cause such a stir amongst the houses is unheard of." Flitwick started. "In the Muggle world there are a group of people called the Avengers. They are sort of world known for stopping an invasion, and so are kind of famous. Matteo understated with deliberate vagueness. He really didn't want to get into another long discussion tonight. He was tired from the day's emotions, and it was causing his brain to feel fuzzy. It's unsurprising, then, that half the hall seemed desperate for you to join their house, the professor said in realization. Well, the hat did take a while mulling over where to put me, but Ravenclaw won out, obviously. He smiled. It seems like you are well placed. Have you studied much since buying your school equipment? I may have flicked through the books for the year. My godfather Tony Stark raised me to finish them. Although he can't perform the practical side of magic, he's already memorized all the theory of my year already, Matteo revealed. But you can only have had your books for 6 weeks, 2 months at the most, Flitwick said in amazement. He is a genius. It takes him little time to get his head around any new topic when he needs to. If he is suitably motivated, you cannot stop him from devouring the available knowledge, which is how he learned everything known on thermonuclear physics in one night. He ended up almost driving everyone crazy until Dad and I read everything he had covered so we could discuss the logistics behind each spell and theory. The new Ravenclaw laughed at the memory. So, which subject grabs your attention most? Flitwick asked. I think Transfiguration is pretty amazing from the laws and theory involved. However, I think I want to be a healer in the future. So charms would be what I would put most effort into, Matteo revealed. Well, you already show an aptitude for spell work. It will be interesting to watch your progress through the year, the professor said as they reached the top of a staircase to find a doorway with an eagle door knocker. To gain entry, you must answer the riddle. It changes every time, unlike the other houses who rely on one password for a term, Flitwick explained. Who makes it has no need of it. Who buys it has no use for it. Who uses it can neither see nor feel it. What is it? The knocker asked. A coffin? Matteo asked. Welcome, little raven. The knocker greeted him, and the door swung open. The door to the dormitories is located by the statue of Rowena. You will share rooms with your year mates, and each door has the number of the year inside. Your things will be by your bed. Now, I shall see you tomorrow. Sleep well. Thank you, Professor. You too. Matteo gave a small dip of his waist in goodbye. The room beyond the door was wide and circular in build, with a high ceiling. Pretty much every wall space was covered by bookcases interspersed with large bay windows. Blue and bronze drapes hung by the windows, whilst the carpet was a deep blue and the roof was painted like a starry night sky. A large fireplace provided heat to the room, although the fire in the grate was barely burning this night. Dotted around the room was a mixture of large tables with comfortable-looking wooden chairs for working, while sofas and reading chairs beckoned students to curl up in them and lose themselves in a book. Overall, the room looked incredibly comfortable and welcoming, a bookworm's paradise and a haven away from the stresses of the corridors below. Although it was impossible to glean much details of the view outside the window, Matteo could see the moon glinting off the lake in one direction while lights glimmered from the castle below in another. A few students were sat around the room, holding quiet conversations. One or two nodded in a friendly manner to him as he looked around the room, but none addressed him. It seemed that their natural curiosity was sated, for now at any rate. The son of an Avenger gratefully padded to the doorway that his head of house had mentioned and gratefully climbed the spiral staircase until he found the right door. 6 beds were placed, 3 on each side of the room, with the door to the common room set opposite one that was open and showed a bathroom beyond. He noticed that while a bedside table was set to the right of each bed, A small bookcase was placed to the left of the bed for people's individual reading tastes. The trunks at the foot of 5 beds were already open and personal effects had been scattered across the relevant beds and side tables. "All right there, Matteo. What did the professor want?" Kevin asked as he noticed the new arrival. "Professor Flitwick is our head of house. He just wanted to chat about me casting that Lumos before we even got to the school," Matteo replied as he headed to his bed, which was the one to the left of the door. "Are you in trouble already?" Anthony said disapprovingly. "No, he was just impressed that I successfully cast the spell. It was partially a warning to not try something alone just yet, and a quick chat about my future plans," Matteo reassured the boy. Quickly, Matteo caught up with his roommates in unpacking after allowing Garuda out of his cage first of all. Soon his class books were in his personal bookcase, with a few books from the Muggle world that he was fond of. On top of the bookcase, he placed 2 photo frames, the one Pepper gave him and another simpler wooden frame showing a photo of just him and Bruce that Tony had taken just after he had revealed their new rooms. He attached the poster to the right of his bed between him and Kevin as a tiny bit of Muggle solidarity. And also he didn't really want to try to stick it to the wood of his 4-poster bed. He hung his cloak from one of the end posts of his bed and was about to start writing his letter home when he realized everyone else was getting ready for bed. So he abandoned his plan and joined them. And in no time at all, everyone was in bed and falling into exhausted sleeps. In Albus' office, the contemplative silence that usually heralded another promising school year was being interrupted by many voices, all raised with the same concerns. Albus was sat rubbing his brow wearily whilst McGonagall ranted. "He's safe. I don't care if he is safe. He should be here getting the education he needs. If those Muggles have prevented him from coming to Hogwarts, then I am going there right now to fetch him. Are we sure we want him here? He is likely to be as stubborn and egotistical as his father ever was," Snape drawled from his chair by the fire. McGonagall shot him a glare and carried on. "Really, Albus, you should have insisted that he comes here. He needs to gain friends and learn more about his family here rather than stay in isolation. Where is he anyway? He can't be learning whilst living at the Dursleys. That would break too many laws. Plus they hate magic, so they would never allow a tutor through their door." "I'm afraid I'm not allowed to divulge that information. I swore to keep silent on that," Albus said, who was actually not sorry at all that he could not speak. He could hardly say that Tony had discovered the American version of Diagon Alley and had sent a letter detailing exactly how he could ruin Albus if he revealed any information about Matteo's true identity. Tony had been very thorough in running through exactly how good his lawyers were and the kinds of cases they had won for him, and how long those who angered Tony Stark were in jail for. Although Muggle jails posed no threat to him, Tony seemed to be worse than any Slytherin for knowing how to manipulate people to topple Dumbledore from his position of power. If the man was as good as he boasted, then Albus had no doubt that he would be out of the Wizengamot and the International Confederation of Wizards before he could click his fingers. And even if his lawyers failed to have any success, Stark had also made sure to outline the strength of the Avengers. Even Albus wasn't sure he could create a shield quick enough to defend against Muggle projectiles from their guns or an arrow from a hidden sniper. And the Hulk looked like it would take a killing curse to halt him, and Dumbledore really didn't want to have to kill Harry's adoptive father. That would not help increase the boy's trust in him at all. "Unbreakable vow?" Flitwick questioned, to which Albus just looked favorably at the man, not denying the incorrect assumption. He is safe though and happy? Pomona asked. And he is getting the education he needs. Phileas chipped in. He truly is safe and well, and he will get the best education money can buy. Albus sighed. So on to more pressing concerns. What are people's thoughts on this year's newest editions? Snape interrupted, changing the topic quickly to something he would be infinitely more interested in. Neville Longbottom is not what I was expecting. It seems Augusta may have smothered the child more than helping him flourish. I think her method of coping with Alice and Frank's attack was not the best for the child, Pomona said sadly. However, he did end up in my house, so perhaps there is hope for him yet. Minerva replied with a hint of wistfulness in her voice. She had been good friends with Frank and Alice Longbottom, and she truly did want to see their son flourish. Draco is the spitting image of his father, Phileas said neutrally. Hopefully he has inherited some of Narcissa's skills. She did have more of a flair for charms and astronomy than Lucius, Minerva pointed out, whilst refraining from voicing some other beneficial traits Narcissa could have provided. Crabbe and Goyle look exactly how their fathers did at that age too, Pomona observed as well. Any of your house you will be watching in Hufflepuff? Severus asked, annoyed at the scrutiny of his house. There doesn't seem to be any shining stars this year, but each one of them are a welcomed addition to the set, Pomona said happily. And we could hardly ignore one of your latest additions after his rather impressive piece of work, Severus muttered towards Phileas, almost as if jealous. Banner seems to be a bit of a change from the regular Muggle-born students we get each year. Even for my house, he seems to be a bright one, Phileas agreed. A bit different is a bit of an understatement. Minerva chuckled. He already performed flawless magic, has apparently gained the attention and respect of half his house, and seems to have already become at odds with Malfoy Jr. And did any of you notice that he wears his wand in a hip holster? I haven't seen any do that since. The room fell silent for a short while as everyone was caught up in memories of the war that had ended a decade ago, but still was easily brought back to mind through the smallest trigger. Although only Dumbledore and Snape had been on the front lines constantly in the war, all present had fought and seen how the Death Eaters dressed. It was not a good comparison for the child to be seen imitating their ways, even if it was just their dress style. It is a rather aggressive way of holstering a wand, Phileas agreed worriedly. But he seemed to have been quite friendly with Neville, which could be quite good for both of them. And I doubt that Augusta would stand for their friendship to continue if there was any hint of him being anything but honest, Pomona said in her ever-optimistic way. I doubt that Banner can siphon off intelligence or skill to help Longbottom, if that is what you are thinking. Severus chipped in his 2 nuts worth. No, but he seems to be a rather proactive Ravenclaw. Perhaps he can encourage Neville out of his shell, and if Mateo needs tempering, then perhaps Neville can help with that. Pomona snapped back, reminding them again why her house's animal was a badger. At least it seems that Ronald is nothing like his 2 brothers. Phileas cut in. We can be grateful for small mercies, Minerva sighed. 3 of them may lead to the school being torn apart. Albus chuckled. I wouldn't want to be you if that had happened. Phileas laughed too, looking pointedly at Minerva. So how are the preparations going? The head of Gryffindor changed the subject quickly, despite being deliberately vague on what she was talking about. Everyone present immediately caught on. Albus looked suddenly a lot more somber than he had 5 seconds ago. Almost every obstacle has been set. There is just my contribution to be finalized. I do hope that the students pay attention to the warning I gave earlier. Well, if they don't, I'd bet my year's wages that it'll be the twins that find out first why the corridor is out of bounds. Snape smiled evilly. I really do feel that the entrance door should be a lot heavier warded than it is. Even the first years can cast a simple Alohomora and get in there. Filius raised his concerns for another time. If it is too difficult to get in, the culprit runs the risk of being caught before they get their comeuppance. Severus protested like he always did when that argument broke out. And we need to lure the person that Nicholas is worried about into the trap. Albus added his opinion in a much milder tone. If any student is harmed because of your decision, then I won't be responsible for my actions, Filius warned, and it looked like Pomona and Minerva agreed with him. It would be beneficial for Ravenclaw and Gryffindor to be taught together this year. Their conversation was interrupted from going further by an unexpected source, and the five of them looked in confusion at the usually silent Hat. What do you mean? Albus looked at the source of the voice. I mean what I said. Ravenclaw and Gryffindor should be taught in the same classes instead of being apart, the Hat said in exasperation. But Ravenclaw has always been with the Hufflepuffs, and the Gryffindors with the Slytherins, Minerva protested. And I have told you for the last 10 years that my job would be infinitely easier if I didn't have the two houses constantly trying to sabotage each other's work throughout the year. My house is not bothered with antagonizing the Hufflepuffs half as much as they are as the Gryffindors, Severus pointed out. But you know my puffs are not so well suited to dealing with the scheming of your house the entire time, Pomona said worriedly. Well, what about a compromise? Potions and charms and transfiguration and herbology are taught at the same times. Can we not just swap the houses' timetable together in those classes for the first years and see how it goes? There must be something between the first years in Ravenclaw and Gryffindor for the Hat to insist they are taught together, Filius pointed out. That would leave the flying lessons, history of magic, astronomy, and defense against the dark arts where the timetable stays the same. That could work, and if we only roll it out amongst the first years, we can say it is an experiment. There is no need to spend the evening trying to rehash the entire school timetable, Albus said thoughtfully. I'll get the revised timetables going then. Minerva went over to the cabinet that held all the school-relevant documents and started to make changes to be duplicated for all the teachers and first years. The five of them spent a few hours discussing why exactly the Sorting Hat had spoken, but they couldn't see a reason why it had acted now to influence the school. The fact that it had insisted upon its suggestion being headed was unheard of, but no amount of questioning or subtle probing would get the Hat to speak further on the issue. All right, before we move forward, let's take a moment to understand what we've just experienced in chapters 21 through 24. Because on the surface, it might feel like not much has changed. But that's not true. Something important has happened here. Up until now, Harry has been learning magic the way it's meant to be learned. Observing, practicing, improving. But in these chapters, that approach starts to shift. He begins to notice something most people overlook. The way magic is taught isn't necessarily the only way it can exist. There are assumptions built into every lesson. Unspoken limits. Invisible boundaries that no one really questions. And Harry, he starts to see them. Not all at once. Not dramatically. But in small, precise moments. A spell that doesn't behave exactly as expected. A concept that feels incomplete. And instead of ignoring that feeling, like most would, he follows it. That's the difference. He doesn't just accept what he's told anymore. He tests it, questions it, tries to understand what lies underneath it. And that's where the real shift begins. Because once you start thinking that way, you're no longer just learning magic. You're analyzing it, breaking it down, looking for the structure behind it. And once you see the structure, you can start to imagine changing it. That's what makes these chapters so important. Not because of what happens externally, but because of what changes internally. Harry is no longer just a student following instructions. He's becoming something more independent, more deliberate, more aware. And that awareness, it's going to matter a lot. So keep that in mind as we move forward, because what comes next doesn't come out of nowhere. It builds on this. Every thought, every question, every quiet realization, they all lead here. Now, let's continue. Chapter 25, Adjusting. Mateo found himself awake well before anyone else showed signs of waking. Kevin next to him had left his drapes open, probably to either comfort himself that this was all real or perhaps to not feel so alone whilst being so far from home. The others had slept like Mateo with their drapes shut. So although Mateo couldn't hear movement, he wasn't entirely sure if anyone was just reading. Considering the amount of light the drapes shut out from his own bed, though, Mateo doubted they would be able to see well enough to read. The adopted American quietly snuck over to the bathroom to complete his morning ritual and got dressed at a calm pace. A legacy of living with the Dursleys was that he had a few scars on his back from the more brutal beatings Vernon had given him. It had been a concern of his that someone would eventually see them and question him about them, and with shared rooms that could happen quite soon. However, if he continued to wake up first, then Mateo saw no likely chance of anyone finding out. It was only as he was putting on his old watch that Mateo realized it had stopped. He hadn't even thought about it, but the conflict between magic and Muggle power must have killed the battery, and the time it showed suggested that happened when they arrived at the platform at Hogwarts. Before he had time to worry about being constantly late to lessons, Mateo remembered the gift that Steve, Clint, and Natasha had given him at their last family meal before he left America. It had been another watch, one with a metal strap with links that could be added or removed to adjust its size. At the time, Mateo wasn't sure why they had given him it. His old leather one was still perfectly serviceable. However, now he had a sneaking suspicion, so he quickly and quietly pulled the box it was kept in out of the top of his trunk. As he suspected, it was still running fine, so he quickly slipped it on whilst he sent a mental thank you to the Avengers for their forethought. He had no idea what to pack for his first day, so he settled for putting his slim writing box into his bag and leaving it near his bookcase. He assumed that there would be time after breakfast to get his bag before the first class, so he refrained from shoving every book into his bag. For the remainder of the wait until breakfast, he actually got on with writing the letter he had intended to write the night before. He glossed over his run-in with Draco, mostly, apart from mentioning they had met again, but described his possible friends and his head of house and the sorting process. Even with this all-covered, Mateo had barely written a page of rather cramped and splodged words, and there was still possibly an hour till breakfast, so he settled for reading the Lord of the Rings books that Clint had bought him. Mateo had never pegged him for an avid reader, and the gift showed there was a lot that they all didn't know about the man. When the Avengers had learned that Mateo would be without technology for the duration of term, they all arrived at the conclusion, independently of each other, to buy him books to tide him over. Clint, who secretly rather liked the nickname Tony gave him, had bought him the Tolkien masterpieces. Pepper had found a book on Midgardian mythology from Norse times. Natasha had given him a couple of books on languages to learn. Steve had gone for old stories he had enjoyed in the 1930s, and Tony had given him a few textbooks on engineering. Eventually, at 7:30, people started stirring from their sleeps. Anthony was quickly up and dressing neatly, while Michael and Terry were having fun playing with their drapes and throwing their pillows at each other. Stephen was watching with an amused look but seemed to be unsure whether they should be doing it or if they should be getting ready. Kevin was the last to wake and was rather quiet and kept to himself. "Come on, breakfast should be being served soon, and we need to find our way down to the Great Hall still." Anthony took charge as the clock set above their dormitory door ticked closer to 8. "That won't be a problem. I have quite a good sense of direction, and I think I can get us there without too much difficulty," Mateo offered. "Let's put you to the test then," Stephen said jokingly. When they reached the common room, they met up with Hermione and Padma, who had seemingly just arrived there too. Padma was looking slightly relieved to not be alone with Hermione, who was still talking at a rapid pace at people rather than to them. "So, breakfast time. Hermione, this is Kevin, as you know, but I think we are the only 3 Muggleborns in Ravenclaw this year." Mateo lied. He managed to wrangle a relatively even 4-way conversation between them and Padma, and Hermione seemed to calm slightly with the company. They led the way down the corridors, and as he promised, Mateo got them all the way to the Great Hall without getting lost once. Thanks to this, they were there before the majority of the other years, who undoubtedly could leave it later without the worry of getting lost. The Gryffindors were conspicuously low on numbers, and only Neville was at his table to represent the newest recruits to the Lion's House. "Are we allowed to mix tables at breakfast?" Mateo asked. "There aren't any rules against it as far as I had read. I think most houses stick together though," Hermione said slowly. "Well, that isn't going to last long," Mateo muttered and left the group as they headed to their table. "Morning, Neville. Come with me," Mateo ordered in a friendly tone as soon as he reached the lone Gryffindor. "Where are we going?" he asked nervously. "Less than 10 meters that-a-way." Mateo jerked a thumb over his shoulder. "I want to catch up with you. And if your housemates arrive any time soon, then you can come back here to mingle if you want." Neville seemed unsure about the idea, so he gave the boy not room to protest. Like Tony often did with his father, Mateo grabbed him gently by the upper arm and tugged him over to the Ravenclaw table. "Everyone, this is Neville Longbottom. I'm making him an honorary Ravenclaw so he can have breakfast with us, as I want to catch up with him. All right?" Mateo pushed Neville down next to Hermione and Kevin before walking around to the far side of the table. Morning, Mudblood. Draco had arrived whilst Mateo was at the Gryffindor table and decided to start the morning as he had finished the last evening. Careful to avoid being seen to be doing magic, Draco settled for intertwining his legs around Mateo's and caused him to trip over. The Ravenclaw merely tucked his body in as his foot remained trapped by the Slytherin and managed to execute a rather neat roll that yanked his foot free. He was incredibly grateful at that moment for the lessons Clint and Natasha had insisted he had had on falling correctly to avoid injury. At the time, Mateo hadn't been sure 4 hours of falling over had been necessary, but now he was grateful as he was able to casually turn to face the gobsmacked Slytherin. "Morning to you too, Draco. I trust you slept well? If your common room is anything as good as Ravenclaw's, then the beds are exquisite." Draco didn't manage to reply before Mateo had returned to his seat and joined his friends in conversation. The arrival of a few much older Ravenclaw students deterred the snake from acting again, and he huffily turned to his own table. Apparently, the Gryffindor common room was quite similar to the Ravenclaw's, except it was smaller and with more stone. rather like a cave. Matteo commented on it, perhaps reflecting the cave that the Pride lived in The Lion King, but only Hermione and Kevin got that reference. Realistically, a year ago, he would have been in the same boat as the students raised in the Wizarding World, but Tony had made him and any Avenger around sit and have Disney marathons on really slow days. Over the next half an hour, the hall started to fill up dramatically with all the older students, but Neville remained with them, and despite being mostly silent, he seemed to be enjoying himself. Matteo didn't miss the few odd glances they got from Ravenclaw students, realizing there was a Gryffindor in their midst, or the ones from Neville's own house. However, no one objected, so they carried on as if swapping tables was a regular occurrence that every student did at some point. The sudden arrival of hundreds of owls had Matteo looking up with all the other first years in amazement, and he was happy to see Garuda amongst them, although it looked like complete chaos above. As owls swooped around each other, as Matteo watched, he saw that each owl was looking for their respective owner or postal recipient. A lot of owls seemed to carry newspapers and magazines, and once they had been relieved of their load, they took off straight away. Those that looked to be owned by a student or their family often stayed for attention or food before taking off once more. Stephen, Padma, Terry, Lisa, and Michael all had owls too that dropped them post. However, Garuda arrived unladen. "Morning, Garuda," Matteo said, as the owl landed on his shoulder with a hoot. "Garuda? Where does that name originate from?" Hermione asked curiously. "It is the name of the Vahana, the mount of Vishnu. He's one of the gods in the Hindu religion," Padma had to spell out to the other children. Although Garuda is often depicted as an eagle or human-type figure. "You know, I grew up with the Indian culture. It was the first name I thought of that seemed to fit him," Matteo added to Padma's explanation. Matteo had long ago finished his breakfast, but he enjoyed the company at the table. He was slightly disappointed to find that the only drinks on the table were water, milk, or pumpkin juice. So Matteo resolved to ask for his father to send him some of their preferred tea bags and would learn how to boil water. As he had said the night before, Professor Flitwick wandered up the table, handing out timetables 15 minutes before lessons were due to start. That left them all plenty of time to return to the common room to retrieve their bags and books for the day. Matteo was pleased to see that they were timetabled to share half their lessons with Gryffindor rather than being exclusively with the Hufflepuffs, as the upper years were. Apparently, the older students were surprised by the change, so Matteo assumed it was brought about by his conversation with the hat rather than a planned change. As he listened in to a conversation held by some nearby sixth years, Matteo learned that the Gryffindor and Slytherin students never got on in lessons, so the change was actually a good move. However, he wondered why the school carried on teaching those houses together when there was obvious conflict. It couldn't do anything apart from increased tension and hostilities between the two factions. Whatever the reasons for the timetabling decisions of the past, Matteo was happy that at least someone was working with his best interests at heart in the wizarding world, even if it was an animated clothing accessory. "So what do we think?" Tony asked as he strode into the living room of the communal level. "What do we think of WH-? Tony, what the hell are you wearing?" Clint almost choked on his drink as he saw the billionaire. "This is what wizards wear in England, and I'm going undercover, so I need to look the part," Tony replied. He had seemed to have taken a leaf out of Dumbledore's book and was wearing a deep red outfit that had heavy gold stitching on the hems. He honestly wasn't going to go out wearing this, but he was having fun playing with everyone. That does not come even close to an undercover outfit. Wearing a suit was more incognito than that. Clint gasped as his lungs stopped spasming from the liquid he inhaled. Suit stuck out, and robes seemed to too, Tony said in feigned frustration. Just wear pretty neutral casual clothes, and you should fit in pretty well, Hawkeye advised. You're right. I can take a suitcase with other clothing if I need to change. Tony agreed and wandered out in his bright robes. I think he's lost it. Natasha had remained silent in shock of the clothing. No, he's as sane as ever, Clint sighed. Tony was soon dressed casually and zipped off in his Iron Man suit, heading for an American city instead of London. He had found that a reasonable-sized population of magic users was located in Boston, and he wanted information. Tony had vowed to help Matteo, and with the information Loki had provided and Bruce had explained to him, he was determined to get to the bottom of how Matteo seemed to be sharing his body with a sliver of another's soul. The boy had only been gone a week, but Tony had an opening in his schedule, so he was determined to get moving. Bruce stumbled out of the lift and headed to the kitchen on the communal floor and bumped into Clint and Natasha. He nodded silently as he headed to the coffee pot. Morning, Bruce. Were you up late last night? Clint noticed the dark circles under the scientist's eyes. I'm not sleeping so great at the moment, and I have ended up working a bit later than usual. Bruce mumbled as he wrapped his hands around the mug of caffeine. Natasha immediately knew what was causing the man's insomnia and flashed him a quick smile of understanding. I'm sure he is doing fine. You raised him well, and he will make friends quickly. I'm certain that this Dumbledore character won't dare make a move after meeting the three of you. I know it is stupid, but I can't help worrying about him. I miss him too. Bruce whispered the last four words. Hey, he and you have been together through thick and thin for the last almost 5 years, and he was the first one to accept the other guy, not to mention the most obvious fact that he is your son. Of course, it is natural to worry about him and miss him even though logic tells you that you shouldn't. If you weren't worried or lonely, then I would be seriously concerned, Clint said. Bruce was almost surprised by the sensitivity demonstrated by the man, but he knew Clint had a soft spot for Matteo. Thanks, guys. Bruce smiled wearily. You're not allowed in the labs today. We need to get out and do something to occupy your mind. There's a go-kart track a few miles north of the city. It isn't the same as driving cars at high speeds, but a lot more legal, Clint suggested. That sounds like a brilliant idea. We'll meet back here in half an hour, ready to go. Clint grinned and sped off to change into more appropriate clothing. For hours later, the three returned laughing and smiling back to the tower. Clint and Natasha had expected to have to go easy on Bruce, as the man had no extreme vehicle training, but after getting used to the vehicles, the scientist proved to be a very talented driver. What the two gained in experience and skill, Bruce made up for in surprisingly sneaky tactics and a better understanding of the mechanics and limitations of an internal combustion engine and small cheap tires. They ended up very closely tied in race wins, and the trio unintentionally annoyed some of the regular youths who had been outstripped by their skill. Things had started to look a little tense between the youths, and as they didn't want to accidentally unleash the other guy, the trio left after 3 hours. Clint had suggested they grabbed food on the way home too, so it was 1 in the afternoon by the time they crashed on the sofa. Hey, isn't that Garuda? Clint pointed to a brown splotch sitting on the railing of the balcony. The words had barely left his mouth before Bruce was up and going over to the door to let the bird in. It fluttered over to the elder banner, and allowed him to take the thick letter off his leg before flying over to Clint for attention. Tony had joked about birds of a feather when it became obvious that Clint was one of the owl's favorite humans, after Bruce and Mateo, but Clint had ignored him. The fact that Tony was Augustus' favorite human mean that the archer could easily turn any animal-related insults back on the billionaire to shut him up. Mateo seems to be doing well. He has made friends and ended up in Ravenclaw. Bruce summarized the letter before passing it over to the two assassins. Why am I not surprised? Clint rolled his eyes but shuffled closer to Natasha so they could read the letter together. I'm surprised he tried magic on his own. I thought he was putting off doing that because he was worried about it going wrong. Natasha asked Bruce. He was, but I assume he felt it was worth the risk. He chose quite a simple one anyway. I think they start with harder spells in their first few lessons if the books are anything to go by. Well, that is completely illogical. Why give them hard stuff to begin with when they are still trying to get to grips with the whole concept of making stuff happen by waving a wooden stick? Natasha rolled her eyes. The wizarding world does not sound entirely logical, so don't waste your time trying to understand them, Bruce advised. There is something wrong with your son if he is asking you to send tea bags. Not anything like alcohol or sweets. Clint laughed as he reached the end of the letter. I consider that good parenting, which is why it is a good thing it isn't your child going to school. You probably would be sending them sweets and alcohol, Bruce pointed out. Natasha laughed at Clint's facial expression as Bruce wandered smugly over to the kitchen. I'm sending him something stupid at some point. I need to corrupt that child, Clint muttered. If it's anything age inappropriate that is going to get him into serious trouble and could lead me to need to have the talk with him, I swear the other guy is going to use your fleeing figure as target practice, Bruce said loudly in panic. Calm down. I know not to do that, Clint said hurriedly. But now I know I have leverage on you. Bruce groaned and ran a hand through his hair while the assassins laughed at him. To avoid further teasing and blackmail, he left the two to their own devices and headed off to his room to write a reply to Mateo. Soon 2 weeks had shot past, and Mateo was amazed at how easily he had fallen into the routine of school life. Whilst he had been traveling as a child, they had never stayed in one place long enough for Bruce to enroll him in a local school. So Mateo had always been taught between patients and in the evenings. As a result, the constant cycle of lesson after lesson through the day was difficult to get used to, and was the only thing he was still having trouble with. The longest he had ever had to concentrate on learning before was perhaps an hour in the evening, and now they had at least 5 hours a day of lessons. Have you got some kind of ADD? Kevin had asked him once when Mateo had ended up twirling his quill in boredom and charms. No, I'm just used to intense bursts of lessons rather than a solid hour covering a topic slowly, Mateo sighed and tried to concentrate. Although Mateo was worried that he could eventually become bored and restless of living in the same place, he soon realized he could never be bored at Hogwarts. Not only were the lessons, on the whole, very interesting, but the building itself constantly fascinated the Ravenclaw. The stairs moved when they felt like it. There were hidden passages, trick doors, and stairs, and the paintings constantly moved as they wished. They had memorized the routes to all their classes as quickly as possible, so as to not get lost, but Mateo was certain that it could take years to learn every part of the castle. Something he had trouble with that he wasn't expecting was sticking to one language when writing or in conversation. It seemed to be something to do with the magical world that he found that if he was caught unawares, he could end up using decidedly not Latin-based languages. Once he had been so deep in thought that when he had addressed Hermione during their study period, he had accidentally ended up speaking in Russian. Thankfully, the Ravenclaws had laughed about it, and they ended up spending 10 minutes asking him to say different phrases in the various languages he knew, rather than insulting him about it. But it showed how confused he was at times, so he was rather grateful when Friday rolled around, and he only had to last one more day before a break. Neville had continued to join them for the earlier part of breakfast before returning to his table when the rest of his year turned up. But by the end of the second week, he was spending all of the meal with the Blue House. Apparently, Ron had fallen in with Dean and Seamus, while Neville was mostly ignored due to his more reclusive nature. Mateo wasn't exactly surprised. The boy seemed to only feel that the true Gryffindor students were worth socializing with. In every lesson they had shared in the past fortnight, Ron hadn't spoken more than 4 words to Mateo, preferring to talk to Dean and Seamus. Hermione was point-blank, ignored the majority of the time, and even when Ron seemed to pay attention to her, it was only to roll his eyes at her determination to answer any question posed to them. It even seemed to have become a bit of a running joke with the Lion's House that Neville was getting a sense of grandeur from having his head in the clouds too much with the Ravens. Mateo told him he was free to make his own choices, and that he and Hermione at least would continue to be his friends, whatever he chose. But Neville endured the teasing of his housemates and continued to have breakfast with them. It didn't take a skilled spy to observe the fact that the Ravenclaws were much more welcoming of the Gryffindor than his own house was. In the lessons they shared, Mateo would sit next to Neville and would try to give him encouragement and advice during the practical parts of the lessons. Neville was surprisingly helpful in giving Mateo tips on using a quill to stop ink splodges ruining his work. Hermione and Kevin had ended up often sitting together. As Muggle-born students, they could find common ground to chat about that meant Hermione wasn't just talking at someone. However, they had yet to experience a lesson in potions, so they were a little apprehensive when they headed down into the dungeons that morning. Their first lesson of the year had been cancelled with no warning, but there were whispers Snape had been seen near the Forbidden Corridor. No one had been overly upset by the absence of the professor, thanks to what the other students had said. Everyone in the upper years had horror stories of the formidable potions professor about how harshly he marked work, refused to allow talking, and berated the slightest mistakes. Neville, who was already clumsy and nervous enough, was terrified of the thought of this lesson. When they reached the classroom, the door was open and Professor Snape was nowhere to be seen. Ron and his 2 friends were seated as far back as they could in an inconspicuous corner, whilst the remaining Gryffindors filled the back row and half of the second row. They had found Neville dithering at the door, so Mateo grabbed his upper arm and gently dragged him into the second row and plunked down in the middle. Hermione paired off with Kevin, and they sat to their right, in front of Ron. By the time the clock struck the hour, the desks were filled, and everyone was sitting respectfully, quietly. When Snape swept into the room, Mateo could almost feel Neville shudder, so he surreptitiously bumped shoulders with him, for comfort. There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class. The man started without preamble as he stormed to his desk. As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science of the potion making. However, for those of you who possess the predisposition, I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to brew glory, bottle fame, and even put a stopper in death. Unless you are so inept that you cannot get the theory into your thick skulls. Neville cowered slightly as Snape's glare landed on him. However, the man ignored him and merely started a roll call. As with a lot of lessons, Bruce was second or first to be called, depending on whether Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff was present. And so he had the entirety of the register to wait for further information. Snape finished the register, and then seemed to hesitate slightly, almost as if to deviate from his lesson plan. I think a quick quiz is in order to determine your knowledge. Banner. What would I get if I added powdered asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Mateo knew exactly what this was the moment the professor called his name. But he kept his cool and answered politely. I believe they can be mixed with a few other ingredients to create the draught of the living death, sir. Where would look if I asked you to fetch me a bezoar? They can be found in the stomach of a goat, sir. But everyone should carry one in case of accidents, so the nearest one should be amongst us. Mateo tried to cover all bases. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Nothing, sir. They are the names given to the same plant that grows traditionally in mountainous regions in the northern hemisphere. Some people also call it blue rocket, devil's helmet, and aconite, so it really highlights the need for the use of Linnean classification. What are its uses? Mateo had to think for this one, and answered slowly. It is most commonly used as a poison both in Muggle and Wizarding culture, which gave rise to another of its names of Queen of all Poisons, although it is considered an aesthetically pleasing plant, so horticulturalists grow it. In traditional Chinese and Hindu medicine, it is also used sparingly in various cures, but whether they are actually a viable cure for anything remains to be proven. In potion making, its perhaps most important use is in the wolfsbane potion that werewolves can take to remain sane during the full moon. Perhaps this year will not be a total waste if you are all at the same passable level as Banner. Snape sniffed and turned to write something on the board. It seemed that Snape's reputation was well-founded, as he threw them immediately into brewing a potion, without any kind of instruction or introduction. Mateo was unsurprised to not gain any points. Apparently he only rewarded his own house, but the lack of explanation of any techniques concerned him. Neville unpacked his equipment unhappily and started to select everything he needed from the potions kit, while Mateo worked alongside him at the same pace. He noticed Neville constantly checking his work against his own, so Mateo ensured that he had everything carefully set out in order of use, and that things were prepped correctly before he even started adding things to the cauldron. Snape did not help by prowling around the class and releasing snide comments, but Mateo ignored him and focused on reading the instructions on the board carefully. Neville was not doing badly himself, and it was only when they came to add the porcupine quills that he almost slipped. Luckily, Mateo noticed the fire was still burning under the cauldron and grabbed Neville's fist so that he could not release the quills. The fire is still going, Nev, Mateo muttered. Thanks, Neville said, barely loud enough for even Mateo to hear it. 2 points each from Ravenclaw and Gryffindor for talking. Snape snapped at them. Mateo held back a sigh and continued his work, and by the end of the class the pair of them were turning in completed potions. Neville's was a bit lumpy and thicker than the perfect one Mateo had produced, but it was certainly not as bad as Ron's, which had pretty much solidified in the cauldron. Well done there, Neville, Mateo said as they reached the entrance hall. That man terrifies me. Some Gryffindor I am, Neville replied glumly. Bravery isn't classed as having no fear, Neville. Fear is nature's way of telling you that you are in a position that you need to get out of or react to, like being on the top of a cliff or coming face to face with a lion. But bravery is facing those that instill fear in you and persevering. Professor Snape is an intimidating figure with a matching reputation. I think you are reasonably justified in fearing him. I think we do need to work on your ability to function in fearful situations, though. You are a tiny bit like a rabbit caught in the headlights. Mateo smiled. How can we change that? I think we need to work on your confidence and teach you meditation techniques, Mateo suggested. You know, I have no confidence. You can't exactly work on it, Neville muttered. We just need to find something you are good at and build on it. Hermione joined the conversation. Like what? I'm not good at anything, Neville sighed. We'll find something, trust us, Mateo said. We shall try cooking, drawing, music, writing, climbing, anything and everything we can think of trying. Chapter 26 Flying. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were scheduled for their first flying lesson the afternoon after the other two houses had had theirs. The story of Neville's accident had already flown around the school, and Mateo had raced up to the hospital wing as soon as he heard it. Neville had been sitting despondently on a bed, and Mateo snuck in to sit with him. Well, at least we know to go easy on you with brooms in the future, Mateo said quietly as he reached the boy's bed. I'm not getting on a broom again, Neville said firmly. Yes, you are. We are just going to take it a lot easier next time, Mateo insisted. I'll just fall off again, Neville stated with certainty as he stared at his bound arm. Well, you can sit on mine until you get your confidence, Mateo decided. Are you all right? How long do you have to have your arm like that? Just until tomorrow evening. Madame Pomfrey fixed it already, but I am not allowed to strain it, Neville explained. And you've never flown. How do you know if you'll be good at it? I love magical healing. It sounds so convenient, Mateo said happily. And I don't. I'm just going to assume I am until I actually know for certain. Draco apparently has my remembrall, Neville muttered. What is that? Mateo asked. It is a glass ball with a gold band. It fills with red smoke if you've forgotten something. Gran sent it to me, and it fell out my pocket as I fell. I'm not sure if he left it on a roof somewhere or if he still has it in. On him, the injured child said. I'll get that for you then, Mateo said with certainty. He marched out of the hospital wing down to the great hall and was pleased to see his target already there eating lunch. His friends waved to him, but he ignored them and strode down the length of the Ravenclaw/Slytherin border until he stood behind Draco. Afternoon, Draco. I was wondering whether you still had Neville's remembrall? Mateo asked politely. What is it to you, Mudblood, if I do still have it? Neville is not in your house, and none of your concern, Draco drawled. Neville is my friend, and therefore it is everything to me. Houses should have no relevance when it comes to social interactions, as it is merely a different color of cloth signifying our defining trait, Mateo replied. Always the bloody logical Ravenclaw, aren't you, Mudblood? Draco huffed. Obviously. Now, the remembrall. I still have it with me, Draco stated. All right. Mateo looked at the boy and then around the hall in consideration. If I can climb to the eaves of the room, then can I have it back? If you do it right now, and if you get to the ceiling, then yes you can. Draco laughed at the seemingly impossible task. Thanks, Mateo grinned. Without further ado, he turned and walked the short distance to the end of the table and around to the far side of the Slytherin table. Once he was opposite Draco, he smiled again at the boy before turning and running towards the wall. The small burst of speed enabled him to grab the lowest part of the carved eagle and use the wall to push upwards with his legs whilst his hands held him steady. Mateo Banner, what do you think you are doing? Professor McGonagall's voice cut through the chatter in the room like a knife through butter. I am fulfilling a bet to get something returned, Mateo explained as he hauled himself up to the claws of the carved eagle. Get down this instant. This is no way to settle a problem, McGonagall ordered. Unfortunately, I have to do this, Professor. So if you can let me concentrate for the next 5 minutes, I would much appreciate it, Mateo said in a respectful tone. If you don't get down, then I shall give you a detention, McGonagall threatened. Sorry, but I refuse, Mateo said as he scrabbled over the neck of the eagle. Master Banner, this is hardly becoming of one of our house, Flitwick said sharply. I would have thought this was pretty accurate of our house, sir, Mateo began to explain. You see, I could not report the theft to the staff, as Draco could just deny anything he wanted. There were an equal number of Slytherin and Gryffindor students there at the time of the incident, so it would be one house against another. You legally cannot search him, nor use legitimacy to gain the answer. Veritaserum breaches a whole host of rules too, so conventional channels would have failed. Now, I could have stolen it back, but that would make me as guilty as Draco and would take a lot of planning to either break into his dorm or to find a way of stealing it back in the corridors. However, doing this is an easy way of regaining the item. Whilst he had been explaining, Mateo had pushed off against the wall and had grasped the stone lip of the eave before easily pushing himself upwards and using the wooden carving as handholds. This breaks hundreds of rules, Mr. Banner, McGonagall called. Actually, there are no rules on climbing the interior of the Great Hall or any part of the building for that matter. The thought probably never crossed the minds of the founders, nor any head teacher since. However, I do agree that disobeying your orders is disrespectful, and I shall accept punishment for that, Mateo admitted. Is this high enough, Draco? The pureblood was staring in amazement as Mateo stood on the topmost joist of the roof, half hidden by the haze of the enchantment on the ceiling. With the eyes of the entire hall on him, he could only nod. Good. Mateo grinned down at the furious glare the blonde was directing at him. Returning to ground level took about as much effort as it did to leave it, as Mateo had to fight gravity to not fall. However, it did not take him long to be back on the eagle carving before jumping back down to ground level. He walked calmly back around to Draco and politely extended a hand to receive Neville's remembrall. A furious-looking Draco rummaged in his pocket and slapped the glass ball into Mateo's hand before turning back to his own table and pointedly ignored Banner. Thank you. He smiled at the sulking pureblood before turning and looking expectantly at the Transfiguration and Charms professors. How did you even figure out you could do that? Flitwick asked curiously. My honorary uncle has a thing for climbing to high places. He taught me how to gauge distances and angles to scale things. I highly doubt he intended me to get into trouble with the knowledge, but he probably won't be too upset that I did. Flitwick had to smother a smile at the child's enthusiasm even when faced with discipline. This is no joking matter, boy, Snape snarled as he approached. Sorry, sir, Mateo apologized, and he unconsciously straightened his spine at the sharp tone. He did not feel it prudent to point out he had made an observation rather than a joke. "Shouldn't we move this somewhere more private?" Flitwick suggested. He had noticed the child's sudden change in demeanor, and it seemed that something that Snape had said had struck a nerve. "Why, Banner has proven he is comfortable with a very public display of disobedience," the potions professor snapped. At the vehemence in the voice, Mateo stepped back a bit in surprise at the man. However, Severus misread the situation. "Get back here, boy." Mateo was not sure what the situation had dissolved into. He only saw the fist shooting for his shoulder. Although Bruce had been very good at helping him get over his survival instincts from the 5 years he had been with the Dursleys, there were some reactions that he could not avoid. However, with his recent intense block of training, he reacted more violently than usual. As the fist came close to his arm, he flinched backwards, so violently he almost overbalanced, so he spun a full circle on his heels to compensate. He finished the maneuver by automatically clenching his hands into fists and bringing them up into a defensive posture. Clint and Natasha had not said anything about his habit of flinching when a blow was directed at him when they had started training him. Instead, they had merely helped him change his habit so that he tried to defend himself when attacked, rather than merely standing and taking the blow. The combination of the sharp tone and sharp, unexpected movement had caused a miniature flashback, and Mateo had reacted out of fear of being struck by the person he had mistaken as being his uncle. Sorry about that. It seems my training with my family has been a bit too thorough." Mateo dropped his fists and sunk into a low bow of apology when he realized what he had done. "Follow me, please, Mateo," Flitwick said calmly, and the boy did not hesitate to do so to get away from the stares coming from all around the hall. Once in a small antechamber behind the teacher's table, Flitwick paused and waited for any other teacher to follow him. However, they seemed to have felt that the situation was under control, and the two remained alone. It was rare but not uncommon for the teachers to discover unsettling situations like the one they suspected was the case with Mateo Banner, and as such they knew how delicate they had to be with the child in question. "I have to ask, and I hope you can be honest with me, whether your family has ever abused you?" Phileas asked gently once he was sure they wouldn't be disturbed. "Never, sir. My dad has never done anything to me that could ever be considered abuse. Like I said, some of the Avengers offered to teach me self-defense over the summer, and I threw myself into the lessons. It became a game for them to get a reaction out of me, although they never hit me." The combination of the stress of the situation that Professor Snape was creating, coupled with the black clothes and sudden movement, caused me to react poorly. "Again, I'm sorry, and I shall not argue with whatever punishment you decide," Mateo said sincerely. "And what about how your biological family treated you? I have heard that you lived with them until you were 6. Phileas pried. Mateo hesitated and debated whether to tell the truth. He didn't know the man well, but Professor Flitwick seemed honorable and that he wouldn't spread anything that Mateo told him. But as soon as Mateo thought about lying, he realized he had hesitated too long, and the shrewd professor would know. So he took a deep breath and hoped his trust wasn't going to be misplaced. "After my parents died, the government left me with my aunt and uncle, who were less than pleased to have me around. So I ran away, which was when Bruce found me. He's helping me get over it, but the connotation, boy, still has bad memories. The training I've had probably hasn't helped the matter as Clint and Natasha focused on me not being defenseless again, so Professor Snape lunging at me triggered a reaction. Mateo stood and waited for judgment to be passed, ready to defend Bruce to the death if he needed to. He didn't want to have told the truth, but having Flitwick on his side might be beneficial in the long run if the man accepted his story. Phileas stared at the boy who was looking ashamed, worried, and determined all at the same time, which was an impressive feat. It was obvious he was completely dedicated to his adoptive father and would fiercely fight any negative comments made about the man. He also seemed like he was quite content to put the past behind him, as it held little sway over him anymore, beyond accidental triggers. So the charms teacher decided how best to act and came to the conclusion that he would take the same stance as the child. It seems like your father and his friends have tried to provide a wide learning base for you. As you said, I cannot fault your logic in the reasoning behind your stunt, nor is it against the school rules to climb the building. However, it was rather reckless of you, and you did disobey Professor McGonagall. I think a week of detentions will suffice as a lesson. 7 o'clock at my classroom on Monday, and perhaps in that time we can discuss your control and see whether I should be concerned with your magic casting. Flitwick finished with a smile, completely ignoring what the child obviously wanted to put behind him. Mateo got the feeling that these detentions would not be as bad as those that Professor Snape was known to set. I shall be there, sir. Mateo accepted. The afternoon flying lesson was surprisingly less enjoyable than Mateo was expecting. After flying with Thor by hammer power, and having once been given a slow tour of the skies around the tower on Tony's back, only being allowed to hover a few meters from the ground was incredibly frustrating. By the end of the lesson, they were allowed 10 meters from the ground, and Mateo's frustration was slightly mollified by the extra height. There was no extreme zipping around, but they could fly in circles and bob and weave as they wished. Hermione and Kevin were slightly more nervous than he was, but they had had no experience with heights and flying like he had. It also helped that Mateo felt that this was like a second nature to him, which was surprising as he hadn't been on a broom before. Mateo's concentration was broken as a Hufflepuff accidentally was blown into his path by a sudden gust of wind. In a split-second decision, Mateo rolled upside down and continued forward until he was past the girl and then righted himself. Nice move, Mateo. Stephen shouted across the group. Mateo wasn't listening though, as he realized the glass remembrall had slipped from his pocket and was tumbling to the hard path 10 meters below. If his wand holster hadn't been charmed to stop it moving, without his will then, he would undoubtedly have been seeing that fall to earth too. Without thinking about his actions, Mateo quickly pushed the broom into a dive and twirled until he was facing the right direction to chase the ball. He was pushed the broom so that he was plummeting towards the ground at the fastest speed the broom could handle. He managed to catch the ball and pull out of the vertical dive in time to avoid slamming into the ground. He did almost collide with Hermione, who was still hesitating near the ground, but he executed the broomstick version of an emergency stop and pulled up next to her. Instead of a head-on collision, he merely nudged sides with her as they pulled level, and he gave her a rather exhilarated smile of triumph. Madame Hooch, however, was less happy with his actions and berated him soundly before announcing that he had to sit on the floor next to her for the rest of the lesson as punishment. At the end of the lesson, everyone was dismissed and were chattering happily about the hour off they had before dinner, whilst Matteo was asked to help put all the broomsticks back in the shed with Madame Hooch. "Keep that one out, Matteo," the woman called. "Yes, ma'am," Matteo replied, and returned to the woman with one broomstick, slightly confused as to why. "I want to see how much you can do. You seem to have some obvious skill on a broom. So as long as you do not come too close to the ground, the forbidden forest, or the school buildings, you are free to play." Madame Hooch gestured to the air. "Are you sure?" Matteo almost didn't dare believe that he would have free rein. "Go ahead," Madame Hooch nodded. Matteo needed no second urging. He quickly scrabbled onto the broom and kicked off. With the wind ruffling his hair and the ground rapidly disappearing below him, Matteo could finally see the enthusiasm the kids from wizarding families had for broomsticks and Quidditch. Without any hesitation, Matteo rolled as he shot forward, before pushing into a steep dive. With his body pressed flat to the shaft of the broom, he plummeted once more, chuckling madly at the feeling of exhilaration. While still a good 15 meters from the floor, he pulled out and completed a full loop-the-loop before breaking to a halt again. From his raised viewpoint, he could enjoy the grandeur of the whole school bathed in late afternoon sun. He looked down at Madame Hooch, who was standing about 50 meters away, and grinned joyfully at her, and she smiled back. His battered watch told him that he still had a lot of time left of freedom, so he wrenched the broom around and zipped off upside down, giggling madly, and tested his maneuverability and the limitations of the broom. After a further 10 minutes, he was exhausted, so he slowly and gracefully executed a teardrop stoop before dismounting fluidly in front of the teacher. "Madam Hooch, you have given me the wind. Thank you for that opportunity." He beamed at the woman. "Have you been on a broom before this?" the woman asked as she took the item from the boy in front of her. "No, I haven't had the pleasure. I saw them being sold in Diagon Alley, and I have to admit I couldn't understand the hype. But now I can see why so many of the students rave about flying and Quidditch," Matteo replied. "You certainly are a natural. It would be a shame if you couldn't join Ravenclaw's Quidditch team." "I am only a first year. I can't try out. But perhaps next year I'll have a go," Matteo shrugged. "I shall see you next week, Mr. Banner." Madame Hooch said farewell to the boy and watched thoughtfully as he walked alone up to the castle. That evening, Matteo was joining the rest of the first-year Ravenclaws at a large table together as they started on their reasonably small pile of homework. Snape's potion essay on the use of porcupine quills was easily the hardest and longest, so they were going to attempt to figure that out first before the others. They had hardly begun when the door to the common room opened, and Flitwick appeared through it. "Mr. Banner, may I have a word?" the park goblin asked. "Are you in trouble again?" Anthony rolled his eyes. "I honestly have no idea what I've done this time." Matteo shrugged, but did head over to the man. "I have been in discussion with Madame Hooch," Phileas started once they were outside the common room and in reasonable privacy. Matteo stayed quiet and looked curiously at the man. "She told me of the test she ran with you today and the talent you show on a broom. As you said to her, there is a rule that first years cannot attend tryouts for the house teams. However, we feel that, for you, we can make the exception and allow you on as the reserve seeker. Although this means you might not be participating in an actual match this year, you will still receive extra training and will be in a very good position to try out next year. What do you think?" Flitwick asked. "I would love that," Matteo said excitedly. "If I'm the reserve seeker and have a potential of flying. Does that mean my family can come and watch the matches? Certainly, we can arrange for a port key to be made to get them here, and they would be allowed to watch the game. Flitwick assured him. Then I will certainly be the reserve seeker. I accept. Matteo buzzed with excitement. Can I tell people if they ask? They will find out at the next match. So you certainly may. Phileas bid the boy good night and left him to regain entry to the common room to celebrate. Chapter 27 Halloween. Matteo had, after his stunt in the hall, kept his head down and had not attracted any more attention than absolutely necessary. He continued to work hard and excel in lessons, and Professor Flitwick had confided in him that he was probably capable of tackling the second-year spells if he had been allowed to be taught with the older students. As that was not possible, the small teacher had taken to giving him extra tuition on Friday evenings, which people were under the impression were still detentions for the Remembrall incident. With 2 lots of Quidditch practice each week, as well, Matteo had few evenings to complete his homework in, but thankfully Hermione and Kevin were prepared to give him hints if he was struggling. In the end, Matteo had given up trying to figure out how to write neatly with the quill and started to use the fountain pen Tony had sent him a week ago. The billionaire had also encountered the same frustrations of multiple ink blots and lack of neat handwriting. Some of the purebloods seemed horrified with the idea, but as his handwriting improved, he heard no arguments from his professors. If he had used the fountain pen in potions, then Matteo could have imagined Snape would have flipped at him. But they rarely wrote anything in the potions lessons, so Matteo made do with a quill then. Being separated from his father and his new extended family had become easier to bear after the first month, mostly thanks to their determination to keep in regular contact. Garuda proved his worth by easily flying between America and Hogwarts, often returning to the Scottish castle with a small box of something or another. The first present had been the tea bags that Matteo had requested, and he gleefully managed to boil his cup of water and sat smugly sipping his tea in triumph. You know, you could have just asked the house elves to provide you with a pot of tea, Morag McDougal had pointed out to him. House elves. Matteo once again revealed his ignorance of the magical world, and the pure blood had to explain the beings to him. Bruce had expressed his exasperation at Matteo's behavior when the Ravenclaw had dutifully written home to tell his father of his detentions. However, the other Avengers had smuggled a second letter back to him with Bruce's, and they all were suitably impressed with the professional and skilled way he had handled the situation. Tony had promised to increase his allowance, and Clint had crowed about corrupting him, and how he didn't need to worry about working on that anymore. Matteo assumed there was some deeper reason for that observation, but he enjoyed what he got of the joke. From the letters that he was sent, Matteo could tell that the rest of the Avengers were trying to stem Tony's insatiable appetite for information. His sections were always written in a stilted, disjointed manner, as if someone had been leaning over his shoulder and had stopped him writing reams of questions. So Matteo tried to give good accounts of his friends, lessons, Quidditch practice, and private lessons in enough detail that Tony would be satisfied. When they had learnt that Matteo was on his house's team, Tony immediately sent him a Nimbus 2012, the fastest broom to date. Some of his teammates were rather jealous of his gift, so Matteo had taken to allowing the other team members to have a go on it during practice, and had announced that Cho could use his broom during the matches if she wished. The team had been happy with his appointment as reserve seeker anyway, but that announcement cemented him in their good books. The first Ravenclaw match was not scheduled to be until near the end of November, So Mateo enjoyed watching the Slytherin/Gryffindor match to get some insight into the other team's tactics. Slytherin completely obliterated the Gryffindor team, whose seeker was not very good at all. The match only went on as long as it did, because the Slytherin seeker seemed to be willing to draw it out to allow his house to rack up the points. The end result of 250 to 40 had 3/4 of the stadium groaning and filing out before the Slytherin team had even landed. "Your team played well there, Draco," Mateo said politely as they met on the stairs down to from the seating. "I'm glad you appreciate quality when you see it. They are going to flatten you in February, mudblood," Draco smirked. "We shall see. But from what I've seen, the Ravenclaw team has a good chance," Mateo said neutrally. Malfoy still seemed infuriated by Mateo's refusal to rise to the bait, and he stormed off in a huff, Crabbe and Goyle still following him like two extra shadows. Apart from the unusual and mostly unseen house elves, house rivalries, and ingrained racism within the wizarding world, Mateo felt that he was starting to get used to life at Hogwarts. However, it seemed to enjoy throwing oddities at the Muggleborns for them to learn about, and this time it was Halloween. The first time that he heard of the large preparations that were going on for the date, Mateo was surprised. Each religion and culture often had events to celebrate those who had passed, but none of them celebrated it with carving pumpkins and stuffing themselves silly with sweets. When he had written home, Tony had sent back what seemed like an essay on everything they did in America and descriptions of the films they watched. "It has become rather commercialized," Hermione explained as she picked at the more healthy options on the tables. "It used to follow the other traditions you've spoken about, but then people decided to use it as an excuse for more celebrating. For wizarding kind, it is more than that," Anthony joined in. "Samhain is the time of the year when the veil between the living world and the dead is thinnest. Haven't you felt the sort of spike in power of your magic? It is the end of summer and harvest, the beginning of the darkest months. But it also promises renewal as the earth slumbers in preparation of spring. For us it holds much more importance than merely another celebration," Lisa Turpin added. At that moment, the usually quiet and nervous Professor Quirrell came sprinting into the great hall. Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know." After completing his announcement, the man fell in a dead faint in the middle of the room. Mateo lost sight of him as the students around him started panicking and screaming. Many jumped to their feet and seemed about to flee the hall, obviously not considering the fact that the troll was out there too. Luckily, the headmaster acted to get everyone under control before anyone could leave. It did take the elderly wizard shouting at the top of his lungs for him to get the attention of the entire hall, though. "Silence! Prefects, you shall lead your houses calmly to your dormitories. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons," Dumbledore said calmly. "Something's wrong," Mateo muttered as they joined the line of Ravenclaw students heading up the stairs. "There's a troll wandering around the castle. Keep up, Mateo." Terry grinned despite the thrum of tension in the air. The amount of sugar that had been consumed, combined with the crackle of magic in the air, was making the wound-up children even more boisterous. It was a dangerous mixture in such a dangerous situation. No, there's something more going on here. For example, how did a troll wind up all the way up here? Even if it was merrily trundling through the forbidden forest, that is a long distance to detour up here to investigate anything. Secondly, trolls might be thick, but I seriously doubt it would deter down into the dungeons when there was a hall full of yummy-looking humans to go for, Matteo pointed out. It surprised him that no one else seemed to have picked up on that fact. That's actually a very good point, Michael said slowly as the logic filtered through their sugar-addled minds. Probably the safest point in the school right now is in fact down the dungeons where all the teachers are, and I'd bet my broom on this, no troll, Matteo finished. What do we do then? Padma asked. We carry on to the tower. We can't exactly turn around now and go back. We just stay alert and hope that whatever forced the troll into the school is stopped, Matteo said grimly. Up to this point, they had been traveling with the Gryffindors to their respective common rooms. Everyone ended up bunching together for a short period as the stairs narrowed from the wide main staircase into the smaller ones that split into corridors. The Ravenclaws had been ahead of the Gryffindors most of the time, but now the first years stuck at the back of the house column were wedged in with the fourth-year Lions. By the time the two houses were separate again, there was one missing from the Ravens' numbers. Matteo had been swamped by the rowdy fourth years that were pumped full of sugar and a small amount of adrenaline from the shock. For boys were arguing who would most likely succeed in taking down a troll and placing wagers on who the winner. So busy were they in watching their surroundings for the towering beast that they paid no attention to the smaller boy trapped in their midst. If any of them had even registered Matteo's existence, they just assumed he was one of their own housemates. He had attempted to shove his way back through the lions to get to his own house again, but he had been unable to get out of the tight wedge. Eventually, the house poured through a narrow doorway and entered a quite wide corridor. So Matteo used the sudden space to worm his way out of the crowd and backtracked. It did not take him long to realize that he was in a section of castle that he had never been in before, and that he was slightly lost. However, he roughly could guess where he was and where he needed to get to, so Matteo padded off down another corridor with the hopes of getting to the main staircase. However, he must have missed a turning at some point as he ended up in completely the wrong area. There was nothing of note in the vicinity to catch Matteo's attention, to act as a waypoint that he would recognize. The corridor was completely unremarkable and only seemed to lead to classrooms and some bathrooms. The Ravenclaw had not memorized the locations of all the bathrooms, but he was certain these were for the girls, which meant he could roughly guess where he was. Hermione and some of the other Ravenclaws would occasionally detour down certain corridors before their charms and transfiguration lessons. If he was right, then he guessed he could be relatively near to those classrooms. However, before he could start to investigate, he became aware of an awful stench starting to permeate the air. It was like a mixture of rotting vegetable matter, socks that had been worn solidly for a year by a football player, and the worst public bathroom Matteo had been in. Without any kind of hesitation, Matteo knew exactly what the source of the smell was, and he carefully backed down the corridor to attempt to get away from the troll. However, despite his care in being quiet, he tripped over the hem of his robe and slammed into a suit of armor, causing it to fall to the floor with an ear-splitting crash. Matteo winced more at the sound of the armor falling apart on the floor rather than the pain of limbs and skull connecting with hard steel and then unrelenting floor. As he had been backing up, the sound of slow thumping and a rasping noise had been getting louder, with the echoing clattering of the suit of armor announcing his presence. Matteo realized that the pace of the thumping increased in pace. The troll picked up pace, and rounded the far corner to see the child sprawled on the floor. It seemed to take the brute a few seconds to register, but then the troll advanced rapidly thanks to its long strides. Sukin Sin, Mateo swore in Russian and rolled to his feet and backed up quickly. They had studied trolls in their defense lessons, fortunately. Quirrell seemed to not be confident enough to trust himself to teach them spells, but their coverage of monsters was quite thorough so far. And from these lessons Mateo knew trolls had skin that was magically resistant. So the only option was to knock the beast out somehow. The only other option was to aim for its eyes and blind it. The latter would likely have a permanent result, whereas being knocked out would only be temporary. The third option was to run and hope to beat it to a teacher who could stop it. Mateo continued to back up gingerly as he quickly rattled through his spell repertoire. He would only have time to cast one spell, so whatever he used he had to make count. Although he felt he had quite a varied grounding in transfiguration and charms, defensive spells were something he didn't know much of. But narrowing down the list to the most effective spell would take time and concentration that Mateo could hardly afford to waste at that moment. Whilst he dithered for a best solution, his decision was made for him when the troll started to advance rapidly. With no spell readied, Mateo quickly ducked and rolled past the giant beast and ran down the hall in the direction the troll had appeared from. The roar of anger from the troll and intense vibrations caused by its thudding feet had Mateo pushing himself harder to get away. Thankfully, he reached a corridor that he recognized and turned left to get down to the entrance hall. The troll may have had longer strides that took at least 4 of Mateo's to cover, but Mateo had an edge on speed and maneuverability around corners, which kept him from being pulverized into the floor or wall by the troll's club. There had been a couple of near misses, and Mateo could feel the sting of cuts where chunks of stone had hit him from a nearby impact of wooden club on wall. Thankfully, the training games Steve and Clint had devised had helped him work on his speed and maneuverability, so he was able to just stay ahead. Although he was ahead, he was immensely happy to see the main staircase come into view as he turned the next corner. He just about managed to make the stairs before the troll lunged with its club again. Despite it missing him, the flagstone flooring around him lurched from the impact, and he was left flailing for balance practically at the edge of the first stair. On the plus side of his predicament, the teachers were just vacating the dungeons, so there would at least be people around to stop the troll and to scrape him off the floor. That was about it in terms of bonuses to this situation, as he was stuck between a flight of stairs and a rampaging troll. "The troll isn't in the dungeon," he shouted helpfully before taking the safest of the two options. With a deep breath, he kicked off using the lip of the top step and launched himself into space. Using the theory that Carlson had taught him ages ago on the helicarrier, he curled into a roll when he hit the ground and ended up rolling down the last 10 steps to the base of the staircase. He was pretty impressed that he managed to clear over half of the stairs, although he was now facing the troll that was careening down the stairs towards him. A number of red bolts of energy shot over his head and hit the troll in the chest, eyes, and mouth. The beast seemed to slump as if unconscious, and then proceed to fall the remaining distance towards Mateo. The threat of being crushed by a club was replaced with being trapped under a falling troll, and Mateo rolled to the side until he hit the side wall and was well out of the way of the collapsing beast. For a few seconds after the dust settled, no one spoke, and Mateo took the time to shakily get to his feet and started brushing the dust off his robes. His actions caught the attention of the assembled adults, and Mateo experienced the intense feeling of being a rabbit caught in the headlights. Professor Sprout was looking shocked, as were McGonagall and Flitwick. However, they were hiding their emotions slightly better. Professor Snape and Quirrell were missing, which Mateo was rather grateful but confused about. Professor Dumbledore kept silent and looked at him with a mixture of surprise and triumph. "Mr. Banner, do you care to explain what you are doing running around the school with a troll on your heels?" Professor McGonagall regained her voice first. "I was trying to get back to my common room, but I became separated from the rest of my house and ended taking a wrong turn. It was as I was trying to get back to the main staircase that I ended up bumping into the troll. Seeing as my offensive spell list is rather lacking, I had nothing that would be able to penetrate the troll's skin. So I thought running was the safest option, and that seeing as you were all in the dungeons, I may be able to find you all here, Professor." Mateo did as he was asked. "You're lucky it didn't pulverize you," she said forcefully, seemingly in a mixture of terror for him and anger. "I know, ma'am, but I honestly did not go looking for it. Although I wasn't surprised when we bumped into each other outside of the dungeons." Mateo said. "What makes you say that?" Flitwick breaks in, looking at Mateo curiously. "I explained to my housemates that the troll getting in just doesn't add up. For starters, the school is a heck of a distance from the forest for it to be attracted by any kind of magical surge or whatever could attract one of this species. Secondly, I'm guessing it is a mountain troll, and so it would have lived even further away from the school. Thirdly, if it had wandered in of its own accord, then surely the kitchens or the Great Hall would be the first place it would head to. The smell of food or sounds of life would attract it over whatever kind of curiosity these beings can feel towards exploring new areas. I'm no expert in any kind of magical creature, but it doesn't add up to me, professors," Mateo rattled off. Mateo awaited a response to his deductions whilst the adults looked uneasily at each other. Whilst he was potentially getting into trouble already, he decided to check whether any of his other deductions were correct. "I also assume that amongst all this the suspicion of the troll's unusual behavior could also be linked to the forbidden third-floor corridor, which is where I think I was close to when I bumped into the big guy. Considering the warning you gave at the beginning of the year, Headmaster, I would assume that if it was worth risking death to enter, then there must be something pretty important hidden inside. Perhaps something recently moved from Gringotts." Numerous uneasy looks were traded between the four of them, but no one spoke. The encouraging look that Professor Flitwick sent him gave Mateo courage, and he continued, taking it as a confirmation that his deduction that the Gringotts break-in was related. Mateo took a breath and carried on, continuing with this hypothetical line of thought. If it is something that needs better protection than what can be given at Gringotts, it has to be something very serious. And something on that monumental level must need the headmaster's permission to be stored here. No offense to any of you professors, but I have not heard of any of your work being that important, which leaves the headmaster's work, or perhaps that of a very close friend, considering the fact you chose to hide it here rather than at the ministry or elsewhere. So, something worth risking life and limb for, that needs greater protection than Gringotts, and every teacher has likely helped guard, and belongs to a close friend. I don't suppose the Philosopher's Stone is behind that door, is it?" Mateo finished. If possible, the silence in the huge room was even more complete than before, as if the professors had ceased to breathe. If it wouldn't tip off the rest of the school, I would award you 100 points for your excellent deduction skills, Mr. Banner, Flitwick said first. Phileas. McGonagall cut in shock at the man's indirect confirmation of the theory. Oh, come on, Minerva. If he is smart enough to figure that all out, then he's going to be able to tell that we are lying to him. Flitwick snapped back. Professor McGonagall looked slightly annoyed, but acquiesced to the Ravenclaw's logic. You realize that you cannot breathe a word of this to anyone, Flitwick said to Mateo. Certainly, sir. It is definitely not something that needs to be spread around the school, Mateo agreed. Perhaps a vow would be better than merely trusting Mateo's integrity. Something of this magnitude is too precious to risk being spread through a careless slip of the tongue, Albus suggested in apparent concern. If that is what it takes, then I shall submit to some kind of vow. But you shall not come anywhere near me with a wand, sir, Mateo said to the professor. I hardly think that is necessary, Professor Sprout said firmly, and the other two teachers nodded in agreement. Now, I think I should escort you to the common room where the feasts are continuing. And I think 20 points for impressive deduction skills, Flitwick said. 10 points as well for bravery and skill, Minerva added as the two started to skirt around the troll. Mateo turned and smiled at the head of Gryffindor gratefully. He did not miss the suspicious looks the two remaining teachers were giving Dumbledore. For someone who was apparently trying to avoid attention, you are doing a terrible job, Kevin said to him. Mateo merely groaned, and the sound was muffled by his pillow. He had arrived back at the common room and had been forced to explain where he had been, which had led to a number of rapid-fire questions. Some of the older students had then started pointing out his oversight. Why didn't you just levitate his club and knock him out? And advised him on spells he could use in the future. You are also being a rather terrible Ravenclaw. You are acting more like a Gryffindor, Stephen said as he changed into his pajamas. Well, the hat did consider me for their house. Apparently, I am too logical to really be a Gryffindor. The lions probably would have stormed through with our small repertoire of spells and ended up being killed. No one replied to that apart from to hum in agreement. If you carry on like this, then we are going to have to give you a new name, Terry threatened. Thrasos, Michael said randomly. Bless you, Mateo said uncertainly. No, he's a Greek spirit, not a major figure like Zeus or Apollo or whoever, but one of the more numerous random personified concepts. He represents boldness, but it can be taken as brashness, courage, or malevolence, depending on the situation and the interpretation. You are a fountain of random snippets of knowledge, Terry obscurely complimented. My dad had a thing for Greek mythology. If I had been naughty and needed punishing, he made me write out each figure. Michael shrugged. Not the worst thing he could get me doing, but now I can't forget them no matter how hard I try. It's better than his other nickname, Kevin piped up and switched the conversation back on track. You almost seem to like the Mudblood name though, Anthony pointed out. Not particularly, but it works in annoying Draco. It's just a name, and it means the Slytherins have no power over me, Mateo sighed as he rolled over. Just don't explain it to your dad and his friends when they come to watch the Quidditch game, Michael advised. I don't think a lifetime in Azkaban is worth it, even if it would be amazing to see Malfoy ground into the dirt. Mateo was not the only one chuckling as they fell asleep that night, but he was the only one with an accurate idea of how the other guy would go about pulverizing the blonde Slytherin. Chapter 28 Quidditch. November the 17th dawned, and the Ravenclaws were treated to a rather gray outlook from their tower. Mateo was not overly concerned with the conditions. It would be cold, and the ground would be soggy from the last week of rain, but there was no wind and very little chance of precipitation. He would prefer it to be warmer, but there was no sun to blind them, so at least the cloudy conditions were beneficial in that sense. He had taken to wearing a t-shirt under his shirt and cloak at the end of the last month, so the cold held no worry for him. Typically, each team would eat breakfast together before going out to pace the pitch and get psyched in their changing rooms. Despite the fact that Mateo would very likely spend the match on the ground, he was feeling as nervous as the rest of the team because this was his first match. He managed to eat enough to pacify Roger Davies, but far too much for his stomach to enjoy. The walk around the pitch helped him quieten his nerves and settle his stomach, so Mateo was once again at a decent equilibrium by the time he was changed and waiting for the rest of the team to be ready. Grant, the keeper, was surprisingly ready next despite his extra padding, and the two of them walked over to the gate to inspect the crowd. "Hey, is that your dad and his friends?" Grant pointed to one of the towers across from them. Mateo's smile was bright enough to rival the sun as he saw the sight, where the rest of the stands and towers were filled with people dressed in robes and undeniably wizard-styled clothing. The indicated tower was occupied by 6 obvious muggles. Although it was difficult to see much detail from this far away, it looked like each of them was enjoying the sights around them. Knowing that his family was less than half a kilometer from him sent Mateo's excitement and nerves through the roof, and he felt the sudden spike of adrenaline. Sitting through the last-minute tactic review and pep talk was a nightmare for him, but 5 minutes later the team was filing to the gate. They had heard that Wood, the Gryffindor captain, had a habit of giving long speeches before each match, and everyone was glad that Davies wasn't the same as they didn't have to wait long to kick off. As a reserve, Mateo was not allowed onto the field during the handshake and kickoff, so he stood next to Alice by the gate to the changing rooms and waited patiently as the niceties were observed. The teams were soon in the air, and play began at the tossing of the quaffle, which Ravenclaw quickly gained control of. Mateo kept half an eye on the game and half on his dad. They had exchanged waves at the very start during the handshake, but now everyone seemed to be transfixed by the game. Bruce had reassured his son that Tony had bought a book on the sport, and everyone was familiar with the purpose of each ball, the player positions, and the scoring of the game. He had voiced his concern when Tony had revealed how violent the sport could get, but Mateo had quickly explained that Ravenclaw were often seen as the gentlemen of the Four Houses. Their games rarely got bloody beyond the occasional accident, and even rarer was the case of a player being purposefully fouled. However, it was typical that the first game that his father would see would include an injury. The teams had barely been going for more than 5 minutes when Madame Hooch blew her whistle for a timeout. Mateo had been busy alternating his concentration between the opposing team, looking for the snitch, and watching his family that he had neglected to keep an eye on his own team. He was unprepared for Roger to shout his name and beckon him onto the pitch. Cho was leaning heavily on Grant as blood poured from her nose. Madame Hooch had her wand lit and was trying to get Cho to follow its path with her eyes. It's quite badly broken, and she has grade 1 concussion likely. However, I do not feel it is severe enough to force her to drop out. I can fix it, and Miss Chong can carry on playing if she wishes. Madame Hooch decided. Mateo can take a turn. I reckon he can handle this well enough. Cho mumbled from behind a thick wad of tissue, which was already mostly red. "You heard the girl. Mount up, Mateo," Roger said and clapped the boy on the shoulder. "It looks like Ravenclaw is switching players as Chong is too injured to continue. Taking her place is Reserve Seeker Mateo Banner." Mateo heard a young voice announce from above. The sounds of cheering was slightly less enthusiastic than at the beginning of the game, but Mateo spotted a number of first-years trying to make up for the relatively muted reaction. Some of the Ravenclaws were holding some kind of banner, but Mateo had very little time before play began to go investigate. Whilst Cho was still walking off the pitch, the players returned to the starting positions to reset after the disruption, and Mateo purposefully took a slightly curving path up to his point so that he could swing past his family. "Knock 'em dead, kid," Clint yelled. "That's not sporting." Mateo shouted with a grin. The whistle was blown once more, and Hufflepuff resumed play with the quaffle, although Jeremy quickly stole it from them once more. From his observation, whilst at ground level, Mateo could tell that Roger was a good captain and strategist. He had accurately predicted the kinds of formations that the Puffs would use, and had come up with very effective countermeasures. The House of Badgers had a solid defense that was difficult to crack at times, and they were good at the safer types of moves. However, they rarely took chances, so Roger was able to put more of their riskier plays into their set, which paid off. He had been adamant that if you were to charge one of them head-on, then they would crack first. And he was right. Mateo turned his focus on the other seeker and watched him carefully. Cedric Diggory was a fourth year, and as such was carrying a lot more weight than Mateo, but he had had a lot more practice at the sport. Roger had warned him that often seekers tailed each other to ensure that even if they couldn't find the snitch, they still had a chance when the other did. Thankfully, Cedric seemed to not feel that Mateo was worth tailing, and was completing his own lazy circles high above the pitch. A shrill whistle had Mateo looking down, and he spotted a manically waving Clint. Once he had Mateo's attention, the archer pointed down to close to the Hufflepuff posts where he had apparently spotted the snitch. Mateo rolled his eyes and shook his head at the man. If he was to win this game, he wanted it to be on his terms. In comparison to the many practices they had had over the past few months, this game was shaping up to be a very slow one for Mateo. Whilst the players below battled furiously for the quaffle or desperately whacked the bludgers, the two seekers above were still without sight of the small golden ball. 20 minutes of circling had passed, and there had yet to be one decent attempt at chasing the elusive piece. Mateo was not overly concerned about the lack of sightings of the snitch. He was enjoying the freedom of being far above the ground where the faint wind played with his hair. The goggles he wore helped to pin his slightly long hair back from his face, even if the weather was fair enough to not require them. He thought he had seen Cedric look at his choice in using the goggles with bemusement, but Mateo had ignored him. The Hufflepuff players were trying hard, but they were still almost 100 points down from Ravenclaw's total as Roger tore through the air, with Jeremy and Randolph flitting behind him to back him up. Half an hour into the game, and Mateo finally spotted a glimmer of gold on his own. The ball was flitting around the flag above the teacher's tower, surprisingly high up in the pitch. Making sure that he looked like he was lazily shifting position, Mateo flew closer to it. As if sensing that it had been spotted, the snitch sped off at top speed. Mateo flattened himself to his broom and shot after it, with Cedric following a few seconds and 20 meters behind him. "It looks like the Seekers have finally had a bit of luck," the boy on the microphone shouted excitedly. Mateo tore after the snitch as it executed numerous twists in an attempt to lose him. The only time he deviated from the course that the snitch set was when there was a large obstacle in the way, like a tower or a player. He was so intent on following the ball that he didn't realize how low he was flying until the screams of the Gryffindors ahead of him broke his concentration. He was flying low enough that his broom was aimed directly at the face of Ron Weasley. Through the power of desperation and adrenaline, Mateo managed to wrench his broom up slightly so that the twigs on the end would just brush the ginger's head. He slung his legs up and over the top of the broom so that he was planking on the wooden object and managed to skim over the Gryffindors, who wisely ducked to increase the clearance. Once safely past them, Mateo slung his legs down and carried on chasing the snitch. Despite his broom being the fastest on the pitch, Mateo was forced to work hard to beat Cedric to the snitch, and after a tense 2-minute chase, he eventually managed to get close enough to catch it. After executing a roll, Mateo righted himself with the gold ball raised in triumph in his fist. "Mateo Banner has caught the snitch," the voice announced, rather redundantly. "Ravenclaw win, 230 points to 40. The Ravenclaw proceeded to execute a victory lap at top speed, the 6 original players creating an arrow formation, whilst Mateo flew in the middle of the wedge. After their lap, they landed next to Cho and Alice, and formally traded handshakes with the other team. "That was a good chase. I'm going to have to up my game next year," Cedric said warmly as the Seekers met. "I'd say that would be pretty difficult to achieve, seeing as you are already a superb player," Mateo complimented. Once the handshakes were over and formalities observed, the team merged into a massive group hug with Mateo in the middle. By the time they had disengaged, the rest of their house had come out onto the field to cheer them, and a swarm of students was turning the field to mud. However, Mateo ignored anyone else in the crowd as he saw the small huddle of adults at the edge of the pitch. As politely, but as forcefully as he could, Mateo shoved his way through the 100 Ravenclaws, and was soon running across the pitch to the Avengers. As out of place as the group looked, they were looking at ease with each other and were smiling at the boy as he approached. Mateo registered that they were all in informal clothing, Tony in one of his favorite black Sabbath t-shirts with a jacket slung over the top. Clint was in black jeans and a black hoodie, whilst Natasha was in similar jeans, but with a light blue t-shirt and leather jacket. Steve was in his customary jeans and thick smart shirt with brown jacket, and Pepper was smartest dressed in more like office wear. But Mateo only had eyes for one man dressed in his customary purple shirt and gray suit. "Dad," he shouted as he neared the group. Shamelessly, he flung himself into his dad's arms, thankful that all he held was the snitch, as Grant had relieved him of his broom before he tore off. "Nice going, son," Bruce said proudly as he gratefully cradled the boy in a hug and burrowed his face into his hair. "Were you intentionally aiming for that ginger kid earlier?" Clint asked once they separated. "No, however, that was a pretty good accident." Mateo chuckled. "We should celebrate your win." Tony grinned mischievously. "Kids aren't allowed alcohol, Tony, so your kind of partying is definitely out," Natasha said lightly. "Unless the students have smuggled butterbeer in. Thankfully, the alcohol percentage in it is so low there is no chance of drunken antics at the party this evening." A voice spoke from behind Mateo. "Professor Flitwick, may I introduce you to my family? Bruce Banner, Tony Stark and Pepper Potts, Clint Barton and Natasha Romanoff, and Steve Rogers, Mateo introduced the short man to the assembled group. Professor Flitwick is my charms teacher and head of Ravenclaw House. It is thanks to him that I am on the team. And it is thanks to him that we were able to get here, Bruce said. He organized everything for us to be here, from the port key to walking us in from the gates. Well then, thank you, Professor, Mateo said happily. It is nothing, and you deserve to have your family here to celebrate your win. Professor Flitwick waved it off. It is a shame Cho was invalid off, but I'm glad you guys got to see me fly, Mateo said. With the kind of play we saw today, I can see why Quidditch is a popular sport. The book made it sound rather dull, Tony said. I take it there's no chance of muggles being able to ride brooms. I'm afraid they only work when they can be powered by someone's magical core, Flitwick explained. Well, it was worth a shot. Clint looked as disappointed as Tony at the news. Anyway, perhaps you would like to take lunch in the Great Hall? It is tradition for the winning team to celebrate in their common room, so the Ravenclaw table would be mostly empty, Phileas revealed. If you want to go celebrate with your house, then you don't need to hang around with us, Bruce said nervously. Hey, I joined the Quidditch team so that I could see you guys quicker than Christmas. Besides, you guys are pretty famous in Hogwarts too because of the number of Muggle-raised students, so we could probably crash the festivities if we want. Mateo smiled. The group finally started to wander up from the Quidditch pitch, studiously ignoring the whispering and pointing of the students that had lingered. Mateo barely registered the other students as he happily caught up with the Avengers and laughed along with tales of their exploits around the tower. It seemed that in the 2 and a bit months that he had been away, the team had become even closer than before, and the worst of the conflict between individuals had ceased. Apparently, the other guy was becoming more reliable as a comrade in arms, and showed signs of being more inclined to think and work as part of a team. Mateo happily paused at the doors to the Great Hall as the group stopped to gape at the ceiling. He eventually started nudging them to the empty table, where he got to enjoy their look of shock as food appeared down the center of the table. Mateo failed to miss the glare that Tony shot at the headmaster, but then the group ignored everyone else and settled down to eat. To the other students in the hall, the group of adults were completely not what they expected. The purebloods had based their opinions of the fabled Avengers on whatever rumors they caught from the Muggle-born or Muggle-raised amongst them. The Slytherins were rather limited in their information as a result of their house demographic, and so they were stumped as they surreptitiously watched the group. The Snakes were mainly under the impression that the group was some kind of coalition of unwilling soldiers and master assassins that were walking weapons of war. Those Muggle-borns who had watched American TV were under more of an accurate illusion of the team's interactions, but they were still surprised as they too expected a more formal group. In reality, the team acted as they would at any meal at the tower, including all the jokes and games. Dishes were passed around in a seemingly disorganized pattern to those that watched, but in reality the family knew exactly who would want what and wordlessly passed them to the next person in the chain. As a result, the majority of the meat platters passed over Mateo and Bruce, except when they were needed to pass on the dish. However, both of them were quite amused to learn that the other had started eating a few select meat dishes, so they did try a few of the ones on offer at the school. The wide variety of dishes that seemed to never empty meant everyone had something they favored, and didn't have to worry about sharing overly much. Clint occasionally stole food off of Natasha's plate, who also did the same from Tony's plate. Tony would retaliate by flicking humbugs into her food, The adults had been just as confused as Mateo had been at his first meal. Pepper's glares did stop their antics, occasionally, but she was more distracted by the magical tricks around them, like the floating candles and enchanted ceiling. To the watching students, Bruce was the most surprising, as he seemed to be the odd one out of the group, apart from Pepper. In comparison to the other Avengers, he wasn't muscular or dangerous looking, which confused some of the uneducated students. But the whispers of a supposed monster had meant that more than a few wondered whether this was the man behind the myth. However, the other Avengers certainly looked more than capable of holding their own in a fight, even if Tony was slightly less muscly than the others, and the students were wary of them as a result. Conversation flowed freely, and the sound of the chattering adults filled the hall, covering for the lack of conversations in the hall as the children preferred to watch the adults. Said adults did not care overly about the attention, seeing as it was similar to that which they received from the public when out and about in New York. Mateo was enjoying the attention, not being directed solely at him for once, and that he fitted straight back into the group like he had not been away. The assassins and Steve had quizzed him on his practice, and Clint demanded a retelling of his escapade that led to him climbing to the rafters. "Are they always like this?" Bruce asked in Malayalam as he caught the gaze of another staring child, who quickly looked away. Of all the assembled people, Bruce was the one who was still most ill at ease with the public attention. "Not so much, but they can be rather unsubtle after something interesting has happened. Like the dare with Malfoy and the troll," Mateo explained. "A troll?" Bruce asked abruptly, and the harsh words caught the attention of the other adults around them. I may have forgotten to tell you about that," Mateo said hesitantly. "Did we miss something?" Tony asked as the group paused to look at Bruce's angry and worried face. "Nothing much. I just need to have a word with my son," Bruce said calmly. "Perhaps outside might be the best idea," Natasha suggested as she caught the tiny hint of green in the veins of Bruce's eyes. "It isn't that bad, Dad. A troll got in at Halloween, and I accidentally found it. I outran it, and the teachers stunned it. That is all that happened," Mateo explained hurriedly. "I thought you would be safe at this school. Is it normal for a troll to wander around the corridors?" Bruce pinched the bridge of his nose and attempted to stay calm. "No, there is something much more going on at the school than anyone could guess." "Well, I guessed, but only through trial and error and having the teachers' faces to gauge my accuracy," Mateo revealed. "I'm going to kill that man," Bruce snarled. "I thought you would be safe here." "Dad, it's all right. I'm safe, and the other teachers are not so corrupt," Mateo said very quickly and desperately. "Bruce, I really think we should move this outside," Natasha said in warning. "Dad and I are going. You guys stay here and carry on eating," Mateo said, and he tugged Bruce's hand whilst rising himself. "Is everything all right, Master Banner?" Albus said in a concerned tone, his voice carrying sufficiently that everyone heard him. Mateo winced at the man's idiocy for sticking his nose in. Bruce whirled and glared at the man, and let out a loud, rumbling growl that echoed in the cavernous room, his eyes flashing emerald, while the arteries in his neck pulsed increasingly with a green tinge. The entire hall ceased moving and talking at the sound, and every student looked fearfully at the rather short man. The teachers immediately reached for their wands, certain that the man was dangerous and prepared to act in the defense of the students. To those who had met a troll before, they recognized the growl as being equal in pitch and tone as one of the beasts. Most of the students had never heard the sound before, and were worriedly whispering of it, sounding more akin to a lion crossed with a bear. Everyone's concern was heightened when the Avengers all stopped their joking and half rose, looking at Mateo's father uncertainly. "Not here, Dad. There are too many innocents to lose control." "Come on." Mateo grabbed his dad's hand and dragged him from the room. The fresh air hit Mateo and made him realize the season once more. He was glad that he was still in his thick Quidditch robes, but the cold temperature seemed to barely register to Bruce, who was still shaking in rage. "Dad, it's okay," Mateo murmured and wriggled into the man's arms for a hug. "No, it's not. That man is threatening your life with his idiotic games, and he has the gall to act like everything is all right with the world." Bruce growled. The situation was rapidly spiraling out of control, and Mateo could see that a transformation was very close to occurring unless he found some way of changing that. "It doesn't matter what that idiot does. I am safe as I have you, and there is no one who can overcome that level of protection." Mateo smiled into his father's chest. "Besides, if anything does happen, Tony is quite prepared to utterly destroy that man, both his body and his reputation. I don't think even Albus Dumbledore is idiotic enough to test Tony's resolve." Bruce seemed to relax a bit, and Mateo thought he had achieved his goal. It felt like his father's pulse was slowing, and he relaxed slightly and returned the hug. However, as his hand went upwards to ruffle Mateo's hair, they encountered something. Mateo froze as he felt his dad's hand brush over the cut on the back of his head. "What is that?" Bruce asked in a very sharp voice. "It's nothing," Mateo said vaguely. "Mateo," Bruce growled, "I may have been hit by a few bits of rock when the troll chased me. It is nothing though. It didn't get me with its club, and the bleeding stopped before the troll was caught," Mateo replied hurriedly. He knew that the battle was lost as soon as the words left his lips. The way that Bruce dropped his arms and gave Mateo an escape route away from him was quite a major hint. The fact that his eyes snapped shut and the rest of his body tensed was also an even bigger dead giveaway. "Well, this isn't good," Mateo muttered to himself before he turned his attention back to his father. "Dad, don't freak out, Dad, I'm safe, and it didn't hurt at all." Any further pleas Mateo was going to say were cut off by Bruce sinking to his knees and letting out a noise that was a half groan and a half growl. Mateo went back to safe distance away from his dad to wait out the transformation, now that he knew it was inevitable. He just hoped that the other guy was more in the protective mood than the crushing his enemy's mood when the change was over. Mateo had found that the other guy would quite happily listen to him, but he really didn't fancy trying to stop him from killing Dumbledore, especially when he secretly would rather like to see the Hulk make craters in the grass of Hogwarts lawns like he did with Loki. The remaining Avengers in the hall had returned to talking amongst themselves, although Minerva noticed they were much more tense and alert than before. None of them looked overly concerned. However, there was no denying that they were definitely prepared for something. The only comparison that she could make was to the Order of the Phoenix at meetings in the last Wizarding War. Although they were on downtime, they were prepared to act at a second's notice. The something seemed to be a loud and angry roar that rattled through the hall and caused the windows to vibrate in their frames. It had barely been 2 minutes since Mateo and his father had left the hall, and she was worried about what had happened. Before the sound had fully died away, 4 of the remaining 5 had leapt to their feet and were sprinting from the hall in the direction of the roar. The brief glimpse she got of their faces before they were up and running almost surprised her. The cheerfulness that had been there a second before was gone, and each of them seemed to be ready for battle. While her 4 companions sprinted from the room, the remaining woman stood and followed at a much more sedate pace, carrying a bag that had been inconspicuously carried with them. "Miss Potts, what is going on?" Flitwick called worriedly as he raced to her side. "I'm afraid that it seems that Bruce has lost his calm. The others have gone to ensure that no damage comes to the school. I would suggest that everyone stays inside until he calms down again," Pepper explained, her tone matching her businesslike pace as she strode to the door. Every student promptly ignored her advice and hurried to catch up with her to see what the commotion was. As all their charges were charging out the door, the professors were forced to also join them outside. Thankfully, the sight that greeted them was sufficient to freeze the students on the steps. 5 meters from where they stopped were the shredded remains of some shoes and a shirt, but that was not what caught their gaze. A further 10 meters away down the lawn was where a huge green man was pacing angrily around in a large circle. The Avengers had created a wide line between the green giant and the school, not bunched enough to bar his way, but close enough that at least one of them could interrupt his progress. They stood with their backs fully to the building and the students, which showed what they felt the biggest threat to them was at that moment. Minerva had noticed that 2 of their number, the lethal-looking woman and the shorter of the 2 blonde men, had seemed uncomfortable showing anyone their back at the meal. Now they were ignoring that feeling faced the greater danger to them, and that worried her. As she took in the situation, McGonagall was surprised to note that the hulking green man was not alone down on the lawn. The small figure of a child could be seen running around in front of the beast and seemed to be trying to reason with it. However, from the pacing, constant, deep rumbling growl, and clenching fists showed how ineffective the child's efforts were. Tony, once he saw the group, ran up to them. You brought the bag." "Thanks, Pepper." "Why do you need the bag?" "We brought it in case he transformed and for afterwards." "It's not of any use right now," Pepper asked. "There is a bit more in there than just clothes for Bruce. I wanted to try some stuff out, and now is a good opportunity. Plus, Clint never feels safe without his bow." Tony grinned and started rummaging in the bag. "Mr. Stark, what is that?" Professor McGonagall asked as she stared at the green beast. To her it looked vaguely human, more so than a troll ever did, because everything limb was in proportion. However, no human was ever 10 foot tall and green. Even Hagrid looked more normal than the thing pacing the lawn did. Although it wasn't talking, its whole demeanor suggested a greater intelligence than other huge humanoids like trolls and giants. The fact that Mateo was trying to reason with it as well was absurd, but showed that the Avengers were used to the beast. "That is the Hulk, more commonly known as Bruce Banner. He has a bit of an anger problem. Don't worry, we have a plan," Tony explained quickly as he pulled a red and gold metal case from the bag. "Seriously, Tony, you brought a suit with you?" Pepper rolled her eyes, ignoring the excited chatter of some students. It was extremely obvious that the current situation was not a good time for the students to be getting an up-close view of the Hulk and possibly Iron Man if Tony had fixed the incompatibility of electricity and magic. However, that didn't seem to deter the students' excitement, and those that knew what was going on were explaining loudly to those who were ignorant. The Slytherins were not very subtly listening in to the excited explanations going on around them, seeing as they were too proud to ask directly and none of the other houses would talk to them. they resorted to what they did best. Even Draco was failing to hide his curiosity as he subtly half hid behind a seventh year. "I've been making modifications, and I need to see if they work. This is just a good chance to try them out without having to cut family time short," Tony pouted. Before Pepper could reply, he dashed back to the line of Avengers, his briefcase tucked under one arm and a slim black case under the other. As soon as he got close enough, he threw the black one to his comrade, who easily caught it, just as carelessly Clint pulled his bow and quiver out of the case before discarding the box. Most Muggle-born students' attention were fixed on Tony, who, in an almost careless gesture, dropped his case on the floor and jumped on it, which caused some people to snort amusedly before gasping in amazement. The suitcase buckled, seemingly from his weight, before it rippled and started to curl up his legs and body, and soon he was encased in a gold and red suit. Although the mechanics were very similar to the suit he had used to defeat Vanko the first time, the suit itself was a heavily upgraded version. After apparently examining himself and flexing his hands, the suited man suddenly stiffened and started to rise into the air. The crowd gasped and cheered. The Muggleborns were ecstatic to see Iron Man in action. In comparison, the wizard-raised students were shocked to see a Muggle flying in what looked merely like a metal bodysuit. Even wizards were rarely able to fly without a broom, so to see a Muggle do it amazed them. However, their vocal responses caught the attention of the green behemoth, and he snorted angrily. "That's all we need," Clint shouted to them, although he didn't turn around as he had an arrow knocked and aimed at the Hulk. Their green comrade had been growling constantly, but the growl turned into a roar as he caught sight of one particular wizard. With the object of his anger now in sight, and within crushing distance, he started to stomp towards the group of magic users. The cheers turned into screams as the beast approached, the floor vibrating with his stamping feet. Pepper held her ground, and the teachers drew their wands. Quite a few of the Gryffindors did the same, while some seventh-year Slytherin and Hufflepuff students followed a beat behind them. This formed a wall of older people with the intention of blocking the Hulk's progress from the younger students. Clint hesitated in firing his arrow, knowing that would likely start a full-on Hulk tantrum, but Steve didn't hesitate. Even without his shield, he wasn't unarmed, and he ran forward with his fists clenched with the idea of distracting the Hulk. His plan didn't work, and he was sent flying to the left by a careless flick of the Hulk's arm. The line of Avengers and cluster of armed wizards did nothing to deter the Hulk's progress towards Dumbledore. For a second, the situation looked like it could deteriorate into a political nightmare, and many could get hurt. It was only when a blue-robed boy appeared in front of him that the Hulk halted his relentless stomping up the lawn and focused on something other than Dumbledore. "Dad, stop it right now. I know that you hate the man, but crushing him is not the answer. You're supposed to set a good example to me, remember?" Matteo said boldly. The Hulk stared down at the boy for a few seconds, as if contemplating his choices before harumphing in acceptance. Albus looked rather shocked and almost a bit terrified as the beast glared and rumbled at him from less than 5 meters away. The Hulk glared at him for a bit longer, as if ensuring that the man knew his displeasure, but then took a pace back and merely stood there, his chest heaving. "Good going, Big Green." Tony swooped in close to him, the joy and relief evident in his voice. However, before anyone could speak further, the Hulk flexed an arm and casually batted at the red and gold figure hovering to his right. Iron Man went sailing backwards, accompanied by the screams of many female students. However, his suit was unharmed, as the Hulk was merely expressing his frustration rather than intending to cause damage. "Tag's a good idea," Clint shouted and ran from the Hulk as Tony righted himself in the suit. "Hulk's it. Fancy giving me a boost? Iron Man can catch me, and then I get a head start." Mateo grinned at the green face looming above him. "Tin Man catch," Hulk shouted as he carefully scooped up Mateo and launched him. Every magical person gaped as Mateo went flying through the air at a speed and distance that would cause serious injury when he landed. However, Tony and his suit sped after him and easily caught the boy before the pair shot off. What had been an extremely tense and dangerous situation suddenly dissolved into a massive game as Steve, Clint, and Natasha fled downhill after Tony and Mateo, whilst the Hulk charged after them. Iron Man dropped Mateo, who was caught by Clint, before circling back and zipping around the Hulk as if teasing him. "Oi, flying is against the rules. We established this last time," Clint shouted. "Not all of us can do that." "All right, no higher than 3 feet. Wasn't the rule?" Tony called back and promptly dropped in height. The assembled group on the stairs watched in bemused amazement as the 5 adults and Mateo chased each other around. Whilst the Hulk had speed and reach, he had to exercise caution when he went to tag anyone, so it was a good exercise in restraint for him. Clint, Natasha, and Steve had to rely on speed and flexibility to avoid being tagged, and did a good job of darting around. Tony kept low as he was told and zipped around them all, getting caught out when he was pounced on by one of the assassins. Mateo was the one severely outstripped by the others, but he put in a good effort, staying well out of reach of some of them for a while. Eventually, he gave in from exhaustion and was scooped onto the Hulk's shoulders, where he gripped on tight and could be heard giggling insanely. 10 minutes passed, and the game was still continuing, although everyone was looking decidedly puffed out and ready to drop. The Hulk paused as Mateo patted his shoulder and nodded at the unheard question before placing Mateo down. Tony shot up the field, which was now looking like a rugby scrum had occurred on it, and retrieved the bag from Pepper. 200 meters away, the green mass was shrinking and turning pale, while the Avengers created a physical screen from their bodies. 3 minutes later, they split again, and Bruce was once more human-sized, dressed, and had an arm slung around Mateo's shoulders. The group wandered back up the field, all looking red-faced and giddy from laughing. "What exactly just happened?" Professor Sprout asked faintly. Pretty much everyone who had been watching the activity was sporting the same baffled and slightly worried looks. Mateo was the first to suggest that distracting Bruce was enough to stop some of his changes, and recently the rest of them realized that the tactic worked on the Hulk too. He doesn't have much patience for delicate or calming tasks, but he enjoys tag as that allows him chance to stretch and react. The only other option is to allow him to vent his anger on whatever drew his ire, which seems to be you, Headmaster, for some reason, Pepper replied mildly. Seeing as the last time the Hulk acted in anger, he leveled an entire neighborhood in Manhattan. So distraction was obviously the safer choice in this instance. When the group was back at the buildings, some of the youths drew away in fear of the unassuming man in the middle of the group. Mateo glared at them, but did not speak up, while the others ignored them completely. For once it seems to have been useful to lose my shirt during a transformation, Bruce said mildly as he realized the state the others were in. The other Avengers were rather muddy from slipping over or tackling each other, including Matteo in his once blue robes. Clint was the muddiest, as Tony had mostly gone after the archer, and he had either been tackled into the mud or had dove out of the way. Bruce had mud in his hair and smears of it on his hands from where the other guy had grabbed the others. Only Tony stood cleanly to one side as the Iron Man suit, now once more in its more inconspicuous form of a briefcase, had protected him from the dirt. Matteo noticed this as he traced the stares of the other students, and grinned evilly. The tension slowly dissipated from the assembled teachers and students as the Avengers chatted as if nothing had happened, although Albus remained wary. Flitwick offered to help the group, and he quickly cast a spell that had the mud vanishing from their bodies. Another flick of his wand later, and he had fixed Bruce's old clothes, watch, and glasses. Bruce gratefully accepted them back, and then accidentally made eye contact with Albus. Being within 5 meters of the man this time round, Albus got a very good view of his eyes flashing green as his lips pulled back in a silent snarl. Thankfully, it seemed like the beast was satisfied with only voicing its discontent, and Bruce's angry eyes soon faded back to a warm brown. As foolish as the man had been in the past, he was quickly learning the safest way of dealing with the Avengers. So he nodded to the group and beat a hasty retreat to his office. With the headmaster out of sight, and mind, the rest of the trip was enjoyable for everyone. Matteo showed them some of the castle, introduced them to his friends, let them join in the Ravenclaw party for a short while, and caught up completely on the goings-on of the team. By the evening, he was tired but content as he walked them to the doors of the castle. Flitwick had appeared to guide them back to the gate, and waited patiently as they said their goodbyes. "Sorry I lost it earlier," Bruce apologized to his son. "I understand, Dad. At least you seem to be having some good influence on the other guy like everyone says. Please don't beat yourself up about it." Matteo hugged him. "We won't let him. Don't worry, kid," Clint interrupted. "Especially as it ended up being quite a fun time." Steve smiled. "I'll see you guys in 5 weeks then." Matteo stepped back and breathed deeply. "We will come and pick you up from the station, and we can do some shopping before we fly back," Pepper promised. Matteo remained in the doorway of the castle, watching the group of people heading out with a wistful look on his face. Once the glimmer of Professor Flitwick's lamp was out of sight, he sighed and headed inside, determined to join in whatever festivities were still ongoing. "Ah, here is the man of the hour," Roger shouted above the chattering going on in the room. All eyes turned on Matteo, and he blushed faintly. Soon everyone was cheering him again as he was pushed towards the rest of the Quidditch team. "Didn't you guys do enough of this earlier?" Matteo asked, remembering the cheers from the last time they had entered the common room. "Yeah, but this is for just you. Before was for the entire team. We thought you deserved it. You went out today not expecting to play, and then managed to pull off a pretty spectacular win. We need to work on your awareness of your surroundings, but you are shaping up to be a brilliant player," Roger explained. "Slytherin and Gryffindor better watch out. They've got some stiff competition this year." A 7th year shouted from a corner, and the entire common room roared in agreement. When Matteo finally escaped to his bed later that evening, he couldn't help but feel that it was worth coming to Hogwarts, simply for days like that one had been. Now, as we move into chapters 25 through 28, pay close attention, because this is where those earlier realizations start to take shape. Up until now, Harry has been questioning things quietly internally, but here, That thinking begins to influence what he actually does. There's a shift in his approach. He's no longer just observing inconsistencies in magic. He's starting to act on them. Carefully, deliberately. You can hear it in the way he experiments. The way he approaches even the simplest spell with a different mindset. It's no longer about getting the result he was taught to expect. It's about understanding why that result happens, and whether it could be something else entirely. And that's a dangerous place to stand. Because once you stop aiming for the correct outcome, you open the door to outcomes no one has prepared you for. That's what Harry is stepping into here. Not recklessly, not blindly, but with a kind of quiet confidence that's starting to build. He's beginning to trust his own reasoning, more than the instructions, more than the traditions. And that changes the dynamic completely. Because magic in this world isn't just about ability. It's about control. And control comes from understanding. Real understanding. Not memorization. Not repetition. But insight. And Harry is getting closer to that with every step. You'll notice something else too. There's less hesitation now. Fewer moments where he stops because something feels off. Instead, he leans into that feeling. Follows it. Explores it. That curiosity, it's no longer passive. It's active. Directed. And that's where it starts to become something more than curiosity. Something sharper. More intentional. He's not just learning faster than others. He's learning differently. And in a system built on consistency and tradition, that difference stands out, even if no one fully understands it yet. These chapters don't explode with action. They don't need to. Because what's happening here is foundational. This is where the mindset solidifies, where the line between student and something else begins to blur. And once that line is crossed, there's no easy way back. So as we continue, keep your focus on the details, the small choices, the subtle shifts in thought. Because in a story like this, that's where the real power lies. Let's continue. Chapter 29, Christmas in New York. The last 5 weeks before Christmas shot by, and Matteo happily flung himself into his work and Quidditch practice. The weather slowly got colder and colder, so most classrooms and the great hall had fires lit constantly to keep the temperature at a bearable level. Matteo had taken to wearing fingerless gloves as well as the t-shirt under his shirt to try to stave off the cold. Having lived near to the equator mostly for the last 5 years, the cold was unbearable to the boy, and he was prepared to do anything to keep warm. The other boys in his dorm laughed when he started going to such extreme measures, but an unexpected dip in temperature had some of them doing the same. He could see some professors look at his gloved hands oddly, but the way he was often wrapped up tight in his robes probably told them of his discomfort. When in the common room, Matteo often would try and get the closest seat to the fire that was available. Sometimes the people sitting directly by it would take pity on him and offer him a seat, and other times he would just give up and lie on the floor directly in front of the grate. Although he felt a little embarrassed by the older students' laughter, the immediate heat made up for any imagined humiliation. "You really don't like the cold, do you?" Terry asked as he walked into the bathroom after Matteo had had a shower. "What gave you that idea?" Matteo said sarcastically, "The fact it is as warm as a summer's day in there. How did you not boil your skin off standing under water that hot?" Terry laughed. "Sorry." Matteo sighed. "I've never been anywhere that got this cold before. China was probably the coolest, but we were living there during their summer. You could just use a warming charm on yourself," Stephen suggested. "I haven't mastered it yet, but when I do, I am going to make myself warm enough to think I was standing in the middle of the Sahara," Matteo said determinedly, as the others laughed. Unfortunately, what with all his other work and training, Matteo did not master the spell before they left for Christmas. Whilst the platform in London was mostly covered with families happily reuniting with their children, there were two adults that broke into fits of laughter. As soon as the billionaire saw that Matteo was swaddled in thick clothing step onto the platform, he broke into gales of laughter. Not for the first time did the American's atypical behavior cause a few more reserved adults look at him with contempt. But the three just ignored everyone else and focused on each other. It reassured Matteo to see that his father was similarly well wrapped in multiple layers of thick warm clothing when they got close enough. Underneath his trademark purple shirt, Matteo could spot a black thermal t-shirt, as well as Bruce wearing a thick coat and scarf and gloves. Pretty much everyone else on the platform were comfortable in winter coats and scarves, but not to the extremes as the father and son. Matteo glared as Kevin left the train, smiling smugly, still only dressed in clothes more suited for the autumn. Tony had added an expensive knee-length black coat to his usual attire, but other than that he seemed at ease with the cold conditions like Matteo's friend. "I hate you, Tony," Matteo said to surprise the two adults. "Could you rub it in our faces any more that this weather isn't too bad? I was tempted to come in just shorts and a t-shirt, but I thought that was pushing it a bit far." Tony laughed when he realized it was a joke. "It's hard to believe, but it is actually warmer here than at Hogwarts," Matteo realized. "Considering you've just traveled the length of this country, I am not too surprised. Anyway, we should be going. Anyone you want to say goodbye to?" Bruce asked. "Nah, I'm good. Hermione and Neville were in the compartment with me, so I've already caught everyone I need to," Matteo said with certainty. "Then we shall be off," Tony announced happily, and started herding the other two to the exit, ignoring the looks of disapproval from other adults heading to the barrier. It seemed that Tony's enthusiastic and almost immature behavior was also not regarded positively by wizards either. Tony had a sleek black car waiting for him, probably the same one they had used in September, but the driver this time was happy. Tony claimed front seat next to his driver-cum-bodyguard, whilst Bruce took a seat next to his son. Matteo put his book bag on the middle seat before he clambered into the back of the car and greeted the driver with familiarity. "Hello again, Happy," Matteo said. "It's good to see you again, Matteo. I assume we are heading back to the apartment?" Happy asked Tony. "Yeah, we'll drop off Matteo's things and probably get takeout for dinner," Tony agreed. "When are we flying back to New York?" Matteo asked. "Whenever we want, but I thought a couple of days for us to do some shopping without the others pestering us might be useful. Steve had all his Christmas shopping done a month ago, and Pepper has been badgering me to get mine done, or she would do it for me," Tony grimaced. Matteo was glad that he had the chance to buy everyone something. He had heard of magazines that students often ordered presents from, but he wanted to do things properly. When it was just his father and him, the shopping was done pretty quickly as they only got each other a couple of practical things, and it was pretty easy to guess what they would be. So the next day, armed with a bulging pouch of galleons that Tony had insisted they took, Matteo and Bruce set about buying frivolous gifts from Diagon Alley. Matteo ended up mostly buying people a mixture of wizarding sweets and odd items that he thought they would enjoy, whilst Bruce went crazy in Flourish and Blots. The day after they went around Muggle London and picked out any gifts they still needed to buy, while Tony spent the time buying them numerous warm items of clothing as a way of amusing himself, as the other two carefully spent ages searching for the right gifts. They returned to America on the Monday, and The three of them with Happy spent a good portion of the flight playing card games and teaching Mateo some new ones. Mateo chatted about what they had learnt and what they had to cover in the future, and the two adults were content to listen as he excitedly outlined some topics. It was as he started to cover the theory of being an animagus that Tony really became invested in the conversation. "You can turn into animals?" Tony asked excitedly. "Only one, apparently. It is sort of like a representation of your personality and defining traits, a bit like in the Golden Compass. I think when the demons are a reflectance of your soul. My transfiguration teacher can turn into a cat, but I don't know of any of the other teachers who can do it." "Is it possible to learn how to do that at 11? Bruce asked warily. "I'm not sure, but I can research it anyway." Mateo caught the worried look his dad sent him. "I won't attempt it alone, or at all for a few years if it sounds too dangerous. We could look into getting you a tutor if that would help you with your education. You could practice over the summer and get ahead of the others," Tony offered. By the sounds of it, Mateo is already in the lead in practical magic for his year. "I doubt he needs to be any further ahead," Bruce interjected. "Summers are for resting. I don't want him getting burnt out. I've had Professor Flitwick giving me some coaching already," Mateo said slowly, not wanting to argue with either adult. "I think it would be most beneficial if I can continue my training with you lot, learn science and engineering. My self-defense lessons with Nat, Clint, and Steve are really helpful, so I wouldn't mind getting a load more of those." "Fair enough," Tony shrugged, and both others were surprised that he acquiesced to their decision so easily. The rest of the flight passed quickly, and soon Mateo was happily glued to the windows, watching America pass by. New York had changed little in the time he had been missing. Only some buildings were almost finished being reconstructed since the Leviathans and the Hulk had destroyed them had changed. Stark Tower was as it had been when he had left, with just the A remaining on the side, and the billionaire informed him that there were plans to completely renovate the upper levels. However, the renovations hadn't started as the blueprints were still being drawn up and would need approval. When the changes were made, Tony said it would be the Avenger Tower officially, but at the moment the name changed depending on who you talked to. Those that lived in it called it Stark Tower or simply the Tower, and the public had stuck with calling it the Avenger Tower. Mateo had only his book bag with him, stuffed with his homework and the few clothes he had wanted to take back with him. Garuda had flown ahead, so he easily carried the few bags of presents he had bought up to his room. Tony had insisted they all met on the communal floor in a few minutes to catch whoever was there as a surprise, so Mateo did not dally in his room. Bruce met him at the lift, and the pair traveled up together as instructed. The sudden explosion of sound and color when the lift opened on the higher level gave Mateo a fright. The living room and kitchen had been decked out in blue banners and gold streamers, while a huge A0 sheet of paper had been covered with numerous sketches with "Welcome Home" printed along the top in neat calligraphy. It was obvious that Steve had tried to make the banner interesting with drawings of Hogwarts or the Avengers as a group. However, there were a few scrawls where some of the others had attempted to help, and a trail of small cat prints where Augustus had walked over the wet paint. Mateo could tell Steve would have been annoyed at it not being perfect, but Mateo loved it. The cause of the raucous sound had been a collective greeting repeating the sentiments of the poster, and Mateo was suddenly swamped by every member of the family, or at least those in residence. It was hard to miss the fact that Thor was still on Asgard. Pepper hugged him first, then Clint ruffled his hair as Natasha hugged him, before Steve grabbed him for a hug. Copious amounts of food had been bought and prepared, so the welcoming party evolved into a buffet where everyone caught up with the child. Matteo spent pretty much the entire time explaining what he had been learning and then demonstrating the spells when he had Tony's permission. The fact that the billionaire was the one goading him into doing it helped despite his rules on being careful with magic around electric appliances, as Matteo wouldn't feel guilty if something broke. Thankfully, levitation, transfiguration, illuminating, warming, and disarming spells worked fine without causing Jarvis or the television to explode. While 3 of the Avengers and Pepper watched on with amazement as he created flames in his hands, Matteo couldn't not notice the proud look on Bruce's face. Almost harder to ignore was the look of complete concentration on Tony's face as the genius mind went into overdrive analyzing the display in front of him. Before Matteo even had time to put his wand away in his holster, now hidden up his sleeve rather than at his hip, Stark started to fire questions and hypotheses at the Hogwarts student. It seemed that Tony knew as much of the theory as Matteo did, and the wizard decided to test the billionaire by picking his brain about some of the theories that he was not entirely sure about. Surprisingly, Tony was able to shed some light on what Matteo was confused on, as apparently the answers to his questions were covered in the third-year material. The week before Christmas was spent redecorating the house from the welcoming banners to more festive ones, and trying to stop Tony from completely destroying the Christmas tree through using gadgets he designed to help with the decorating process. The long-suffering look on Pepper's face told them all of this being an annual occurrence, but apparently they had at least been successful in stopping him from actually repainting the walls red, gold, and green, which apparently he had done a few years ago. Christmas Eve was filled with stuffing presents under the tree and singing carols. Tony and Clint had made some eggnog from scratch and had become rather inebriated on the drink, resulting in some rather off-key singing. Tony had been banned from the labs for at least the fortnight around Christmas unless it was necessary, and thankfully he was putting effort into festivities rather than sulking. Matteo laughed along with his father at their antics, which culminated in them trying to stick wrapping decorations on Steve's shield and Pepper's head. Tony had almost attempted to do the same to Natasha's head, but her death glare soon dissuaded him, and she remained harassment-free as she sat by Pepper. Steve, Bruce, Pepper, and Natasha had teamed together to prepare the food for the following day and flitted between the kitchen and the lounge. Considering they had a super soldier in their party, they ended up preparing 2 of the largest turkeys Matteo had ever seen, and apparently they needed cooking for almost a day on a very low heat according to the recipes Steve used. Bruce had made a vegetarian flan for the 2 of them, using a number of vegetables that Matteo had not had before, such as artichoke and olives. It was a shock for pretty much everyone in the tower to be awoken by Jarvis playing "Baby, It's Cold Outside," and for snow to be falling in their rooms. Upon closer inspection, it was not real snow, but rather very fine polystyrene balls, and they were being filtered out of the air vents. Only 2 people were not caught by the clever trick, as Matteo and Bruce were up an hour before everyone else to fulfill their tradition. This year was slightly more difficult as they were cooking for 5 times the number of people, but Matteo happily set to making a massive batch of croissant dough. Thanks to Tony designing each floor to be separate flats, should the occupier want solitude, they had their kitchen with which to make the pastries, as the ovens on the communal floor were stuffed with meat and vegetables. They had just got everything cooked and shifted up to the communal floor, and had the table set when the prank / Surprise snow had begun to fall. Even through the floor, they could hear loud voices as people were woken earlier than they planned. "Jarvis, what's going on?" Mateo asked curiously. "It seems someone altered the air conditioning system to be activated 3 minutes ago to project fake snow into the bedrooms. Someone also installed a program to use my audio systems to play music, Master Banner." The AI summed up neatly. "Well, that has to be Tony, or you," Mateo accused his father. "I was responsible for the music, although I was going to get Jarvis to play Once in Royal David City. Rather than this," Bruce gestured to the music coming from the speakers. "We needed some way of getting everyone to breakfast." "Well, this may also work," Mateo shrugged. "Jarvis, can you tell everyone that there is breakfast ready in the kitchen? And please stress that the snow was not our idea." "Certainly, Master Banner." It only took a further 3 minutes for the first people to appear as Natasha stalked into the room with a rather delicate-looking Clint following on. They both had white pieces of polystyrene stuck in their hair that occasionally were dislodged. Bruce wisely didn't mention anything and merely gestured to the mound of croissants and condiments. It seemed Pepper was not entirely surprised by the wake-up call when she arrived, and Tony was looking slightly delicate but pleased as he slunk in behind Pepper. "Our rooms better be clear by this evening, Stark," Natasha threatened mildly. Mateo wasn't entirely sure how she managed to make a threat sound mild, but if anyone could then, it would be the Russian-born assassin. Now, no death threats at Christmas." Tony waved his hands. "But yes, they will be clear." "How did you know it was me?" "Only you could concoct such a scheme and be able to write the coding needed to pull it off," Natasha pointed out. "Someone had already done that for me. I just added the snow," Tony said smugly and stared purposefully at the other genius. "I chose a less jarring wake-up call than that," Bruce argued. "You didn't even need to be so dedicated to write the new code." "Jarvis likes nice pranks like that." Tony grinned at their surprised looks. "I did program him with a sense of humor. Just don't ask him to spread fake snow around the place. That is probably where his parameters draw a line, and you need to step in with new coding. Anyway, Merry Christmas, everyone." Mateo cut short the argument. "Yes, indeed." Clint raised his mug of coffee in a toast, although his voice was at a much softer pitch. "So what prompted all this?" "We had breakfast items already," Pepper asked. "It was a tradition me and Dad had from traveling, so we decided to continue it. I baked bread the first Christmas we shared together. And then when I learned to make croissants off of a baker in China, we ended up having them for breakfast each year," Mateo explained. "Well, you didn't have to include us, but we are very grateful that you did," Steve said, and numerous murmurs of agreement were made around the table. The food went down with many compliments from the group before Tony and Steve loaded the dishwasher, after the soldier had glared at the billionaire until he gave in, and they all drifted to the lounge. Clint, who seemed to already be over the worst of his hangover, was happily digging through the mound of presents around the tree and was sorting them. Well, the sorting was rather violent, and as Mateo watched the archer check to see whether the items seemed delicate before tossing it into the relevant pile that were starting to appear around the sofas. Pepper and Tony had been placed on the furthest sofa, whilst Mateo, Bruce, and Steve were on the largest middle sofa. Clint and Natasha's own piles were on the sofa nearest the tree. Mateo received a new watch from Steve, a utility belt from Clint that had numerous non-electric gadgets, and a violin from Natasha in reference to one of their conversations before he had left for Hogwarts. His dad had once again been practical and had bought him many sets of thermals to wear at Hogwarts, as well as a watercolor set. Pepper had bought him a pair of gold cufflinks with sapphires set into them, which may have been slightly redundant if Tony hadn't given him a number of suits where the shirts required cufflinks. And just so, we will be going out and you will be wearing them, Tony said in mock seriousness. He half dreaded the idea of being forced out to a fancy restaurant in such attire, but Matteo decided that he would endure it if it made Tony happy. The rest of his presents were from his schoolmates and mostly comprised of sweets or books from his Ravenclaw housemates. Neville had sent him a book on American magical plants, which Matteo was very interested to read, along with all the other books he had received. The gifts he had given to his friends had mostly comprised of either Avengers memorabilia to his Muggle-raised friends after he had checked with Bruce and Tony that it wouldn't be too obnoxious, to his wizard-raised friends who wouldn't understand the toys or wouldn't be able to use them because of magic. He had sent defense books. It was a shared opinion around the Ravenclaw common room that Professor Quirrell's teaching was not up to the same standard as the other teachers. Tony had seemed to have decided to make the most of the access to the new world by buying everyone a myriad of magical gifts. Matteo was fascinated by his metal dragon statue that, like wizarding photographs, moved around on his palm. Its motion was limited to stretching out its wings, scratching, and turning around, but it was still the closest Matteo had ever been to one of the mythical beasts. By the time everyone had finished opening their presents, Bruce had been the slowest of the group. The food was ready, and once set out it threatened to overflow the table that they ate at. Although the island in the kitchen was often more than suitable for their daily needs, today they had to use the almost forgotten dining room next to the kitchen. Steve, Tony, and Clint pretty much ate an entire turkey between themselves and still made impressive tracks into the roasted vegetables too. Matteo chuckled as he and his father delicately picked their way through the goat's cheese flan and roast vegetables, whilst the mound of turkey slowly decreased. Everyone was enjoying themselves, and conversations flowed easily. They had just finished their food and had strolled, or crawled in the case of a certain duo, back to the living room when their afternoon was interrupted. "Sir, I have been asked to alert you to the arrival of a visitor in the lift," Jarvis said cautiously. "Who would visit on today of all days?" Tony grumbled from his spot on the couch where he was nursing his food baby. "I do not detect any threat, sir," Jarvis continued vaguely. Matteo had a weird feeling that he knew exactly who was about to come through the lift, so he carelessly wandered towards the kitchen under the guise of getting a drink. He knew exactly when the man exited the lift by the conversation suddenly ceasing in the room. "I didn't think ghosts could register on your scans, Jarvis," Tony said in a very flat tone. "They do not, sir," Jarvis said in a mild tone. "Then who has stolen Phil's face?" Clint said dangerously. "No one has stolen it," Matteo said quietly as he entered the room and stood in front of Phil. "Matteo," Bruce said in confusion. The Avengers had stood to face the supposed threat with Pepper behind them, protected from what may come. Matteo's position in front of the newcomer froze the six from advancing further and attacking, so he took the opportunity. "This is the real Phil. He didn't die on the helicarrier," he stated confidently. "We all saw the blood, heard about his injuries. There was no way anyone could survive that," Bruce protested. "There's no normal way anyone could save that, but I may have had an influence on the normal running of things," Matteo shrugged. He was silently glad that Phil was wisely staying out of the argument until they had made a decision. The agent obviously knew any input would just cloud the matter. "You saved him?" Steve asked in a rather hopeful tone. "I don't know how I did it, but I somehow managed to sort of hold his chest in stasis until the medics got there and could stem the bleeding." Fury announced his death. Clint said slowly, but it was unclear whether he was having difficulty figuring out which hurt more, the betrayal or his stomach. "He needed you all to listen and to work together. Loki may have been playing with your minds, but can you honestly say things would have worked out so well without this subterfuge?" Matteo asked. "Of course," Tony scoffed. Matteo merely glared at him and raised an eyebrow. "Bruce, your son is glaring at me," Tony spluttered. "It is one thing I have learnt to do well from two of my professors at Hogwarts," Matteo stated. "All right, Fury might have made the right call," Tony admitted grudgingly. "So, now that's sorted. Merry Christmas, Phil." Matteo turned and hugged the man. "Thank you, Matteo, for everything," Phil said back heartily. "Sorry I didn't get you a gift." Matteo was genuinely remorseful. He enjoyed giving to others. "I'm alive because of you. I think that is the greatest gift I could have." Phil hugged the youth right back. Now that he was paying attention to the person he had been protecting, Matteo could see that Phil was a lot paler and thinner than he remembered, and his suit hung looser on his frame than it had before. There wasn't any evidence of pain in the man's face, Matteo was glad to see, so the huge wound Loki had inflicted must have fully healed. Matteo's dad must have also seen the contrast in appearances from before, and was the first to come over. Fury may not have been too far from the truth. There was probably every chance that Phil would not have survived, he commented to the others. "It's good to see you again." Phil merely smiled and shook the man's hand, and the three turned to look at the others. Clint and Natasha came forward next, if a little warily, but once they were certain Phil was Phil, they happily hugged the man, to Tony's surprise. Tony was the last Avenger to come over, and rather awkwardly shook the man's hand in welcome. Soon the frosty air dissipated, although there seemed to still be an air of betrayal and bitterness that they had grieved for the man, but that seemed to be more directed at Fury rather than Coulson. Matteo ignored all that and sat Phil down in the middle of a sofa, grabbed him a drink, and settled next to him. For the movie, Bruce joined Matteo on his left, while Clint and Natasha grabbed the sofa to Phil's right. Tony insisted that they watched a few traditional films that were often watched on that day, so by popular consensus, It's a Wonderful Life and Muppets Christmas Carol were played first. Matteo had heard that Clint had first trained at a circus, but to hear him easily sing along in a clear voice to the songs in both films was a surprise. Natasha just smiled indulgently as he tried to nudge her into joining in, whilst Phil sighed, as if this had been a common occurrence. The first film had been released after Steve had been frozen, but it was very similar to what he had grown up with, so he was enjoying the little links to his past. Pepper seemed to thoroughly enjoy the Muppet movie as if she had seen it many times before. For dinner, they made sandwiches out of the leftovers and ended up switching to board games for the evening entertainment. Steve, Natasha, Clint, and Phil were engaged in a game of Risk, whilst Bruce, Tony, and Pepper played Scrabble. Matteo happily leant against his dad's leg and lazily watched the word game progress, content to merely observe the events going on around him. The contented feeling seemed to be shared across the room, and people only reluctantly started drifting back to their rooms late at night, when they couldn't keep their eyes open. Chapter 30 Peacocks. I look ridiculous, Matteo huffed as he wriggled uncomfortably in his suit. In reality, the suit was very comfortable, and the tailors who had made it had done an excellent job in making it as child-friendly as possible. The material was soft, and it had been cut slightly looser than his size so that he could move freely and swing his arms in any direction. He had seen some businessmen in New York who wore suits that seemed more like straitjackets. They looked like they had been crammed into the fabric and could barely move their arms enough to swing them as they walked. Matteo had been incredibly grateful when he put the clothes on and realized that it was no tighter on him than his school clothes. The suit he had chosen to wear that evening was a very deep blue that looked black, except for when he stood in the right light with a plain white shirt. Thankfully, his dad had reassured him that being a child meant he was exempt from the obligatory bow tie, so he happily left his top button undone. He made sure he was wearing the comfortable leather watch that Steve had bought him and the gold and sapphire cufflinks that had been Pepper's present before tackling his hair. Whilst he was home, he seized the opportunity to have a haircut, and it was back to his more common length. Although his hair was quite long by the standards of his year mates anyway, it had grown a couple of inches over the last term. He had learnt that having it too short ended with it being an untamable mess, but having it just long enough made it look neat. With it about 4 inches long, it fell straight, with just a hint of wave in it. Any longer, and he tended to look homeless. And while some could pull off the look, Matteo was one of them. He couldn't pull of the disheveled look. He had to put effort in to look presentable, otherwise he lived in a perpetual state of seemingly like he had been dragged through a hedge backwards. Matteo had just timed it perfectly so that he was exiting his room when Bruce was leaving his. The elder Banner was dressed in a classical black suit and white shirt, but his outfit then deviated from the norm by being finished with a green bow tie that was still undone around his neck. Bruce was shuffling as nervously in his attire as much as Matteo was, and when the pair noticed the fact, they smiled at each other. "I'm already disliking this evening," Bruce muttered as he pulled again at his cuffs. Matteo couldn't see anything wrong with the part of his outfit, but seeing as he had been doing the same thing less than 5 minutes ago, he didn't comment on it. It could be worse. At least the event doesn't call for the other guy to make an appearance. "I think slightly uncomfortable suit is better than almost public indecency," Matteo pointed out. "True. And at least I can imagine Steve will be just as uncomfortable in a suit as I am." "I'd prefer a black bow tie, though," Bruce said. "Then why don't you wear one?" It is again one of Tony's ideas. We are all wearing color-coordinated bow ties that match our daytime outfits, as he puts it. Bruce sighed and rolled his eyes. "Oh, well, in that case." Matteo ran off and quickly snatched something out of his wardrobe before running back to his dad. "I may as well match you." Bruce was touched by the gesture, and the pair of them headed down to the garages where they were supposed to meet the rest of the team. As soon as they stepped out of the lift, Bruce was accosted by Natasha, who helped him with his bow tie, before she turned to do the same thing for Matteo. The child in question stood pointedly looking at her, his tie perfectly done with a neat knot and at the correct length. "I do have to wear one of these to school every day," Matteo pointed out. "Sorry, I was just expecting to have to neaten the pair of you up." Natasha smiled. "It's not my fault I haven't had to wear a bow tie for 10 years. There isn't much call for formal attire in India," Bruce muttered. Matteo took the time that they spent laughing to inspect those who were already here. It turned out they were almost the last to arrive, as Clint and Steve stood before them, wearing a purple and silver bow ties respectively. Natasha was in a figure-hugging blue dress that flattered her shape perfectly, and was twinned with matching shoes and clutch. However good they looked in their outfits, Mateo was pretty sure that they all were merely doing this to indulge Tony. In fact, Mateo knew that they would much rather be ordering takeout and sitting in the communal kitchen. They had in fact done that pretty much every other night since he had returned home, apart from when he and Bruce had cooked. It showed how much they had come to like the man that they were prepared to do step out of their regular comfort zone just to humor him. The lift dinged in announcement of its arrival, and Tony swanned out with Pepper on his arm. Naturally, the billionaire looked as comfortable in his suit as he did in jeans and a Black Sabbath t-shirt, while Pepper looked a tiny bit self-conscious in her golden dress that matched Tony's bow tie. Even to Mateo's untrained eye, the dress looked amazing, so the discomfort was probably merely the color of the cloth rather than anything else. Overall, the group looked smart enough to blend in with any crowd at the most expensive restaurants in the city, and knowing Tony, that was likely where they were heading. The only thing that stood them out from the crowd was the fact that at least two of their number looked like they were ready to reach for a weapon and start a war. As he looked at the group, Mateo tried to guess which of them were armed. There was no doubt that Clint and Natasha had some kind of weapon somewhere on their persons. Anyone who knew the pair would put money on that fact. Steve looked unarmed, but seeing as he was deadly fast with his fists and on his feet, he didn't need a weapon to take out an enemy. He didn't need to look at his dad to know that he was unarmed. And considering the event, he had probably been actively keeping calm all day to ensure his darker side wouldn't put in an appearance accidentally tonight. The red and black glitter that occasionally peeked from under Tony's cuffs alerted them to the fact he was wearing his suit bracelets and could be suited up for battle in minutes. Happy was their driver for the evening, and he pulled the limousine close to them, and the group piled in. Mateo had never been in a limo, and it looked like there was actually quite a few in the group who hadn't, so they collectively explored the perks of the vehicle. Bruce glared at Tony, who was eyeing up the champagne in the fridge, and luckily, the billionaire stopped without comment. They did share out all the nibbles, though, as they likely wouldn't be eating for at least another hour by the time they had been seated and ordered. Mateo raised the question that had been burning inside of him for a while whilst they were driving. For a group that prided themselves on their privacy, then going out as a group unmasked was the height of folly. Tony proudly replied that actually he had done a decent amount of work with Jarvis, and there was little photo evidence of the group out in public circulation. This meant that Steve at least had his relative anonymity, whilst Clint and Natasha had had theirs blown in the summer anyway. People had seen all their faces before in the footage of the battle. They just didn't know their daytime names, which was pretty much all the privacy they had left. Steve mentioned that people actually hardly ever expected to bump into an Avenger, so the times he had gone out for a run, no one had batted an eyelid at him. Tony was the only one who knew where they were going, apart from maybe Pepper, who had likely made the reservation. All the rest knew was that they had been ordered to wear their fanciest suit/dress they owned in a specific color. By the time Happy arrived at their location, Mateo could understand why they had been ordered to do so. From the look of the establishment, hinted that their individual meals were like to be at least $100 each, and that was without the price of drinks. The rather starstruck waiter led them to their table at the back of the room, but away from the doors to the kitchen. They passed many more attractive empty tables, so their spot suggested Tony had requested, so that they were not disturbed often. Bruce immediately angled for a spot with his back against the wall where he couldn't be snuck up on, and Matteo sidled in next to him. Considering their entire group was made up of rather shifty people, it was unsurprising that there was a little scuffle as Clint nudged Tony over so that the assassin could sit to Bruce's left, and Natasha joined him. Steve, Tony, and Pepper ended up on the far side of the round table with their backs to the open room. It turns out it wasn't just their waiter that was starstruck. Pretty much all the patrons of the establishment were sneaking not-so-subtle glances at them every few minutes. Matteo wasn't sure if he would have preferred to have his back to them to be able to ignore the stares, but thankfully once their order was placed and the drinks had arrived, everyone settled down and conversations sprang up. In stark contrast to their first shared meal, where no one knew what to talk about, it was difficult to concentrate on one conversation at a time around the table. Steve and Pepper were happily conversing about something, whilst Natasha occasionally chipped in. Tony and Bruce were unsurprisingly discussing some project across the table, and Clint had managed to find a topic that was to Matteo's taste, and was not about magic that the two of them could talk about. Over the course of the meal, their conversations occasionally became a little animated for the liking of the other patrons, and they got a few stern glances. Bruce was the only one who really paid attention to them, seeing as Steve couldn't see through the back of his head, and it fell to him to cough pointedly, so that the others lowered their voices. Bruce had ordered for his son, as Matteo had had no idea what on the menu would be appetizing, so the arrival of each dish was an excitement for the child. He wasn't a fan of the small portions on each plate, but seeing as the restaurant seemed to make up for that by having 5 courses, he wasn't too bothered. Over the course of his time at Hogwarts, he had started to get a bit of a sweet tooth, so he enjoyed the gooey chocolate pudding that looked innocent, but turned out to be extremely rich in taste. The 5 courses had taken their time to arrive. Matteo guessed that was intended, so the adults would drink more wine in the meantime. So by the time Tony paid the bill, and they moved to leave, he was nodding off slightly. Luckily, the movement woke him up a bit, for as soon as they neared the doorway, they saw what was waiting for them. Seriously? Do these guys ever give up? Clint muttered. Standing outside in the freezing cold were 5 photographers, clutching the tools of their trade tightly in their numb hands. Although they were wrapped up warm, it was obvious that some of them had been waiting nearby for at least half an hour. They are so desperate to get a photo of you all that they risk hypothermia and frostbite. That one in the brown coat isn't even wearing suitable shoes, Matteo pointed out. Unfortunately, the paparazzi do often prioritize the photographs than the more important things like personal space and their own health, Tony sighed. Which reminds me, I have another present for you when we get back home, Bruce muttered to Matteo as they started moving to the door. Tony led the way out of the restaurant and into the flashing lights caused by the photographers going mental. Listen up. You guys have been out here for ages, so I know how cold you are. We are going to do a large group photo for you all, then you're going to go home and warm up before you get pneumonia and try to sue me, all right? The 5 seemed pretty happy with that deal, and soon the Avengers had arranged themselves into a loose semicircle. It seemed that the group had had experience at taking group photos, as they quickly moved into order. Steve and Bruce were in the middle, with Clint and Natasha to one side and Tony and Pepper on the other. Matteo was stood in front of his father, and Bruce had a hand resting on his shoulder protectively. Hey, whilst you're at it, can someone take a photo on my phone? Tony pulled out his Stark phone and carefully tossed it to one of the five facing them. I think we only have one group photo, and no one was half as smart as this when we took it. Thankfully, the group of photographers left without much argument after that, although they had managed to wrangle a photo of Bruce and Matteo together, as well as one of Tony and Pepper. Eventually, they piled back into the limo and were soon safely in the tower once more, and Matteo knew he wasn't the only one hurriedly switching his suit for a much more comfortable outfit. It seemed that their patience and good nature towards the group of photographers had been well received, as the articles published about them the next day were actually rather mild. The group photo had been splashed on about 8 tabloid papers, and even a couple of news channels were running with it as a filler between more important items to bulk out the slow news season. Matteo had no taste for fame, and the way that Tony seemed resigned to being chased every day. However, he had to admit that they knew how to take a good picture. He didn't tell any of the Avengers that Tony had the copy from his phone as his screensaver on his lab computer, or that he had seen Steve sticking a copy cut out of the newspaper into the front of his sketchpad. Hermione had texted him to let him know that the picture had made it onto some of the English newspapers, and Matteo had been rather annoyed at that. Although there weren't many people that would give him a hard time for being out with his family, he really didn't need more evidence of his existence here spreading. It didn't help his mood that apparently the media had focused on the matching themes, and how cute it was that Matteo was wearing a green tie, and how protective Bruce seemed of him. Not many commented on Tony and Pepper matching, but then that relationship had been discussed and dissected over the last few years to the point it was old news. What was done, and Matteo would have to live with the consequences, whatever they would be. He was lucky that Kevin and Hermione were not the kinds of people to take the mick out of him, and Neville wouldn't see the newspapers anyway. Bruce's extra present ended up waiting for a few days until the pair of them had a decent amount of time to themselves. At first, Matteo was confused by the decision, but once he was given the wrapped gift, he understood. "So what is this?" Matteo asked as he gently started to unwrap the blue and gold paper. "It's not really a gift, but more something to give me peace of mind," Bruce said evasively. The child was careful as he lifted the leather pouch from the paper. As he didn't know what was inside it, Matteo gingerly pried open the drawstring and felt inside. If the archaic design hadn't tipped the boy off to the pouch's origin, the fact that he could delve up to his elbow into the pouch definitely gave it away. Inside, Matteo felt a slim metal case and numerous foil or plastic-wrapped packets, plasters and painkillers. Matteo asked again as he pulled out a handful of the packets. "You know how much I worried about letting you go to a school on almost the other side of the world. And I doubt either of us will forget my reaction to your minor injuries from the troll. I'm not going to wrap you in cotton wool and keep you here, but I can't just sit and watch you possibly get into danger like that again," Bruce explained. "So, you made me a first aid kit. I liked the personal touch, but you could have just bought one from a shop," Matteo pointed out. "Not all of that is available in the shops," Bruce warned. "As it is, I had to ask Tony to source most of the medications in there." In response, Matteo pulled the slim metal case out of pouch and opened the lid. Inside was 6 separate syringes filled with different colored fluids and labeled with a date and name. "These are pretty powerful anesthetics and painkillers," Matteo said as he read the familiar neat but cramped handwriting. "You're mature enough to know that no one can accidentally use these, They could stop someone's heart if not administered correctly, Bruce reinforced. Believe me, Dad, no one will get a hold of these. Mateo swore. We both know that I am probably overreacting in giving you these, so there is also codeine in there for less life-threatening events. But I feel a lot safer about you having this as backup than relying on you picking up some spell or potion to do the same thing. And on the flip side, if any of your friends get into serious danger, you'll have the reassurance of knowing you can help them even if you cannot use magic, his father said. Thanks, Dad. I'll make sure to keep it with me all the time. And that no one else opens it. Mateo's voice was slightly muffled as he hugged his father. Knowing your luck, you're going to be needing it relatively soon, Bruce sighed as he returned the hug. And that is where we'll pause for now. Not because the story slows down, but because this is the kind of moment that deserves space. If you've been listening closely, really listening, you can feel it. Something has shifted, not in the obvious, dramatic way most stories lean on. No sudden explosions, no grand declarations, just a quiet, persistent change, the kind that builds beneath the surface, until one day, you realize nothing is the same anymore. Harry isn't just learning magic. He hasn't been for a while now. What he's doing is something far more unsettling. He's questioning it, not casually, not out of curiosity alone, but with intent, with focus, with a kind of determination that doesn't stop at because that's how it works. And that's where the real danger begins. Because magic, at least in the world he's been introduced to, is built on structure, on tradition, on rules that have been accepted for generations without question. Spells are taught a certain way. Limits are explained as if they're absolute. And for most people, that's enough. They learn what they're given. They follow the system. They never stop to ask if the system itself might be incomplete. But Harry does. And once that question takes root, once it settles in the back of his mind, it doesn't stay contained. It spreads. You can hear it in the way he thinks now, in the way he approaches even the smallest problem. There's a difference, a subtle one, but unmistakable. He's no longer asking, how does this work? He's asking, why does it work this way? And what happens if it doesn't? That shift, that single change in perspective, is enough to alter everything that follows. Because when you stop accepting limits as fixed, you stop being limited by them. And that's not something the world around him is prepared for. Not really. These chapters, this part of the story, they don't hand you that realization outright. They don't announce it. They let it grow quietly, piece by piece. A thought here, a choice there, a moment where Harry hesitates, not out of doubt, but because he's considering something no one else would. And those moments add up. They form a pattern, a direction. He's still controlled, still careful. There's no recklessness in what he's doing. That's what makes it more dangerous. Because this isn't someone lashing out against the rules. This is someone who understands them deeply enough to see where they fail. And once you can see the flaws in a system, you can start to reshape it, or break it, or build something entirely new in its place. That's the path he's stepping onto. Whether he realizes the full weight of it yet is another question. But the direction is clear, and it's not a path many can follow, because it requires something most people don't have. Patience, discipline, and a willingness to stand alone in your understanding, even when it contradicts everything you've been told. That's where Harry is now, not at the end of his journey, not even close, but far enough along that turning back isn't really an option anymore. And that's what makes this part of the story so compelling. It's not about what he can do. It's about how he thinks, how he sees the world, how he's slowly, quietly redefining something everyone else takes for granted. Magic isn't just a tool to him anymore. It's a system to be explored, a structure to be understood, a language that can be rewritten. And once you start seeing it that way, you can't unsee it. That's the point we're at now. The moment where understanding begins to outpace instruction, where curiosity starts to turn into intent, where learning transforms into something else entirely. And from here, the consequences start to matter, because a mind like that, focused, questioning, unwilling to accept easy answers, doesn't stay small for long. It grows, it pushes, it changes the world around it, whether the world is ready or not. So as we pause here, take a moment to sit with that. Think about what's actually happening beneath the surface, because the story isn't telling you outright. It's showing you, quietly, precisely, patiently, and if you're paying attention, you'll start to see just how far this can go. We'll continue this journey in the next part. And trust me, what comes next doesn't undo this shift. It builds on it. It sharpens it. It pushes it into places where the consequences can't be ignored anymore. So if you've made it this far, if you've stayed with the story through its slower, more deliberate pace, then you're exactly the kind of listener this was written for. Because this isn't about instant payoff. It's about progression, transformation, and the quiet, undeniable weight of change. Until next time, Grimoire Guardians, if you're enjoying the journey, make sure to subscribe and stay with us. We're getting very close to 5K. Every single one of you helps keep this going, helps bring these stories to life. And there's a lot more ahead. Stories like this, they don't just entertain. They stay with you. They change the way you think. So stay with me, and I'll see you in the next one.